All right, hello and welcome to the EU Best in Guild tournament, probably the largest tournament that Throne and Liberty will ever see, potentially in its lifetime, with 54 guilds signed up to participate. Technically 52 now. Signed up to participate in the tournament. I am Blue Squadron, your host, joined by my co-host Spid.
Yo, nice. Hello, everybody. Yeah, EU on top, man. 50 plus guilds is insane. So that's double? Is that double NA size?
Okay, look. We're not going to compare it to NA, but if we were going to compare it to NA only had 30 guilds. Okay, so like, yeah, it's not quite double. All right, but it's kind of an EU greater than sign NA situation in this particular case, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily better. It just means they have twice as many people and they're better.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it means. Yeah, sure, man. We'll go with that narrative. But I'm very excited for that tournament today. I mean, I've seen EU guilds playing war games day to day. They are ready to show what they got. So I'm very excited to see how they perform.
Yeah, no, we're all super excited. I mean, like, I'm a North American player, so I don't know many of these guilds, but Spid, you've played against a lot of these guilds. So like, in your opinion, Spid, which guild do you play for? So that everybody knows.
I play with Sin. Sin on top, man. They're gonna take the finals, win the whole thing. We go to server, we destroy servers. That's just how Sin is, man. So, but I'll try not to be biased.
Aren't you the guys? You guys don't have an alliance, right?
No, we have an alliance, but basically with the other Sin guilds, yes.
That is crazy. That is literally insane. So you guys are just going server to server, just blasting people out. Yeah, so I'm very excited to see Sin Nova, honestly, in the tournament. I think is the strongest guild in the Sin Alliance, as far as I'm aware, at least based on what I read. All I have is the sheets. Okay, so I will say this. If your guild master filled the sheet out incorrectly, it will be demonstrated on the form. And I gotta say this, Spid, I have never seen so many grown men unable to follow directions and answer specific questions on a form before. I mean, like, unironically, I would ask people, I was like, hey, what guilds are in your alliance? And then we had guilds answer with 2 or 3.
It's the EU education, man. Come on, man. What do you expect?
NA is supposed to be the ones that are stupid. We're like, what are we talking about? Like,
bro, some of these guys don't even speak English. Come on, man. We're trying our best here.
So at one point, I had to tell this story because it's actually just crazy. At one point, one such guild, I go, hey, what guilds are in your alliance? Because you only listed Requiem. And he goes, oh, yeah, no, it's just Requiem and North Requiem. And I was like, oh, so you only have 2 guilds in your alliance? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, do you want me to change your team name to Requiem then? And he goes, oh, no, it could still be Caliber. We're in the alliance. And I said, well, wait, so Caliber's in the alliance too? He's like, yeah. I'm like, so there's 3 guilds in the alliance then? And he's like, yeah, there's 3. Dude, I can't, like, it was, so if any of the information is wrong, it's not my fault. Please understand, I did my best with what I was working with, okay? So it is what it is, but we have a lot of matches to start breaking down for the day. Believe it or not, the servers should come up in the next 2 minutes or so, and we're really just hoping for some server stability, Spid, because, you know, we always, after maintenance, the servers can be a little rocky, so like we're hoping that that nothing bad happens there. I will say this, that if we do get server instability, I'm the one that makes the rules. So if we get server instability and we have a bunch of people crashing, we will have to reset matches and run them back again. It is what it is. I want fairness for all the guilds to the best of my ability. Let's take a look at our first match for the day, though. Over here, we have Bored Apes versus CallMeDaddy, which is a hell of a name for a guild. I'll ask you first, Spit. Well, actually, you know what? Let's introduce the guild. I'll introduce Bored Apes. They are a free-to-play guild hailing from the Excavator server. Bored Apes, Royal Legion, First Class, and Bread is the alliance. And Bored Apes thinks that they're either first or second in strength in that alliance. They think that they're the strongest on their server on Excavator there. They've won 3 sieges, and their prediction for the tournament is top 10 here. Spid, do you know who CallMeDaddy is?
You made me take CallMeDaddy, right? So I say that name.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But
100%. Yeah.
but yes, I actually have played against CallMeDaddy, not in an official war game, but CallMeDaddy actually does a bunch of war games, and we just joined their lobby and played against them. And I would say they showed off. They seem like a strong guild. I'm definitely going with CallMeDaddy on this one. I mean, they, like they say themselves, they're the strongest in their alliance. They won 3 sieges. They say above sovereign, which is crazy.
Yeah, I asked for a prediction from every guild, and no one could really give me a straight answer. So whenever you see quotation marks, it's because that's exactly what they wrote on the sheet, or I just had to meme on them because what they wrote on the sheet was inappropriate, or I couldn't write it, or whatever. So in this particular case, they wrote just, yeah, we're just gonna finish above sovereign, and that's what matters. And like I thought that was pretty funny because there must be some sort of beef there. But
I like it.
On paper, I mean, they're both the strongest in their alliance. They're both first on their server. They both have 3 sieges won. On paper, I mean, like, so you think it's gonna be CallMeDaddy? I'll roll the board Apes way, but I will say that CallMeDaddy are a bunch of men over here because they were like, yo, why are we allowing other people to fill from their alliances? Are they pussies or what? And I'm like, yo, bro, sometimes people just don't have the attendance, man. You gotta relax a little bit. They're like, yeah, whatever. We'll just win anyway. I was like, holy crap. They're absolutely Giga Chad. So that's our first match of the day. Elder versus Divium. Führer over here, and again, Divium, I believe that's a content creator for EU, so I'm wondering if that's his guild over there. But I'll introduce Elder here. This is our second match of the day. It's going to be Elder, which is a free-to-play guild hailing from the Benny server. They are the strongest in their alliance, allied with Silent War, Exiles, and Requiem. Keep in mind there are multiple Requiems in the tournament, so this is Requiem, and they have a bunch of symbols after their name, so I just wrote symbol in parentheses there. They said that they're rank 2 on their server, so we're tempering expectations based on that. They've won 3 siege, and their prediction is really just top 50% here. Spin.
Divium, if you're correct, it is a content creator, but he goes by the name of the Wizard. Okay, you gotta respect him. He is the GOAT. His commentary is one of the best that I've ever seen. So you have to check him out. But yes, we played against Divium before, but I'm definitely going with Divium on this one. They've said they won 4 sieges, which is great. Expectations are top 50%, but just because that he is the GOAT, I am going with Divium for this one for sure.
All right, then I'm running with Elder over here because honestly, like, I kind of liked how modest they were on the. They're like, yeah, we're second on the server, but we fight really hard though. We show up. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, that's honestly what matters because, like, you know, we love to see people showing up and actually fighting in tournaments like this instead of attending fishing competitions like some of our other guilds before they backed out of the tournament. Our third match of the day is going to be Virtus Invicta versus Hafensaenger, and I'm gonna let you go with the second one because I'll be honest with you, I'm American. I don't really know how to say the second word, but I'm pretty sure it's like a dock singer. I looked it up. But Virtus Invicta is a free-to-play guild hailing from the Karchar server. They believe that they are first or second in their alliance. They're allied with Brother Era and Dodo Army, which is an interesting name for a guild. They think that they're first on their server, and they certainly are because they've won 6 sieges in a row. That is every siege to date so far. And then for prediction, they said we will place surprisingly low in the tournament, Smith.
That's crazy. But yeah, Hafensaenger. I actually called him Hafenberg before, so I understand that you had a little bit of confusion with the name. But we actually played against Hafensaenger. They were a massive German alliance when we came to the server, and we fought them, and they lost the castle 12 guilds versus 4, and then they dipped out. However, I have to say, when they left the server and joined a new server, Hafensaenger actually did a Trojan horse play where they put a member of their guild in the enemy castle's guild so they could use him to get over the wall and teleport into the room. So it's big brain play right there. I know I saw a lot of Redditors being mad about it, but I would say it is a huge strategy. But that's, as I said, they're the second strength on the server. Sieges 1 are 4, but just because of the play, I have to go with Hafensaenger here.
So, okay, so they're They're running an agency. That they send agents into your guild. Virtus probably better be checking their roster lineup.
But 10
this
of them is gonna be Hafensaenger and just staying still.
Yeah, they better be checking their roster lineup in this one. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna go for Virtus here. It looks like they've won 6 sieges. They have to be strong, right? If they're dominating their server that hard, they've got to have a lot of arc boss weapons. They've got to be really strong. So I think it's probably gonna be Virtus in this one. So, but we'll see what happens with that. Our next match of the day is going to be Delusive versus JustPlay. Delusive is an early access start guild hailing from Ezekiel. It's Delusive, Pissed Pirates, and Sober Pirates. I'm sorry, that's just the name of the guilds. And then they said they're rank 1 on the server, 4 sieges won, and their prediction for the tournament is top 10. And I gotta say, Spid, there's a lot of guilds, over 50 guilds in the tournament, and most of them are predicting top 10.
Yes, I actually played against Delusive myself. They were also a part of that German alliance that I was talking about, and they teamed up with Pirates, Danny's guild, and they left the server. Delusive, I can see them performing okay, definitely not top 10 in my opinion, but JustPlay, let's talk about them. They are apparently an esports Russian guild, so I have high expectations for JustPlay going into this. They're from the free-to-play server Adriana. And they, like I said, they won 3 sieges. They're first and second in strength on the server. So JustPlay, I do see them going very far in this tournament.
Okay, I will say this, for what it's worth, there are a lot of guilds in this tournament from Adriana, and I know that because for every guild that participated in the tournament, I saw a different way to spell Adriana. I mean, one of the guilds spelled it with 5 A's. Count it, 5 A's. Another guild, there's 3 N's in the word, there's 2 R's. You just never know, like which way they're gonna go with it. Again, the EU education kind of coming through on that. At this point, I don't even know which way to spell Adriana, because I'm hoping that it's with the 1 A at this point. That was the closest that I could come up with, but based on the responses of the EU forums, I actually wasn't sure what the actual spelling of the server was, because it was so inconsistent between them. I will say, for what it's worth, I do think that Delusive, I mean, they've won 4 sieges, and then again they've got Sober Pirates and Pissed Pirates in their guild, and honestly there's a lot of pirate guilds out of EU, because we have more pirates playing tomorrow as well, but even still, Pissed Pirates and Sober Pirates should be able to sub in. For those of you unaware of how the tournament works, you have the team initially, right? And then yes, they field most of the players from their guild specifically, but in order to fill your roster, you're actually allowed to fill from the other guilds in your alliance, so long as every player only plays for 1 team. So for example, if JustPlay has 2 teams in the tournament, say they have Perla and Nera, and JustPlay in the tournament, they can actually field 2 teams in their alliance, and field people from Just and Just Edo, but those players can't play for more than 1 team. So once you play for 1 team, you cannot play for another team, or you suffer severe penalties overall. And I think that this helped a lot more guilds sign up for the tournament. I do look at some of these alliances and I think to myself, well, if you only have 3 guilds in alliance, maybe you have less of a pool of players to pull from. But I said that for the NA tournament too. And then some of our absolute best performers came from alliances that only had 2 guilds. Spin.
That's not bad, actually. I mean, that's what Sin did. They going with 1 strong guild instead of having several guilds inside a tournament. But I know, like, Sin has taken the top fragger tech from their second guild. So I do think, in my opinion, it is the better strategy to send 1 strong guild, because it will increase your chances of winning with having a 1 strong guild. But you can't get wiped out in round 1 because there's only 1 round to play, so anything can happen, like a puncher's chance, right? So 1 and done. But I do think, like you said, in NA, I saw the performance of these guilds that sent 3 guilds, and they actually did very well. So who knows what the right answer is? Yeah,
we'll see. Looking at our next match, we have quite a few of them. It's going to be ThronlyFans, which I have to say, huge shout out to ThronlyFans. That is the best name of any guild I have seen across both regions. It is a crisp name. ThronlyFans versus Chaos Q. ThronlyFans, a free-to-play guild hailing from the Excavator server. ThronlyFans believes they're the second strongest guild in their alliance, allied with Villains, Venom Empires, and Reinforces GR. They're the only team in their alliance running in the tournament, though, so they can potentially field people from any of the 3 other guilds. They believe they're the strongest on the server. They've won 4 sieges, and their expectation is to make it to round 2. So kind of a big day for them, Spit.
Yeah, I mean, ThronlyFans, I mean, I want them. I want to see them in the finals, okay? That name itself deserves rank 1. However, we have Chaos on the other side. Now, Chaos has over, I mean, they had 10 to 12 guilds. So Chaos A, B, C, D, all the way to Q. But they are showing up here, Chaos Q from the early access. They're saying they're the second strongest, if I'm understanding this correctly, in their alliance. Sieges 1 are 3, and their prediction is 50%. Now, Chaos is sending 3 guilds into this tournament. So again, I don't think they will perform the best, but we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I have high hopes for Chaos Q here because, again, they have, I think, 3 guilds in the tournament signed up here. So Chaos really showing up, and you can tell which guilds are really just truly thoroughbred PvPers in this tournament by just how many guilds they have signing up in their alliance. I mean, these guilds were hungry for it, and the crazy thing is that I thought this tournament would be, I would consider it bare minimum 15 guilds sign up. I considered it a great success of 25 guilds sign up, and again, we're at 52, which means EU is just hungry for that PvP, as it were. Looking ahead to our next match here, we have xMark versus Void. Both very strong guilds, but I think that xMark might have the advantage here based on the tier list that I saw. xMark is a free-to-play guild hailing from the Arnet server. It is xMark, Sehrai. I'm not sure how to say that too much, but Dacon and Unleash. They believe that they're first on the server, and I asked them how many sieges they won. They said all 4, and then I asked them to clarify, and I said there have been 6 sieges, and they responded again, all 4. So I don't know, but they said predictions middle of the pack on that one. But Void, and I'll let you introduce Void on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, a quick word on xMark. We actually fought them a bunch in war games. They seem to be putting in the effort to do good, so I have expectations for xMark to be able to climb through the first and second round. Void, I don't know too much about. It's from server Ezekiel, and they have a big alliance. And they're saying they're second to Pirates. So again, I mean, Pirates showing off, but they won 3 sieges out of 6. And their prediction is top 50%. So not going in with the biggest confidence, but their xMark is saying they're middle of the pack. Void is saying they're top 50%. So we might get a good fight out here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that honestly, this might be one of our better matches of the day. As Void, I'm not sure is ranked. I'm not sure if Void is actually ranked. There's actually like 4 different Void guilds. xMark actually reached out to me. They were like, "Do you know which Void that is?" And I was like, "They've got Void Board, Void Walkers, and Rage." And they're like, "That doesn't help me." And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, because there's a lot of repeat guild names like Requiem and Void on the EU servers. So it would depend on which Void is really showing up here. But if they're coming from Ezekiel, they have to be strong because there's a fair number of guilds. You can tell which servers are the most active on EU based on how many PvP guilds are actually coming out to participate in the tournament. And I've got to say, I think Adriana, despite the fact that no one can spell the name, probably has the most PvP guilds in the tournament here. If we look ahead, For Glory CH versus Pirate Gaming. For Glory, and again, I just want to emphasize to everybody that For Glory literally filled out their entire form in all capitals. Okay, every single word and everything. Like bro, there were points where I'm like, describe the culture of their community, and they just screamed at me the entire time.
Oh, they're shouting.
It was, yeah, they were literally shouting at me the entire time. But in their prediction, they wrote rank 1 guild world. NA who? Korea who? Japan what? And like they were. So they're pretty confident coming into this one. And this is, I believe that CH, For Glory has 4 guilds. CH is their strongest guild. And I think that this is their best chance to succeed in the tournament. So they've won all 6 sieges. They're rank 1 on their server. Spin, do you think Pirates has what it takes here?
I played a bunch against Pirates as the start of the launch, and then very recently, of course, the main man Danny rolls the Pirate Alliance. So even though we have a lot of beef with our guild, I really want Pirates to do really good here. It's gonna be tough against For Glory, but Pirate Gaming, they have a big alliance with Delusive too. They won one siege. I mean, but I feel like if you have the right shot caller, you know, you can give the energy to the team, they can win it. So the prediction is rank 69. I respect it, and I hope that the Pirate Gaming can take this win here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, honestly, the funny thing about Pirate Gaming is that they filled out the form. So we have For Glory, who is all caps, no breaks, like filling it out in all caps. And then you have Pirate Gaming, who was slurring their words the entire time they filled out the form. They were misspelling stuff. One of the letters is capitalized in the middle of the word, but not in the other side of the word. And then I asked them if they're the strongest alliance on the server, and they said they were too drunk to answer, but they spelled drunk with like 3 Ks and a C. Like literally. So honestly, I gotta hand it to Pirate Gaming. They're basically in character the entire time. Even when filling out the form, you have 2 different approaches to the tournament. You have the RP PvP approach from Pirate Gaming, and then For Glory, who again is RPing, but like, I mean, they seem like they're kind of locked in. So
yeah, they're gonna find the One Piece, man. With fight, they're gonna find the One Piece. Trust me.
I mean, I love that these 2 guilds met in the first round, because of the forms that they filled out, these were the 2 that RP'd the most on their forms. I was like, what am I even watching at this moment here? Sadly, disaster death versus Yang will not happen today. Yang had to bow out at the last minute, sadly. So our last match of the day will end up being For Glory, which is the rest of their guild. So it's For Glory and RMD FA. But it's For Glory. I'm not typing all the letters in there. It's like the alphabet mafia coming for me on this one. But this is the rest of For Glory's team here. Again, they filled it out in all caps the whole time. They're a free-to-play guild, as we just mentioned. They're rank 1 on their server. They've won. I just want to point out in the last one. Yeah, in the last one, and again, I had to put this on both forms because they filled out their forms differently. For Glory CH said they won 6 sieges, and then the guy that filled it out for For Glory just said they won 5, but then they lost 1 on purpose, which was interesting. I don't know if that's cope or if they actually context. Yeah, like, well, yeah, need some context on that one. But they're predicting again first in the tournament, which is going to be kind of hard because CH is also predicting first in the tournament, and that they're in the same alliance. But I'll let you introduce Unholy Mova.
Yes, Unholy Mova. I have actually never heard about Unholy Mova. It seems to be that they're playing on a free-to-play server, Elaria, if I pronounced that correctly. But it seems they have a big alliance, and they're the strongest on their server with 4 sieges, 1. They are predicting that they are incompetent. That is a very interesting choice of words to use there. I mean, they were able to fill out the form at least, right? So they're not completely incompetent, part, I think.
Yeah, except for the prediction part, apparently. I mean, they got through most of the form without messing too much of it up. And I don't know too much about Holy Mova, so a bit of a dark horse in the tournament here. We'll come back to the caster desk as we wait. Still waiting. The servers have not quite come up yet, and this is like kind of like I'm living. It's a living nightmare right now, Spid. As I was like, what if the servers don't come up on time? No, they'll definitely come up on time. No, they won't. It's fine. Surely they won't give me a shout out on Twitter if they not put the servers up on time. That would never happen. That would never happen. There's no way that they would do that. But that's fine, because now, Spid, we can talk shit on each other. Do you think that you watched the NA tournament? Do you think the level of play that you saw in the NA tournament actually matches what you see in EU?
No, I think EU, I mean, NA happened a couple of weeks ago, right? I mean, the strategy has evolved, the practice has evolved. EU has been going crazy. I'm talking hourly war games, getting ready for this tournament. Strategies you never seen before. I think, I'm sorry, NA, but I think EU is on top. I think if Throne Liberty hosted a tournament on NA ping, EU will take the dub. Not even joking.
That is crazy. So this is like a League of Legends situation where like we just can't win even if you tried. And I gotta say, based on the amount of people in EU that have signed up for the EU tournament, I mean, I'm the biggest NA supporter, but I gotta say, NA got outclassed here. I mean, they only had 30 guilds sign up. EU's got 52, which tells me that the pool of people at EU is just way larger than North America, which would lead us to believe that the EU is in fact stronger than NA, but we will see by the end of the tournament. And I honestly, Spid, what I'm hoping for is that they allow cross server play in War Games lobbies between the two, and then we get to host an EU versus NA tournament. Would be
EU will take the ping. EU will take the ping, hands down. We'll take it and we'll go and we'll show that we're made of iron. Okay, they're not ready for it.
Yeah,
but yeah, go ahead.
In fairness, NA is split between East and West. That is correct, chat. But the difference is, I believe that the majority of the talent went to NA East because most of the players that played on Korea played in the open beta and like were talented at the game and were like super excited about the game. Almost all of those players ended up starting playing on NA East, and that's why the tournament initially was for NA East. I still might run a tournament for NA West, and although there might be a decent amount of guilds over there, the general sentiment is that NA East would beat NA West. I don't know, but that is what people would say. But like, assuming if NA West did have as many guilds as NA East, then you're talking about kind of an even population there, and we might see a little bit more of an even tournament across the board. We might have seen a lot more signups for that one. Regardless, here, if we look over at the bracket, honestly, we'll just go ahead and take a look at this bracket real quick. Right
yeah,
here.
I got some really good predictions, actually.
There we go. Again, yeah, Bored Apes versus CallMeDaddy. You think that CallMeDaddy takes it in that one? I'm gonna go with Bored Apes personally. Whoever wins that goes on to fight Sin Nova. And I have to ask, Spid, who's your favorite to win the tournament?
I mean, obviously Bored Apes. I'm just kidding. Of course, Sin Nova. You know, Sin Nova on top. I'm gonna be honest. It's not because I'm biased. Sin has been going to every server, killing them, and going to the next server. That's just how they do it. They have, like I said, they're sending one guild in. They have insane fragger in tech, who is from Sin Bleed. Amazing, good individual, strong players with a really good shot caller that understands the game. So I do think Sin is taking it easy to the finals. However, I do think the finals is gonna be a really hard match for them. But until then, I don't see anybody stopping them.
What do you think the finals is? Whoa. What do you think the finals is gonna be?
Fine. Okay, so here's my prediction.
Okay.
So I think in the semifinals, in the top bracket, we're gonna get Nova versus Hot Grills. That is the top bracket in the semifinals. And then Nova will take it to the finals by beating Hot Grills. Now in the bottom bracket, I talked to you about this before. I think the bottom bracket is a little bit stronger. And in the bottom bracket, I think Hands of Unity are taking it to the semifinals versus Visceral. And then the final will end up being between Hands of Unity and Sin. I think yesterday it was an insane match where on the last second, Hands of Unity was able to beat them. I'm not even kidding when I say last second. It was actual last second. 99.9% they had capture on the stone, and it was 1 second left, and Hands of Unity got it. It is so incredibly close between those two guilds that I do think Hands of Unity and Sin will have the craziest final. However, Visceral has been showing off really good, and they have the hardest road to the finals, in my opinion. On the left there, you see Visceral. I do think they have the hardest road to the finals, and I think they will learn a lot if they can progress to the finals. So they might have a chance to beat Hands of Unity and get themselves to the finals. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, it's funny you bring up Hand of Unity because these are the people that I believed were the least competent of all of the people that filled out the form. And let me tell you, there were a lot of incompetent people that couldn't answer basic questions on the forms. Hand of Unity filled out the form not once, not twice, but 3 times, Spid. They filled the form out they submitted it 3 times, and they still got it wrong on the 3rd attempt. After that, I just started DMing them. Yeah, I just started DMing. I said, I'll just ask them. It's fine.
It's because they sit in those war games. They're probably filling it out while trying to capture a point. That's all they do, man. They sit in the war games just playing, trying to get better. That's why probably they don't even know how to fill out the form.
Yeah, absolutely. Do I have donations off? I do have donations off, but I will read it very quickly. It says, hey, Blue, AGS is watching. Since it's a good time to bring up this topic. Lucent needs to be region bound. I can guarantee most of these EU guilds have come to NA and take the Lucent back to EU. Make earned Lucent region bound. Well, I don't know much about that, but I think that the game has larger issues. And let's talk about this for a second, Spid. One of the bigger issues that I'm actually concerned about in this tournament is there's a current war games bug. So in the NA tournament, we had to worry about the Aria to staff bug, but that has since been fixed. God bless AGS and NCSoft for that. But now we have a war games bug where sometimes people are not able to get down into the match. Do you want to explain that real quick?
Yes, so it has happened to us several times. Is when you die, you cannot enter the portal again, so you can't get back into the game. From my experience, it usually happens at the end of the fight, not very early. But it has been an issue when it comes to these war games. I think AGS is aware of it, so hopefully this does not happen. But it is unfortunately a bug in the game. But I think after the maintenance, we have probably more things to worry about than just the portal bug. Anything can happen.
Well, honestly, yeah, the maintenance was supposed to end like 30 minutes ago. That's fine. It's okay. We can yap all day long. Can we talk about hot grills for a second?
Yeah.
Spid, realistically speaking, do you think that there's a single female in that guild? With two X chromosomes.
Oh my God.
With two X chromosomes. With two X chromosomes.
Maybe they probably have. Do they have an alliance? Maybe hot e-grills or something? Or you know about the new term, the eye ladies. Do you know about that one?
Eye ladies. What are those?
Ladies, nuts on your face, man. Come on, dude.
He's not coming back. I'm getting somebody else for tomorrow. I'm getting somebody else for tomorrow. That's cooked. That is actually just cooked, bro. I walked straight into it. I was so innocent. I had no idea. That is what I get. That is what I get. Okay, I've heard a lot about this Clowns Guild and how freakishly strong they are. What do you think about the Clowns Guild? You didn't mention them.
Clowns are not strong. We fought them on our server. They were part of the big alliance. I mean, they might do good as a guild. I mean, they changed server or, they might have cooked something up, but I literally don't see Clowns going very far. But, I mean, they're either meeting Delusive or JustPlay, which is JustPlay is the esports guild, right? From Russia. So
that's what you said.
I mean, Clowns. Clowns are. I think they're gonna be clowning after round 2. I'm not gonna lie. I will not be. I don't want to play any guild called the esports guild. Is all I'm saying in this tournament. That's scary.
Yeah, but hold on. When you say they're an esports guild, what exactly do you mean? Because see, in North America, we had an esports guild called Ethereum, and what happened with them is that their guild master decided to cheat on his IRL fiance with one of the e-girls in the community, which was fantastic because that actually came out during Siege in front of 280 people. The female that was cheating actually streamed the wrong screen and streamed her DMs with the GM of the organization, and everyone in the guild saw it. Unbelievable. Alex is still out there chopping trees to this day. So that, I mean, when you say esports organization, I have high hopes.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about that. And you know what's funny? Because there was more research done. And one of the first rules in the guild was no e-dating. So this guy, he made a rule in his own guild of no e-dating. And he's sliding in them DMs. I mean, damn, that's crazy. But I don't know much about this esports guild. That's all I know about them, that they call themselves esports. I don't know if they go and compete, if they actually win money. They might get some earnings from Throne of Liberty, the first ever EU earnings in Throne of Liberty. But I'm just saying I wouldn't want to face some guys that call themselves esports guild,
They could be super sweaty. I did just look it up. It looks like they're JustPlay LOL, which is a League of Legends guild, so you know they're losers at the end of the day. But honestly, we'll see if they even make it through the first round at that point. Delusive, though, I don't know. Like, I don't know much about these guilds, so it's tough for me to say. I will say this. Clowns, as far as I'm aware, is the only one from their alliance in the tournament, which means they can pull from the other guilds in their alliance. I think you might be underestimating them a little bit. And personally, based on their name, they might be one of my favorites in the tournament.
You know what, Blue Squadron? I'm putting 10 gifted on the esports guild to beat Clowns.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll match that. 10 gifted. I'll
Okay.
give 10 subs in your chat. If,
No,
I'm
we
down
give
with
it in
that.
this chat
Yeah.
to the community. We give it in this chat to the community because they're
Okay,
here, they're watching.
That's fine. Yeah, sure. I'll give 10 subs to my community if Clowns loses to JustPlay. Okay, if Delusive wins, then I get whatever, I guess. But like, if Delusive's over here, like, what the hell, guys? But if JustPlay makes it through the first round and they fight Clowns in the second round, one of us is gifting 10 subs here.
Yeah, I'm down. We can also bet on the finals. You know, I mean, I'm betting on Sin, of course. I mean, I don't know if you want to go there. If you're ready for that, I'll go 20
Let me
gifted
see
on
what
Sin.
I'll be honest with you. You said Hand of Unity is the second strongest in EU, and again, my faith in them is severely shaken after the Form incident, where again, after 3 attempts, they still could not get it right. I have low expectations for them, so let me see them all play first, and then we'll get through for that. What do you think about you haven't said anything about Orca, and I just want to point out a lot of these guilds I actually recognize from the EU Black Desert Online scene. Yeah, we were waiting for me to bring that up. Orca is one of the strongest guilds from the EU BDO scene, and I do believe it is still the same core of people. Are they that strong in Throne of Liberty as well?
Actually, I mean, I can give you some history. Because when the servers first launched, we actually played with Orca on the first server, Khazar. And then there was some beef happening. There was Nyx on the server. Orca decided to go with Nyx. There was a huge fight versus Sin, Orca, and Nyx. And then they just decided to dip from our server. So since then, I haven't heard much about Orca. We have been fighting them in war games. They have been performing. They are themselves a little shaky with their war games performance. But I do think I'm going to be seeing Orca progressing through here. I'm not sure if they'll be able to beat, for example, Visceral if they get to the quarterfinals or Sovereign, but Orca is definitely a very strong guild. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they play, how they've been doing, how they've been performing in the war games they've been playing. So big hopes from Orca.
So I'm excited to see. I love to see my BDO homies succeed here. So we're gonna cycle through a few of those guilds that we haven't talked about quite yet, and look at our matches for tomorrow here. Sovereign is also another very strong Black Desert Online guild, and you had just mentioned them there, so I have to ask, and I know Anfield probably watching at home from somewhere. Sovereign, how strong do you feel Sovereign is? Would you compare them to Orca, Hand of Unity? Where do you think they fall in terms of strength?
I'm not sure if this is the same Sovereign, because people be telling me if it's the same but they're strong. We played against Sovereign too. They did really good performance-wise. That's why I've been telling you that Visceral will have the hardest road to the finals, because they have to fight Sovereign, and then they have to fight Orca, and then they have to fight Hands of Unity. You know, so they have the toughest road cut out to them. So Sovereign has been performing really well, been playing war games. I mean, the main thing I'm looking at here is how many repetitions are you getting into those war games? If you're a guild pumping these war games against these other strong guilds, you will most likely perform really well. So Sovereign definitely think they will progress very far.
Yeah, I think that honestly, so people are saying it's not the same Sovereign, fake Sovereign. Okay, all right, that's fine. One guild I know, because I checked to make sure it's the same guild, is Pretz. Pretz, actually, for those of you that don't know, and my EU homies and my RU homies will know who Pretz is from the EU versus Russia siege that happened a couple 2 or 3 years ago, I think, for the Black Desert Online scene. I believe Pretz was the rank 1 Russian guild, played against Conquer, which was the rank 1 EU guild. They did end up going down there, but they're here in Throne and Liberty, and I checked, it is them. It's the same group of people, and I'm rooting for them here because you'll love to see them come out swinging here. Do you think, have you heard of Pretz? Do you think that they're a strong guild?
Actually, no. I've seen their names here and there, but I don't think I've actually played against them in any wargame. I don't know if they've been getting any wargame repetitions in, but I mean, if you say they were strong, maybe. I mean, at least they'll beat Royal Legion, but they're fighting Hands of Unity right after. So I don't see them going further than that. Gonna be honest with you.
All right, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. I'm rooting for Pretz. They got my vote in this one. If we look at Disaster Rage versus Chaos X, that's our first match of tomorrow. Disaster Rage and Chaos X. Are you familiar with either of these two guilds?
Yes. Disaster, we played against Disaster. I think Disaster Death is the strongest guild, if I'm not wrong here. And Disaster Death, they have a big alliance, but again, they are going in it with 3 guilds, same as Chaos X. So they are both good. I don't think either Chaos X or Disaster Rage is the strongest guild in their alliance. So we're going to get a really strong match with 3 guilds that have 3 different teams inside this tournament. So that's going to be a really good fight. But Disaster overall, I do think they are a strong guild. And that match is going to be really fun to watch.
I am very excited to see that now that you've kind of explained it for me. I love watching chat's like reaction every time I say a guild name. Like, I'm like, yo, do you think Orca's really strong? You're like, yeah, I think Orca's really strong. They're like, that guild's ass. Like that. I will say that for what it's worth, EU's chat PvP has been a lot stronger. Than North America's. I mean, like, and I say a lot stronger, but like some of them take it a little bit far. You know, you have some people messaging me and say, Blue, can we please be racist? But only in the toxic channel. We will only be racist in the toxic channel. No, you can't. No, you can't. Oh, come on. Like, I like these people, I mean, every inch that they can get is literally just crazy. So the chat PvP, I gotta say, is just immediately, that was the first, we created the server, and the first message on the server, keep in mind, you have to take the toxic role to even get it. It's not even an unlocked channel when you join. It had the first 5 messages on the server. We're all in the toxic chat, and like, bro, I gotta say, it's one of the most active toxic chats I've ever seen. There's over 2,000 people on the server. It's absolutely nuts. Spit, do you deal with this chat PvP all the time?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I did talk a bit in that toxic chat that you made. So I have a little bit of history. I mean, people probably watching knows this, but we had a fight against a guild called Failure and Pain, you know, and I made a video on it, and the toxicity was crazy, right? I was reported in game on YouTube. They contact my sponsors, you know, it's the usual EU stuff. And then I was like, okay, let's settle this. Let's settle in a war game. So we fought them, and we obliterated them. So I've been saying, if you're facing Failure or Pain in this tournament, that's a free W. They're going right to the fishing tournament.
Right to the fishing tournament is a crazy statement. Okay, so you're really not a fan of Failure or Pain. That is okay, guys. I'm right here. Failure actually got a bye in the first round of the tournament because they were actually more highly seeded. Because, like, I don't know, I'm just looking at the EU tier list, and based on what people have told me, they said Failure, that looks like a strong guild. He not gonna admit it. What do you think about Unleash? You haven't talked about Unleash at all, but I think that they're rated as one of the top guilds in EU, are they not?
Yes, Unleash is strong. I think, if I'm not wrong, correct me, chat, if I'm not wrong, Unreal was a really strong EU guild which disbanded and made Unleash and Visceral. Unleash is the Russian side of the guild, and they also pump war games. They've been PvPing. So I do think, because if you look at the bracket, you will see they're below Hands of Unity, and they're going to meet in the quarterfinals, if I'm not wrong. So I do think we're gonna have a Hands of Unity versus Unleashed quarterfinals going on there, and that is again is gonna be a really strong. And is quarterfinals one game or two?
Quarterfinals are just the best of one.
Okay,
Semis
so that can
become best of three.
Oh my god, that is scary because that can go anywhere. To be honest, but one game, puncher's chance, man. Anything can happen. But Hands of Unity, compared to Sin, I would say is Hands of Unity has really good strategy and the way they play, while Sin has a really good shot caller but very good individual performances. So usually when you look at the war games, you will see the Sin players are dominating the leaderboards, but Hands of Unity like catching those W's still because of the strategy, right? So that's we're gonna see a lot of this. We're gonna see a lot of like domination through strategy, but also domination through just straight up performances of these javelin throws going crazy, right? So it's gonna be really interesting to see how each of these guilds perform and what kind of strategies they use during these war games.
Yeah, absolutely. The server did just come online, guys. So everybody log in. Maybe not everybody log in because we don't want to crash the server or anything.
Just the players, please. That's the one playing.
Just the correct players log in. We're gonna get the match getting set up right here, right now. But let's take a look at some of the other matches we have in the second day of the tournament so far. So Pain versus Nobody Cares. Of course, you're gonna take Nobody Cares in that one. You said Visceral is really just that strong. Do you think DZen has a chance in that matchup?
I think Visceral. I don't know too much about DZen. I think DZen have good arena players, but overall, Visceral has been putting in the work. I don't think Visceral is gonna get into the finals, but they have the hardest road to the finals, right? So I mean, if they are able to progress, they will probably learn the most out of each of these guilds throughout these fights.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. I'm rooting for DZen. What about KDS Red versus Error 404? Are you familiar with any of those guilds?
No, I actually am not. So that would be very interesting to see. I mean, Error 404, I think, is a guild that's renamed. Anybody in the chat know which guild they renamed from? But I'm going to say Error 404 on that one.
Right on. Well, yeah, no, I'm not sure if they have renamed. I only know them by what they've signed up for in the tournament. How about Tempest versus Disaster Grace?
It's Disaster. Disaster. I played against Tempest. I'm not a fan of Tempest.
Oh wait, that's right. No. I take it back. Tempest Grace, Disaster Grace actually already, so Disaster has 3 guilds in the tournament, and they said they needed to back down to 2 guilds, so Tempest is actually taking that on a bye. That's my bad. Tempest is actually taking that on a bye. No disrespect to Disaster whatsoever. If you've got 3 guilds in the tournament, bro, you're kind of cranking at that point. But Hype versus Requiem.
I don't know much about Hype, to be honest. I'm gonna go with Requiem here. I heard their name before, but that's all they know them for. We're gonna go with Requiem for this.
Right on. Well, I'm just hoping to see some good matches because honestly, we were expecting for the first tournament or for the first round of North America, we were expecting kind of just blowout match after blowout match, and then we ended up with basically just absolute banger after absolute banger, and it just by happenstance. And this is the first time a lot of these guilds I think have basically ever met in the games. So like I think there's going to be a lot of feeling each other out because a lot of people think that they're a lot stronger than they actually are. Spid, there's a lot of people that think they're going to be top 10 in this tournament. A lot of people think they're going to be top 5. At least 20 of the 50 guilds all said that they were going to be top 5 in the tournament no matter what. So like there's definitely a lot resting on this for a lot of the guilds here, and I'm very, very excited to see what we're gonna do or how everything is gonna turn out as we get into this one. Let's take a look back, as we may have forgotten, at our first match of the day is gonna be Bored Apes versus CallMeDaddy. So to introduce these guilds one more time, Bored Apes is a free-to-play guild from the Excavator server. It is Bored Apes who believes that they're first or second in the alliance, with Royal Legion, First Class, and Bread. Royal Legion is also in the tournament as well. They believe that they're the strongest alliance on Excavator, but so does one of the other alliances in the tournament. So there's some interesting beef going on. They've won 3 sieges so far, and the prediction is top 10. And again, I'll let you introduce the other guild, as I'm just going to let you say that name repeatedly.
CallMeDaddy. It is on the server Starfall, and they are saying that they are the strongest alliance on their server. 3 sieges won, and their predictions above Sovereign. So I really hope they face each other. I'm not gonna lie. I hope CallMeDaddy is able to face them, because I would like to see that talk. You know, that talk mid-fight. I saw some people in NA doing it, fighting on that Boonstone and chatting. I hope to see some of that in EU too.
Yeah. That's what we're all hoping for. We love the chat PvP, but let's keep it in bounds, guys. Let's not... Absolutely, we want to see clean no TOS words used, guys. Everybody keeps their mouth in line today, and I have to say that because it is the EU tournament. I do believe that CallMeDaddy is probably the more favored of these two teams here as we start looking at it. It does look like we have pick ban. For those of you that do not know, in this tournament, everything is a best of 1 until the semifinals and the finals, where we will have a best of 3. But in the best of 1 format, you have a coin flip. Whichever guild wins the coin flip gets to choose pick or ban. In this case, Bored Apes won the coin toss and they chose to pick, which means CallMeDaddy banned. CallMeDaddy banned 3 rift maps. You can only choose rift maps in this tournament. You cannot use boonstones, because let's be honest, a lot of the boonstones are basically unplayable as it is anyway. Excavator is permanently banned from the tournament because that map is just absolutely AIDS in the first place. But the bans this time coming out for CallMeDaddy were Chernobog, Kamazan, and Malakar. And the very first map of the day, Spid, is going to be a Dentist.
I'm very excited to see Adentis fights. I know a lot of players are not fan of Adentis. There's a lot of rooftop fights we're going to be seeing. It's going to be really important to take control of those rooftops when we start the fight, because that can control most of how you can position yourself. But controlling those rooftops is key in Adentis, and being able to make sure that you're positioning yourself on the bottom where the rooftops can't reach you. So I do think whoever controls the rooftops will get a huge advantage in this fight. And being able to hold that stone in the middle is going to be extremely important. Having these people just shred you. If there's a lot of staff players just standing up there casting on you, it's going to be really tough to be able to hold that stone. So very interesting fight. What I do like about Adentis is that there's a lot of ways to play it. There's a lot of chokes, there's a lot of roofs, there's a lot of positions to take, which makes the fight unpredictable, and you can use several different strategies. So in my opinion, I am a very big fan of Adentis, but most guilds are not.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see here. I think that Adentis is a fantastic map to shoutcast on. I actually think that I would disagree. I think that the high grounds, based on what we saw in NA and what I've experienced as a shot caller as well, I think the high grounds can be a little bit of a bait. You end up with too many people standing on the high ground, and you can stand on the other side of the dais and basically avoid all of that high ground damage. As long as you control at least one side's high grounds, you don't really need to worry about the high ground on the other side, as long as you really never engage willingly into the enemy guild. So I'm curious if it's going to be that big of an issue in this tournament here. But I think that, I don't know, man, Adentis guilds have to manage their resources really hard on this map, because again, if you commit too many people to the high ground, you can't actually cap the point effectively. And we've seen guilds literally just win by just running at the point on repeat with a very strong front line. Spid, what kind of a composition would you prefer on a map like Adentis? Would you like a tank heavy composition? A lot of people I know would say range heavy composition, but please understand, you can't stand on the point with a super range heavy comp and expect to win against spear users.
I think at the end of the day, for every single map, you want a core of spear dagger players, and you want to build around them, right? I think here, having a good support cast with a lot of range, like staff players and bow players that can sit up on top of you, defending the point, is going to be massive. But also having strong enough tanks that can sit on the stone and survive. I saw in NA, there was one guy that didn't even die once. He was just sitting there interrupting the stone continuously. So having enough support, having healers, just putting heals on it is going to be extremely important on this map. But I would definitely want a good support cast of staff and range players. I think it's going to be really huge if you can get control and free cast. Free casting is deadly. If you see people or players free casting, standing far away, and nobody's stopping them, they can do incredible amount of damage and will shred these tanks. Most of these tanks, they're not running magic endurance, magic evasion. They want to defend themselves from the spears, right? So it's a very lackluster attribute to go into. So most of these staff players are just going to shred them.
Yeah. Like again, okay, so you guys are under the impression that Spear is also busted, just like in North America. And let's be honest,
no, of course not.
Spear Dagger is obnoxiously overtuned for Tier 1. My understanding is that in Tier 2, that changes kind of dramatically. But I would also agree with you, based on how the NA tournament went, Spear Dagger is definitely the highest DPS spec in the game, right next to Bow Staff. But I will say that Bow Staff actually has a fair amount of utility because you have that Flash Wave. I don't think that Flash Wave is actually, I mean, obviously it's still a good skill on a map like a Dentist, but I think that because of how a Dentist ends up playing out, you don't have as much time to kind of charge the Flash Wave. If you're trying to fire from the high ground, the Flash Wave doesn't work. So everybody that's used Flash Wave before knows that if you're trying to cast it from terrain, it can get really buggy all the time. So very difficult in that respect. I would love to see what the compositions actually look like here. I am seeing a fair amount of Spear Dagger players in the lobby here, but also some SNS wands here as well. And again, I think that this map was decided in the early rounds in North America. This map was decided basically by the SNS wands, who just refused to let anyone touch the point. So the first guild to cap the point ultimately ended up winning the match because the other guild just was unable to secure a cap on the point on repeat. So I think that, like, if you're a tank in this tournament, you have to be running a fair amount of resistances if you're going to get a reasonably early cap off. And I do think that capping early matters a massive amount. But we saw that metagame kind of change in the North American tournament. Early on in the tournament, whoever got the first cap usually won. And later in the tournament, it was kind of a bait. You would get the first cap, and then the fights were so close, it would take so long for the second guild to cap that the guild that initially capped didn't have enough time to reverse it. So, like, I don't know. I think it can kind of go back and forth on this one. If CallMeDaddy really is as dominant as you say, it might be kind of a one-sided match for them. Bored Apes might be fighting an uphill battle here, but we will see on this one. Do you think... I'm curious, Spid, what weapon combination do you play with yourself?
I am a SNS GS player. I play the way where I give... I devotion my... Wait. I'm not the main character, okay? I understand. But my main goal is to devo my teammates and do some nasty pulls with my Bellandir. That's the way I play. I get them ready. You know, I put them on that platter. Yeah, for my spear players, they can just come in and just shred all these pulls that I do. So that's the way I play. The blood devotion is just extremely overpowered when you're playing with melee players around you, right? They're not taking any damage, you're taking all the damage for them, and they're just shredding, right? So I mean, I play warrior in every game I play, tank DPS type class. So this was just perfect for me in this game.
Okay, so if you're a tank coming into these matches, Spid, what is your build? Because your job is to secure the point in a lot of these.
Yes, yes, it depends. If I'm playing flank, which I usually do, I would be playing with a Bellandir. But if I'm on point, I would use Nirma. If you're not using Nirma, you're doing something wrong. Just continuously, the low cooldown stun on those stones is just incredibly overpowered. If you have enough hit and you can get through the resistance, it's going to be massive. Each and every one that is standing on the point, if you're a tank and you're not using Nirma sword, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, and we are just about to get started here. We're waiting for the final two players to join the lobby. It does look like the server is live. Server performance is looking really solid. Guilds are basically squaring away who they would like to be their point takers. In a war game lobby, you can designate who your officers and who the leader of the teams are. Those are the people that are allowed to cap the point. And usually, those are the ones that you want to be the tanks. You assign those roles to your tanks so that the tanks can get through and basically just hold F, and then the DPS players can kind of make sure that they're doing their job. But I will say that one of the more important roles that we've seen but haven't actually talked about yet is the healing role. In North America, we saw some of the best players in the game were actually playing healer. And the reason they're the best players in the game is they're actually keeping the DPS players alive. So yeah, the DPS players have more damage overall, but it's the healers keeping everyone alive and allowing them to get that damage off that really allows them to make everything happen at the end of the day. So you're an SNS greatsword, so obviously you're biased, but in my opinion, healers are the most important role in the game. Spid, would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I mean, healers are extremely important. I mean, the best comp, in my opinion, is you have to have 2 healers in each of these teams. If you have 2 healers in each of your teams, you're automatically going to survive way longer if they are good and rotating their cooldowns. You know, big shout out to my healer Sours. He's crazy with it. He just heals through everything. Sometimes I just feel completely immortal. So healers, extremely important. I mean, when you're standing on the point, you need to be receiving these healers to heal you. If you're not receiving these heals, you're not going to be able to cap the point, right? So again, double healers if you can survive, if you can have enough healers, because I see a lot of guilds, they're like, if you join us, we will give you the excavator wand, we give you everything you want, please, if you're a healer, join us. All the guilds are looking for healers. Nobody wants to play healer because everybody gets blamed for every single mistake, but healers are extremely important.
Yeah, and interesting that you say that the you want 2 healers in every party. This was kind of split when I talked to Grenton about it in North America. He said sometimes you want 1, sometimes you want 2, and I would agree with you. I think that having 2 healers is just objectively stronger in almost every case, mainly because, again, everyone just stays standing longer, and a lot of the times healers become tanks as well. You end up with the highest damage taken in the lobby almost always goes to a healer, on top of the highest healing done as well. The tanks are big sag when that happens, because tanks, it's tough for people to sit there and look at a tank, and good players are just going to ignore a tank because they know that they can't die to that player. They're going to look right past them. They're looking for those healers, and the healer has to try to keep themselves alive while also trying to keep their allies alive as well. Kind of difficult to do in a lot of those situations. Either way, make sure you get, I guess our predictions are already in for this one. Let's take a look at what chat thinks on this. It looks like CallMeDaddy has 82% of the vote against 18% for Bored Apes. So Bored Apes has their work cut out for them here, as all of the players have finally joined the lobby for our first match of the day. Big props to both of these guilds getting in, logging in quickly, and being on time for their match, despite the fact that the servers were a little bit behind schedule when they started today. It does look like we are just about to get started here.
I'm really looking forward to this fight. I think it's going to be super crucial here to get the control of those roofs early, to get a good position so you can get that cap the second that 5 minutes is on.
Right on. It doesn't actually look like I have a start button for the game here, so might have a little bit of a technical difficulty as we start here. We might have to remake the lobby again. I'm gonna ask him. I can't start the match. Yeah, so it's not allowing me to start the match here, and again, this is one of my nightmares realized in person here, because not only did the server come up late, but it's also bugging in the war game lobby. Oh boy.
Yeah, try to change leadership maybe.
Here, I'll try to hand it to you maybe. Okay, can you start it?
And let's see.
Normally there's a big button at the bottom.
Yeah, it's not showing up for me.
It's cooked. It's so cooked.
We try again. All
right. Well, remake the lobby. Go again. Oh, wait, I can start it? I have the button? Okay, start it. Okay, so Lucy apparently still has the button. It's bugged, but honestly, can he hit go?
Maybe I can give them the host?
Yeah, give him host. Yeah, give him host real quick. Oh,
yes, it worked. Let's
go.
Good. We're in.
All right, we're good, baby. First try. We're good. And we are in for the first match of this tournament here. Everybody is very excited for probably the largest Throne and Liberty tournament that will probably ever happen. I'm just gonna say it. Like, you have over 50 guilds in the tournament. I would find it hard to believe that that can be beaten by any other server in the game. EU really showing up for this tournament here. CallMeDaddy in the blue, Bored Apes on the red side here. It does look like Bored Apes is all spawning in now on point res point one over there, Spid, but we don't see CallMeDaddy yet on this one, although I see a lot of yellow on the point as well, Spid.
Yeah, it's a huge fight, I think, happening on one spawn. It seems like there's a spawn fight going on to see who will control the number one spawn.
And it looks like, honestly, yeah, so if they're not blue here, they're yellow, which is an interesting color, but that is okay. It looks like yellow is winning out here. Bored Apes losing a lot of members here and spawning right back in. CallMeDaddy looking really, really strong on this one, but honestly, it looks like Bored Apes spawning in and doing a really solid job of rallying on the other side, but really, really clumped up in the center of your screen right there. Sarah right in the middle of everything, not necessarily where he wants to be. Captain Spin backing up as well. That's an SNS dagger right there. I mean, a spear dagger player, rather, and he is trying to back out of it as well. But both guilds in an all-out slug match to try to get control of this. Remember, guys, on the right side of your screen, there are 3 minutes and 15 seconds before the point is actually cappable yet. So this is basically fighting over control of the rift itself. And I'll be honest with you, Spit, I don't think that either guild really has the upper hand like we thought here.
Yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. I would not be fighting around the spawn. I would try to get control around the stone. So it's very interesting that they decided to fight over here. Maybe they don't even know where the spawn is or the stone is at this point. I'm expecting at least 5 players or one team at least to go around to get ready to place themselves, getting ready for the stone. But seeing that they're just fighting over here, trying to get the control of the roof is not a play that I was thinking I would see.
I will be honest, is the NA players watching this are like classic EU players. I mean, the objective is I just want to remind everyone over there, and the entire fight is over here. It's an interesting choice. There is technically still 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, but you would guess that they would move over and try to secure very important locations around the rift itself instead of just absolutely turboing each other. It does look like that Bored Apes is starting to get the worst end of the stick on this one. As CallMeDaddy starting to basically get together with their statics, starting to play a little bit stronger. We're seeing a lot more yellow health bars than we see red on this one as CallMeDaddy starts to take control, though a lot of Bored Apes on the rooftops here, which is, I think, hurting CallMeDaddy. As a friendly reminder to everyone, the way it works in this game is if you have the high ground on someone, you actually get more hit against someone on a lower terrain than you. So even if they're really tanky, they become squishier if they are on the low ground like this. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground situation, and Bored Apes is controlling that high ground, but like I said, it's kind of a bait, because if you can't control the low ground, you can't control the point. That being said, we're not fighting on the point. I don't know if they do know where the point is, right, Spit?
At this point, I don't know, but there seems to be contesting them right now on the roof. So there's fights going on the roof and near the spawn, but nobody to be seen close to the stone or anything. So I don't know what they're thinking here. Maybe they're waiting for the last 30 seconds to make a play, but I'm actually hoping that they do know where the objective is.
Yeah, and now they're all fighting on the rooftop that is probably the least important rooftop in the map. There's rooftops all over the place on the other side that actually help you secure the point, but we are fighting over the rooftop that literally can't hit anything over here. Very interesting first map for the EU tournament here. CallMeDaddy actually taking control of that one. Honestly, no, it's kind of back and forth. Bored Apes and CallMeDaddy going back and forth on that rooftop, but I'll be honest with you, do they know that the map's gonna be open about 25 seconds? 25
I think we're gonna
seconds.
see a shift real quick. I think we're going to see a shift the second it opens, because right now they're so close to the spawn, they're just respawning right into the fight. But when they start moving out, I think we're going to see CallMeDaddy get a much better control, because I think this is just an ego fight right now. Who's going to control the spawn so they can decide where to spawn from, right? And then we're going to have spawn campers going. So right now, 3 seconds left. Let's see if CallMeDaddy can get this capture.
Yeah, they come down here. CallMeDaddy and Bored Apes diving down here. And I'll be honest with you, that leaderboard was really close, actually favoring Bored Apes Apes, if anyone here. CallMeDaddy, though, does mob onto the point. Bored Apes still fighting over the church rooftop over there, celebrating that they got it, and then realizing, oh, wait, the rift's over here. Very interesting strategy there from Bored Apes, who is now trying to cap the point, but CallMeDaddy has 28 people on the point, and Bored Apes is still nowhere to be found. They're all firing. Look at them. They're still up there on that rooftop spin. I'm not sure that that's the play, but they are actually going to get the point like captured here. So they're actually in the running now. They just need to put boots on the point. They need to get people in this green circle here if you're going to capture the point. You see yellow on the right side of your screen starting to get way more. They're at 66% in climbing. And when you have twice as many people on the point as your counterpart, you actually get 2% at a time instead of 1%. And again, Bored Apes just not able to stand on the point because I think they're prioritizing this high ground way too much. I'm just not sure where they're coming from.
Bored Apes are actually right now RPing. They're on top of the tree right now, casting down. I don't know what they're doing, but Kisabel on top of the tree have a really good position right now. I think the person has very high range, so just sitting up there free, casting down on CallMeDaddy. So we'll see if Bored Apes will actually be able to make a play right now, because we'll see they're positioning themselves really well here. They have the control of these trees. They're having free cast. There are a bunch of players right now in the middle, so we'll have to see. Maybe Bored Apes can make a comeback. Now that they finally understand where it is, maybe they can actually make a play.
Bored Apes actually figuring out where the point is. As it turns out, Spid, that's really important for trying to win the match. But now that they've figured out where the actual objective is, that they've actually just been dominating CallMeDaddy, 30/23 right now. And CallMeDaddy's contribution on the stone is actually declining here. They finally get partial control, but look how close it is now. That again, Bored Apes understands where the objective actually is, and they're putting boots on the ground. You see Amirian firing from the high ground here, and he better be doing a lot of damage. He does pick up a kill right there. That's really good for him. But again, CallMeDaddy just running back and putting boots on the point. But Bored Apes, they need to get a cap down. You can see them desperately trying to get a cap down. They got shut down earlier, and now they have to get another cap down. So although they are decreasing the percentage that CallMeDaddy actually has, they're not actually able to get the cap themselves, mainly because they got shut out earlier when I guess their players just didn't quite understand that they had to be on the objective like that, or maybe they did and they just weren't focused on it early on. But either way, CallMeDaddy still trying to work their way forward. They're still trying to get their way through the 60s here. They were up into the 85 percentile earlier, but again, Bored Apes coming back really strong on this one. If we look at the leaderboards here for this one, you see CallMeDaddy, Bored Apes, Bored Apes, CallMeDaddy, Bored Apes, CallMeDaddy, Bored Apes, and you can see just how close this fight actually is. What a match for the first round of the tournament, Spid.
Yes, I mean, this is what we talked about to start. Like, on Adentis, it's extremely important to get that first capture, because after that, when they have a good position, it's going to be extremely hard to get that capture up. And that's what we see right now. Bored Apes, they are struggling to get the cap. They have the numbers. They are able to get in. Like, we saw CallMeDaddy almost had a cap, and they're getting close to a cap again. But Bored Apes are struggling right now to get that capture going.
Yeah, this is the first, like, again, we've seen this tale as old as time. Is all CallMeDaddy knows they need to do is they just need to stop the Bored Apes cap on repeat, and they will eventually take it. And that's exactly what happens. CallMeDaddy, the objective focused CallMeDaddy, despite the fact that the match is very close, CallMeDaddy looking dominant in this one. It does look like Bored Apes does get that cap back now, so they're gonna start battling back. CallMeDaddy allowing them to get that was kind of a blunder. There's only 10 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. As for the first round of this tournament, we have 15-minute matches with 5-minute prep, which is 20 minutes overall, just like a normal Riftstone would be. But in order to make the matches go at a reasonable pace for the first round, they are not 25-minute matches like we saw in the North American tournament. They are actually 20-minute total matches here, as there's only 10 minutes left on the clock. Bored Apes is ticking here, 35% and climbing, and they are rallying strong to the point on repeat. CallMeDaddy struggling to keep control of this one, and I'll be honest with you, this might flip, Spid.
This is extremely scary for CallMeDaddy right now. Bored Apes have really good control. You see them on the roofs. They're sitting on each roof. They're not panicking. There's ice cold inside of there. You have Bored Apes on the tree, Bored Apes on the roof. casting, and I think Bored Apes might be able to turn this around.
Yeah, I actually think that they actually probably are going to get a camp off here, even though unless CallMeDaddy can shut the door on them convincingly, which we have not seen them be able to do quite yet in this one. I do believe that Bored Apes is slowly going to creep their way towards a cap here. So the question is, does CallMeDaddy want to commit and try to keep them from capping for the next 9.5 minutes, or do you give it to them immediately so that you can turn around and reverse cap it at the last minute here, Spid? I'm not sure necessarily what I would think here. I would personally probably just try to fight it out for a grueling 9 minutes, because it does look like they are barely maintaining control. 30/25 right there is actually very, very close, and Bored Apes keeps ticking back and forth, but it looks like they're down at 38% contribution now. As again, look how many Bored Apes are on the high ground, and this is what I'm talking about. These players that play from the high ground can cost their team the game, because again, these players are not contributing to the point. They're not contributing to their team's success. You'll notice that 4 players is often the difference on the right side of your screen here, whereas pretty much everybody from CallMeDaddy, save maybe 2 members, are basically diving onto the point. You have Bored Apes basically standing on those high grounds. That's not what you necessarily want to see here, Spin.
Yes, I mean, when they're so close in numbers, I would want to see more people on the point, but Bored Apes, they're not panicking. That is really important in war games like this. Not panic when you see the numbers going up or decreasing. Cold face and think smart. That's extremely important. But I do think Bored Apes will take this. They are playing very smart. They're getting good positions. And the yellow, CallMeDaddy, they are panicking. They're running into the point and just getting absolutely smashed every time they enter.
Yeah, Bored Apes finally rallying here into the final 8 minutes of the match. 46% in climbing, and finally CallMeDaddy does manage to get a gasp of air on this one. They need to try to get control of this point, but it is so close. You'll notice that for 15 seconds, Bored Ape had control. Boom. They got like 25% towards the cap in about 15 seconds. That is how close this can be. It will come right down to the wire on this one. CallMeDaddy basically hard committing to try to keep Bored Apes from capping this, because if Bored Apes does manage to cap this, I highly doubt that CallMeDaddy will have the time to flip and reverse this. 50% and climbing. You have to be a little bit scared if you're a CallMeDaddy fan at this moment, because Bored Apes is starting to rally. 26 people on the point to 18. If they get to 2 times the CallMeDaddy number, they'll start to climb very quickly here. 60% in climbing speed. I don't know if CallMeDaddy can hold this.
No, I am sweating right now. I was hoping CallMeDaddy would take this, but this is not looking good for CallMeDaddy. We have time is running out, and if Bored Apes get this cap, I don't see how CallMeDaddy will bring this back. They are just rushing in. They're spawning in, running straight to the point instead of fighting these important fights on the edges. Like Bored Apes just standing there free casting. They cannot let them do this.
Yeah, 70% now on the clock, but now again, CallMeDaddy battling them right back down. 68%. They're desperately trying to keep that contribution low. They get 35 people stacked onto the point out of 48 is a lot of people from CallMeDaddy committing to that call. So you can't say that people aren't committing to calls. These people are committed. Bored Apes, though, honestly driving it back. You have to appreciate the dedication on their side here. I think they thought they had it. They let off the gas pedal a little bit because, see, Bored Apes is playing a delicate game here, chat, where they don't want to take it too quickly, because then they could give CallMeDaddy the chance to rally. If they take this too fast, CallMeDaddy will take this back from them at the very last minute. So they're really kind of trying to take it, but kind of do it slowly in this case. You can see them building 65%. Although I'll be honest, at this point, you better just get control of this one. 23 to 22 people on the point, but that's all you need is one more foot on the point than your opponent here, and that is exactly what Bored Apes is counting on. They're really struggling to get over that 70% mark here as CallMeDaddy starts to rally back here. They're taking every spawn point that they can back in. Lonley dives. Even the bow players are on the point right now, and I love that commitment out of both guilds right there. You can see Flash Waves basically trading back and forth right there, and it looks like it's CallMeDaddy winning out on the Flash Wave game right there, as it heals your entire team while also doing 6 1,000 damage to basically the entire rift here, at least half of the point here, and you can cast it twice. So it's really going to come down to, and I said Flash Wave is kind of rough to use on this map. Flash Wave is actually making the difference here for CallMeDaddy. It looks like I saw a Focus Fireball go in there as well, but it looks like Bored Apes has taken control again. 68% and climbing. Now it's back to CallMeDaddy, back to Bored Apes again. 70%. They finally breached that 70% mark, and now they're climbing pretty fast here. 71%, 4.5 minutes though left on the clock. Spin, this is gonna come right down to the wire.
This is coming down to the wire. I am sweating sitting here watching this. It is so close. The time is ticking. The percentage is ticking up. But CallMeDaddy is playing much better right now. But can they hold it? Little by little, the Bored Apes are getting those percentages up. They are doing good positioning, but they are also most likely starting to sweat right now, panic a little bit in the comms. But still, some of them are still sitting on these roofs instead of getting into the point, trying to get good control here. And we can see that CallMeDaddy is actually trash talking in the chat, so they better win or it's gonna be embarrassing.
Yeah, CallMeDaddy is actually chat PvPing right now with 83% on the clock. I don't know if I would be trash talking with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left and your opponent has an 81% cap off on this one, but you gotta give dedication to these EU guilds. They are dedicated to the chat PvP. Bored Apes has got to rally here. They got up over 80% now, and now they're down to 77. CallMeDaddy on that rally, trying to keep Bored Apes from taking this one here. This is unbelievable first match here. I don't think that anyone thought that Bored Apes was going to be able to come out and take this one, except for me. You called CallMeDaddy, I called Bored Apes. I really want to see them take it, but CallMeDaddy has another thing to say about it. 3 minutes left on the clock, and they are just pushing them down right now. 64, 63%, 62%. They've got 35 people stacked onto the points. Bored Apes, at a very critical moment, has lost control of the match spin.
Yes, CallMeDaddy is doing an extremely good job spawn camping them right now. You can see that their Bored Apes are struggling to get back into the game. They have a really good team down here with unbalanced leeway, that is just standing there, just punishing these players coming back for the spawn point, and they're getting staggered. So again, CallMeDaddy making a really good play this late here, and I think that might be it to get them this victory.
I wouldn't speak too soon on that one, as it's only going to take one rally from Bored Apes to really bring this one back, but CallMeDaddy with a super strong rally right there to try to bring themselves basically into the fold on this one. 2 minutes left on the clock. Their opponent got to 82%, and they chose that time to start chat PvPing, and then they immediately slammed the door on Bored Apes as 2 minutes tick down on the clock. It does not look like Bored Apes is gonna have the number here. We have Lana and Lala, but whatever that guy's name is right there, Lana Laya, just not on the point right there. Fuji's not on the point either. That is not good for them. You see a lot of points. Kian Aston not on the point either, but holding two CallMeDaddy members over there is really good for Bored Apes, but only 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to pull this one back. CMD has literally shut the door on this one all the way down to 42%. Spit, I'm speechless.
I think Bored Apes, they have to bring people to the point right now because they have so many people sitting out of the point. The time is ticking. It's 1 minute left. You can see now they're getting more and more people on the point. They have to keep doing this. Keep telling them to come on the point because it is ticking down.
Yeah, Amaran and Beans both standing on the high ground right now. They have got to get onto the point. Finally, they dive onto the point, probably because the shot caller started screaming at them. You can almost hear it through there, but it's just not enough. CallMeDaddy is more dedicated to the objective. They were first to the objective. They capped it first, and they kept it the entire fight. But dang, it looked so close for Bored Apes right there. 35 seconds left on the clock. No way they're going to be able to bring this back now unless CallMeDaddy gets a full wipe here. I'm sure that they've already called for Guardians. The cooldowns have been called here. Bored Apes, though, with a surprisingly close first round, and man, they put on a good show. 15 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be CallMeDaddy taking the very first match of the EU Best in Guild tournament for Throne and Liberty. Wow, what a match. Let's see the highest DPS in the match here as time ticks down. CallMeDaddy takes it. It is going to be Gibber with 3.3 million damage. And normally we see basically one guild dominate the leaderboards here, but you can see just how close this actually was. CallMeDaddy, Bored Apes, CallMeDaddy, Aether, Bored Apes, Bread, CallMeDaddy. So like you see how close this actually was, but 3.3 million on a Spear Dagger. Look, Spear Dagger again, Spear Dagger. There's a trend here. Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, and then a Great Sword Spear, technically different, but not really. At the end of the day, if you look at damage taken, who has the highest damage taken here? Hold on, let me see. I see 1.3 million from Grimoire Weiss. Oh no, 1.4, 1.6 million from Toro. Right here.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah, 1.7. Yeah, by Jarper.
1.7 by Magic.
Rank 55.
Yeah, CallMeDaddy's Magic takes 1.7 million damage and will take home the crown for being the strongest tank in the lobby. We see 3 million damage healed by Para. Let's see if anyone can beat that. 4.7 million by YojiMB, and this is what I'm saying. 4.8 million by Ichibuyu. So honestly, the healer. Oh my God! Wait, 12.8. What?
Whoa.
Okay, Spid, I want to put this out. Okay, the best healer in North America had 5 extra minutes in the match and still did not get that much healing. Okay, 5 extra minutes and still did not get that much healing. 12.8 million damage healed in a 20 total minute match where the NA matches were all 25 is literally insane. That is the best healer I have ever seen. I don't think that anyone's going to be able to beat that. Sleepy, an absolute goat on that one. But
Sleepy. Sleepy, are you looking for a guild? Are you looking for a guild? Come.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy moly. Someone get that man. And they're like, no, he's taking us the MVP. Right there, but CallMeDaddy with a great match there. I think Bored Apes had a great showing, and I applaud them for coming out to the tournament. I thought they did a great job, despite the fact that they did lose in this first round like this. What a first match of the day, Spin.
Amazing match. I think Bored Apes could have taken the W if they knew where the objective was very early. I don't know why they were fighting near the spawn, but they did a really good job trying to get back up. We talked about this at the start. On a dentist, it's just extremely important to get control of that stone early. So Bored Apes, you guys did good. You guys were fighting. I saw some of you guys were on the tree. You guys thought you were literal apes probably, but it was amazing done. However, you guys have new daddies.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay, so I'm just gonna be honest with you, Spid. Anytime someone calls that, okay, it's just a red flag. Okay, if you come over to if you're a girl and you go over to your boyfriend's house and he calls his mom mommy, you just need to get out. Okay, and for the same reason, if you're a guy and you go over to your girlfriend's house and she's like, "Hi, daddy," like, no, it's time to leave. It's time to get out. All right, so I don't. The CallMeDaddy has they have a new daddy is crazy, literally insane. It looks like our next match is already being set up on this one. So let's take a look over at Elder versus Divium Bureau on this one. I think that you called Divium on this one, but Elder is a free-to-play guild hailing from the Benny server. They believe that they're the strongest guild in their alliance with Silent War, Exiles, and Requiem with a bunch of symbols behind it. They're the second strongest alliance on the server. They've won 3 sieges. Their prediction is top 50%. I'll let you introduce Divium one more time.
Yes, Divium. The reason I am cheering for Divium is because of the Wizard. I do think Elder might be the stronger guild here, but Divium are looking really good. We've fought them before on Bellinger, if I'm not wrong. They have 4 sieges, 1, but they have the power of the Wizard. So I do think Divium Führer might have a puncher's chance in this one.
Okay, so you keep saying puncher's chance. I know what that means, but other people don't, so you should explain it so that chat knows, and then we'll all know.
Yes, so when you're the underdog in a story, a punch is all you need to finish it off. In this mode that we're currently playing, you only need 1 win to go to the next round. We're not playing best out of 3. So if you do a good play, you were able to cap that point on the last minute or couple of minutes, you have a chance to even beat one of the strongest guilds.
Okay, yeah, so it's an underdog David versus Goliath situation. I'll be honest with you, I think that Elder absolutely has a chance here. If they've won 3 sieges, they probably have a fair amount of gear here. And Divium Führer says that as far as alliances go on their server, they said that they would be the strongest, but they just never have enough people because they only have 3 guilds, which means they're probably lacking a little bit in gear. And like, gear has to be a little bit at least in the discussion. People have had time to get their gear, to get their runes and stuff, but I think that especially when it comes to arc boss weapons, I do feel that arc boss weapons can make a massive difference in wargame lobbies like this, Spin.
Huge. I mean, especially in, for example, Adentis, there's a lot of choke points. If you have a good SNS player that can pull players in, you can deal an insane amount of damage. Definitely, if you have been stacking up on a dead server, you do have the advantage of the arc boss weapons. However, if you're on a dead server, you don't have the PvP experience. And in my opinion, the PvP experience is way more important than how many arc boss weapons you have.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to the Whelps who just rated us here. Whelps, we are in the Best in Guild EU tournament here, which I believe, I'm just going to be bold enough to say, this will probably be the largest Throne and Liberty tournament that the game may ever see, with 54 guilds signing up to be in the tournament. 52 actually participating. 2 of them decided to go to a fishing tournament instead, but that is fine. But over 50 guilds signing up for EU is a crazy turnout for this one, and we are in our 2nd match of the day here, getting ready for that one. So everybody make sure you give the Whelps a follow there. Another big Throne and Liberty streamer. Appreciate the raid, big man. I am predicting Elder here, guys. Make sure you get your predictions in. I'm predicting Elder, and I wasn't quite correct about the last one. See, in fairness, you have the advantage of knowing. Yeah, you're technically 1-0, but I think it was a lot closer than you were sweating.
I was sweating, I'm not gonna lie. When those board A's were pushing, they had like 40 players at one point. I was like, oh my god, I'm taking me the first L.
Yeah, you're... when they got over 80% and started, and CallMeDaddy started chat PvPing, I was like, there is no way I am listening to this right now. This is absolutely insane. But like, nope, they ended up pulling it out. So you got to applaud the EU guilds. Chat PvP has definitely been a step above what we are normally used to here. It looks like both teams are already in the lobby. Says we move over to the versus screen here. It looks like, yeah, I can't move teams. I'm on the spectator. So we are just about ready to go. Both guilds getting ready to start on this one. Elder versus Divium Führer. Again, is this Divium's, is this the content creator? Is this the Wizard's guild?
Wizard, yes.
This is his
the
guild.
Wizard, yes.
Is he
I don't know if
actually
he's
in
playing because I don't actually see him anywhere. But I really hope that he is playing because his shot calls are really funny. Like, you have to check that out. But I do think, again, we're getting a Dentist Riftstone. So this time we'll see if these guys actually learn from the last fight and not start fighting on the spawn, but actually try to contest the point.
Yeah, we're seeing the ban. So Divium won the coin toss. They chose to pick Elder banned, which means that Elder banned Kamazan, Malakar, and Grand Alon, and we're seeing a Dentist again. And this is in contrast to the North American tournament, where we saw a different map every single time. A lot of guilds are starting to favor a Dentist as their first map of the day. I'm not really sure why that might be, but I think there's a lot of strategy that actually goes into a Dentist, because, you know, if you keep too many people on the high ground, as we saw, it is absolutely the difference. And then if you're not on the point, or maybe don't know where the point is or the objective is early on, it might hurt your guild a little bit more than maybe you're anticipating on this one. I will say I don't see the Wizard anywhere in the lobby here, but I do see Toilet Nuker, which is an interesting name.
I hope I see him on the top 1.
Yeah, that is a crazy name to have for somebody on this one. Yeah, we're waiting because some people are being swapped around and being subbed in here. So both teams are 48/48, but we were just waiting on those few people to go ahead and get swapped around. No big deal here. I think that, again, based on what you saw in the last match here, do you think there's just anything that Bored Apes could have done better to approach it, other than maybe be on the point a little bit faster? Do you think that, like, compositionally, seeing that, do you think that more tanks would be stronger there, or do you think that more DPS?
I think overall, the main issue that Bored Apes had was getting enough players on the point, right? They had really good control on the roofs, but they were getting hard punished by a team that was staggering their spawn because they had to take the spawn that was further away. And if they had a team that could contest that team, I think they could have had a much better flow in their team and getting on the point much better. However, I think they had the advantage when it comes to positioning and the classes. They had a lot of staff players just free casting. We had the person on the tree that I was talking about. The whole game. I'm not even joking. I was watching that person the whole 20 minutes, just sitting on top of the tree, not getting touched, just free casting on top of the point.
Yeah, but was he contributing to the point though? That's the problem. And like so many times we saw one person being the difference in that match. And like, yeah, you're hitting people, you're being annoying, but they could just heal that right back up and they're contributing to the point overall. So unless you're translating that into a lot of kills, I'm not really sure that that is necessarily the play. It looks like Divium Fuhrer actually they're sweating in this match here a little bit. Elder pretty confident in their lineup over here as they're not subbing anyone in, but Divium a little less confident overall, so they're subbing people in last minute, subbing people out, subbing people in, and getting ready to go. It does look like the lobby is ready. You have to start it. I can't start. Yeah, I can't start the match. So I will give it back to Lucy, and he can start the match.
Yes.
There we go. All right, perfect. And we are getting into this one. Hopefully everyone got their predictions in for this one, as we are in the second match of this tournament here, and the guilds are spawning in. Let's take a look at this one. Trying to look around to see where everybody is actually going to spawn in here at a dentist here.
We're right on the point right now. We see Elder is already on the point, taking control of the roofs, doing an amazing job right now, getting the control.
Yeah, I do think that it's like, and again, this is what you expect out of guilds early. I just want to point out, this is where the fight should be early on. I felt like that first match was guilds were just duking it out, and like that was a little bit strange to see guilds not fighting towards the objective and trying to take control of that early on. And again, we saw Bored Apes kind of get punished for not being over there early, but you see these high grounds are very important. If you stand on this high ground here, you essentially control this half of the dais on this side here, and then again, if you want to control the other high ground, you basically control the other half of the dais. Controlling both high grounds mean you might just not have enough people on the plane itself, but Elder is actually swarmed all around right now, and we do see Divium all spawning in on point 2. They're gonna attack from Elder's weak side on this one, Spid, as they come all the way up in. Here's the first engagement they are looking at. Elder trying to reposition here. A couple of flash waves being wasted right there. Mr. Luck in the wrong neighborhood right there as they collapse down onto him. No healer's going to be able to save you. He tries to dive off. Orcs is also up here as well. Look at the backline. Dive in for Elder right there. A beautiful flank coming in on the backside of Divium right there. Divium having to fight off the flankers from Elder as more people reinforce onto that low ground. And again, there is still a fight over this high ground battle right here, but it is a super spread fight right now, Spid.
Yes, Divium did a really good job trying to get them on their weak side. We saw they were really split. Elder was split everywhere, but Elder did an amazing job coming back down, gliding down on their flank. And now we see there's a huge brawl going further and further away from the stone. But we see Divium is trying to, again, try to get on top of those roofs to get control. This is a much even fight than I thought it would be.
Yeah, Divium looks like they actually battled back. They won the initial engagement there, but that's because a lot of Elder were probably told to stay on the rooftops and not leave. Now Divium ended up cleaning up the remaining flankers from Elder right there as Elder tries to reinforce onto the church rooftop. I'll try to get a better angle on this one as the entire fight is transpiring on one like 3x3 rooftop up here, and it is back and forth. It does look like Elder might be winning out. I may have. Oh my god, it's just a total slugfest on this rooftop right now as Elder tries to reinforce from across the way over there. Flash waves are coming across, trying to make something happen, but Divium starting to overwhelm onto this rooftop right now. Not actually finding it though. A minute and 50 seconds left onto the clock. Both guilds in range to cap the point. This time, in contrast to our last match, we see again both guilds ready to cap the point at a moment's notice here. As you are the fight is very close. It's just control over this high ground, which both guilds seem to favor. But even if you lose control of this high ground, you can just take the opposite high ground over there, and it'll be okay, Spid.
Yes, Elder is doing a really good job. You can see there's a whole team just standing next to the stone, not doing anything, just waiting for the time to tick down. It seems like most of the guys are doing the work up there with Divium. But Elder, again, good positioning right now. Divium is just charging in on top of the roof, trying to get that control. But Elder just countering them because the Elder is spawning from spawn 1 while Divium is coming from spawn 2. So they're clashing each other and they're getting on each of the sides. But again, I feel like Elder has a much better control near the stone. But Divium is right now diving down. It seems to be a huge fight next to the stone right now. It's ticking down. 1 minute left. Let's see if they can actually get a good control around the stone.
Yeah, 45 seconds left onto the clock. Both guilds know that now it's time to try to secure the stone. Divium dives down, leaves them very vulnerable. You see a lot of them getting knocked into the air right there by a really solid tornado. A lot of them getting low on health. We'll see if they can actually make something happen. Look at these Elder players right here, and this is where you want to be firing from the high ground. Look at this. They're pot-shotting Divium. Divium getting shoved off the point here with a lot more Elder members in position as time ticks down here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Elder winning out on this half, but you see, again, like I said, Divium postured up across the way over there, as again their guild on that half of the dais controlling those high grounds, and again Elder on the other side controlling these high grounds. But it does look like Elder has more boots on the point proper right now, but it's going to come down to who can actually get the cap down on the point initially here. As it is now officially started, we should see our first cap start to come down now. It is Divium going for that cap on it. They need to CC him off. Are they just going to let him have it? No, they do CC him off, despite the fact he's got a Nirma equipped on that one. And now again they're trying again. Are they going to get another CC? They are. The tanks doing what they can to try to get the cap down so that they can start getting contribution toward this win. We saw in the last match the first cap matters so much because you start getting contribution before your opponent actually does. But look at Elder. Look at all the yellow health bars on the point right now. Divium getting hard shoved off right now, but I'm not sure that Elder can actually secure this point. Lara going for the cap right there. Are they going to get it? They do get it. Lara does find the cap, and they have far more people on the point. Spin, it might not be looking too good. It might be a 1-1 situation.
Elder is doing a really good job holding them off. I would love to see a little bit more flanks going their back because it's like I said, the fight is really split. We have a Divium on one side, Elder on one side, not a lot of flanks going behind them to take control. It's just a straight up brawl. And we had RNG Jesus from Divium trying to get control of that point, but he did not have RNG with him today.
Yeah, a lot of people from Divium actually securing the high grounds up there. But again, we're seeing they just don't have enough boots on the point proper here. And Divium is going to find themselves in a difficult position. They do get the cap down on the point and start to get contribution as quickly as they can. 30 people on the point. They start to commit. The problem on this map is if you commit too many people to the high ground, you lose control of the point. And if the enemy guild caps the point, then all of those people that were on the high grounds before now must commit to the point so that you can get the cap down. So the first cap is so important on a dentist like this, and it's a heated battle back and forth now as Divium is finally on the board. They've already shot up to 14%, but Elder doing their best to kind of fight back here, but it is within one player constantly. 19-20 on repeat here. Elder falling down a little bit, but look how many people Elder has on the high ground. That's 5-6 people. That's the difference right now on the leaderboard right now, is Divium is just committing more strongly to the point, and that is the problem with committing too many people to the high ground on this map early on when you're trying to cap this point. 47% and climbing for Elder. They do manage to get control again, and now they have over 2 times as many people spid. They're gonna get so much contribution from this.
It's so much back and forth right now on the point. You see Divium is coming with big numbers, but then Elder is just countering them. It's just extremely close. These fights happening on the roof. These people should help on the point a little bit more. Having 4 people fighting 1 guy is not it. I think we're going to have a really strong and close fight here. I think a lot depends on how well can they flank. get them from the back so they can get much better control. And they have to get people on the point.
Yeah, they absolutely do here, as Divium actually battling back up at 27% and climbing. They are slowing Elder's ascent here, as the Elder's still stuck at about 53%, up at 30% now as Divium, as they claw their way back into this one. But you can see just how important it was for Elder to get that early cap down on the point, despite everyone mobbing onto the point. Look at that tornado go down right there, and Elder getting a lot of people basically blasted off the point by Divium. An excellent play right there. Divium doing a better job of trying to stay spread out where they can. Istrador firing from the high ground right here. It looks like they have 3-4 people firing from the high ground, and again, that is the difference, 18 to 22. Those people were on the point. They would absolutely be winning the point battle right now, but you can see that Divium is slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one. 42% to 51%. Elder starting to lose control now. Irez getting knocked off that high ground right now. Divium actually controlling not 1, not 2, but 3 high grounds, but Elder trying to battle back for it now, committing a lot of people to the high ground. That means that Divium is going to take over cap on the point at 52%, actually pass Elder in contribution right now, Spid.
Divium is doing absolutely amazing. This is what I want to see from Bored Apes. They are putting players into the point. They are covering each of the corners, each of the chokes. They know where Elder is spawning from, and they're putting heavy pressure on them. It doesn't seem like Elder has a good answer to this. Currently, they're trying to figure out what to do. They're scattered absolutely everywhere, and they need to either regroup or do something different, because Divium is about to take the cap. It's just 15% left. They had equal amount of numbers. So Elder does have to make a very smart play here, or Divium will be able to get the first cap.
Yeah, I will say, for what it's worth, the leaderboard is perfectly split. Just like our last match, Elder and Divium Fuhrer are basically equal on the leaderboard on both sides. Elder starting to battle back now, climbing up into 40%, trying to knock down that contribution over on Divium's side here. Divium climbed up to 85, now back down to 80, and we're up at 45%. Elder starting to battle back now, 24 people on the point, and holding strong right now as they stand over the top of Divium. They're starting to climb closer in percentage here. I think that these matches are way closer than people thought they were going to be for the first round of this tournament. Holy moly, these guilds come out swimming. Well, honestly, some people are fishing right now instead of participating in the tournament, so they are in fact in some cases swimming, but at least Elder and Divium are actually swinging, rather. 57% to 75. They're climbing back into it, Spid. 62, 63. They have over twice as many people on the point. They're climbing so fast. Elder with the strongest rally we've seen today. 75, 76. Holy moly. Elder with a very strong rally. Where did Divium go on this one? 85% as they crash back onto the point, but Elder has had time to actually get with their statics, to start working with one another, to work well. 93% to 61, where we thought Divium was going to take it there because they took back over. Elder swings it back the other way, and now they're at 95%, Spid.
This is absolutely amazing. Like I said, Elder needed a plan. They needed to regroup, and that's exactly what they did. They answered perfectly. That's what I like to see. Right now, it is extremely close. They're at 90%, but Divium is holding on. They're trying to throw bodies on, but they're not panicking. You still see these players are on the roof fighting and shooting down. I don't understand why they're not getting on the point, because it is 4 or 5 players. That's all they need, but it seems that Elder got the first capture, and it's 8 minutes left, so Divium has to start working on this.
Unbelievable back and forth match so far. The question is, does Divium, they need to cap this right away? Are they going to get it? They are. Elder just can't stop them from attempting to cap that point. I was going to say how important it is. Every moment is important. You don't let them recap this point, because every moment is going to matter. Now that percentage will basically only climb, but honestly, Elder saying, no, we're just going to try to shut the door on them. 15%. Honestly, I'm not sure that they have enough time to bring this back. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Divium is going to have to work really hard to come back into this one. Elder coming out and showing everyone why they deserve to move to the second round of this tournament here. But Divium, honestly, they're starting to climb. They're already at 25% and climbing. They definitely have time to come back into this one. Again, Elder with a big fumble, I think, right there. Their tanks were not prepared for the immediate recap from Divium right there, and they should have been, because every second matters in a match like this. Divium already up at 40%, Spid.
This is huge from Divium. They answered really quickly, and surprisingly, nobody stopped them. I was actually expecting it to take 2, 3, 4 minutes to be able to get the point, but they're already on it. They're over 50%, rapidly increasing. Does Elder have an answer to this? I mean, I am really happy because I was cheering for Divium, so the wizard power is going crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Divium actually backed off the point to let Elder have it earlier so that they would have time to recap it in this case. It is a strategy to kind of, you make that first one go really long, and then you recap the second one very quickly, and then your opponent just doesn't have time to rally on this one. But now that I see this, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, because Elder... 29 people on the point. They've almost got 2 times as many people on the point, which means that they will decrease the contribution by 2 times per second if you have twice as many people on the point as your opponent. Down at 45% again. Divium really struggling now on this one, 24-20, and you can see that pretty much all of Divium's people on the high ground have basically dropped down, except for Enma, who didn't get the memo on that one, but everybody else committed onto the point. But Elder still with more people on the point, decreasing that contribution down to 40% with 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Again, time is starting to run thin here.
Elder's doing a really good job, and just they see where Divium is coming from. They're coming from spawn 3 through the choke, and Elder's doing a great job just shutting them down before they can even get on the point. They have good control, they have double the numbers, and they're really, really good at defending. I don't know what they figured out earlier, but whatever they did is absolutely working right now. Divium does not know what to do. They're doing the exact same thing, coming in, morphed up, and just getting absolutely shredded by Elder currently.
Yeah, I think they're calling their cooldowns a little bit better, whether it be Bastion or Blessed Barrier or even their Guardians or their Remedies. I think that Elder has had some very strong pushes here to keep Divium on the back foot, and Divium, it just doesn't look quite as organized as this Elder squad. Although Divium may win the skirmish short term, Elder looks like they just work better as a unit. They look stronger as a guild than Divium does, and they are shutting the door on this. You just see Divium was up at 61% for a moment, and now they're down at 10%. They're gonna lose this altogether as they backed everyone off the point. They're gonna try to regroup. I don't know if this is the play. Losing the cap at this point, there's no way they get a cap back. With 4.5 minutes left, they have to dive onto the point right now. They're coming through. They waited too long. It's Elder's just gonna shut the door on them, and Divium, they have 2 minutes. That was an interesting call to pull everyone off the point like that from Divium. That was a call to pull everyone off the point with this little time remaining like this. They're going to dive through. They're going to try to get the cap down, but this time Elder knows, and they are ready for it. They're going to keep them from getting those caps down. There's another one. RNGesus going for the cap. He's probably going to get CC'd off as well. Yep, gets pushed right off. Perfect job by the Elder tanks. Fool me once, they said. That they ain't gonna fool him twice. And again, I don't think that Divium's even gonna get a cap back here. And at 2.5 minutes, if you can't have a cap at least at 2.5 minutes, it's almost impossible to flip the stone. So they have under a minute to turn this one around, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the play was good to regroup. They needed that, but they took way too long. Somebody was not looking at that timer, because it is almost impossible. We've seen this over and over in Adentis. It is really hard to get this stone back. So I don't know what the call was or what they were thinking, but now they're going to struggle. They did get the cap back now, but do they have enough time to get it?
They do technically have enough time, all things considered, but they need to pile bodies onto the point. All Guardians need to be popped right now, and you need to make a confident push onto the point. Every single non-sex haver that's standing on a rooftop right now needs to dive onto the point. These damn bow users, man, have got to get onto the point, as every single boot on the point is going to matter on this one, and they're still standing on the high ground right here. That's not what you want to see from Divium. And again, I just gotta say, it looks like a caller diff. As a shot caller myself, this was Elder playing better as a unit, having better pushes. Usually that has a lot to do with the shot caller of the guild. It looks like both guilds skirmish very, very well with one another. Divium actually having the upper hand several times in this one, but Divium backing up at a critical moment was a bad play, and then not actually being able to rally with each other like Elder was on the other side. I do believe that Elder deserves this win, Spid.
I mean, I have to give it to Elder. They did a really good job at keeping them out, but I wouldn't count it completely out yet. Remember, they did get 60% in a minute. So if Divium can pull it through, pull that strategy again, you know, get that Zenkai boost. Are they capturing it right now? Oh, and it gets interrupted. I mean, it's not looking good for Divium, but I would wait one more minute before I give it to Elder.
Yeah, you're just mad. I called this one easy peasy. Elder, I never doubted you for a second. Minute and 30 seconds left on the clock of this one. People are starting to say stuff in chat. That's beautiful to see. Divium with too many people on the high ground right now. And again, they're not going to be able to get a cap off in time, I don't think, as Elder's tanks are just not going to let them have it. Although I will say a bit of a fumble on Elder's side to even let them have a cap this many times in a match like this. Every moment does matter. There's some good CCs going down. But again, it could just be Divium getting lucky on their tank side, running resistances and things like that with Nirma as well. Divium trying to dive onto the point, but still don't have a cap ready. Elder basically just fragging out into the final minute of this one. Elder looking like the stronger guild on this one, but Divium, honestly, they skirmished together super well, and based on the first engage, it looked like Divium had the upper hand, and so many times in this match, we were like, oh wow, Divium's just gonna run away with this. Elder caps first, Divium caps second. Divium actually passes them, passes over 65%, 70, 85%, and then gets knocked all the way down to nothing, and Elder just takes it and then never relinquishes control of the map. Unbelievable performance, excellent strategy, good execution from Elder here. And that is probably why, honestly, Divium's the one that chose this map. Elder may have just baited them into it. A Dent is definitely a good showcase of, can your guild play better as a unit than the other guild? And that is exactly what happened here. It is going to be Elder winning the second match of this tournament. Good fights to both sides. Let's take a look at the damage charts for this one. Divium actually having the highest damage dealt in the match. Low damage match. We saw well over 3 million for the previous match. This time 2.2, the highest damage dealt here, with 46 kills on this one from Skabassi right there. But like damage taken, let's see if anybody actually breached 1,000, or I mean 1 million. 1.26 it looks like from Divium. It's Gustavo Gusto, and again, that should show you how close this match was. Divium actually out skirmishing. They had more damage dealt from their top member, more damage taken from their top member. As far as healing went, 3.5 million from ZZZ, 4.6 million from Balin Kayag, 4.6 million from Spiritual. And it looks like that's probably going to be the highest one. Spiritual, 4.6. Bao and Kayak, also 4.6. The two best healers in the match. But again, the leaderboard back and forth. But you see Elder dominating towards the end. I would expect this. But again, during the match, we saw it super back and forth, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the fight was great. I mean, we have on the top 10, we have Toilet Nuker. He put in some work right there. But I have to say, it is so important how good you are at adapting. Elder did an amazing job at understanding how the fight went. They were losing at one point, but I think it's all on the shot caller. The shot caller made some really good decisions from Elder, knowing how to position, knowing how to change their fight, and that's how they got the W. So I thought Elder was probably a bunch of elderly people, but I mean, they showed off, man. So now we're on the 1-1, right?
Hey, say what you will about elderly people. We are better at MMOs than these young bucks. Okay, one, because we have more money. And two, because we're just better. We have more knowledge about the game. And in an MMO, you'd be surprised. Usually it's a knowledge gap that takes victories in MMO fighting. So you would be surprised. If we take a look at our instant replay from that match, we see the first engage actually go Divium's way on this one. You see Divium kind of fighting towards that high ground, but look over on that right side. You see Elder actually fighting. Look at that flank. Beautiful flank coming out from the Elder flex squad right there. And it looks like Divium is actually just going to get taken for a ride on that one. But Divium actually turns this one around as too many Elder members basically stay on the high ground right there. But honestly, a beautiful first engage, but Divium actually turned that one back around, and it just goes to show you how close that match actually was. So good fights to both teams right there. As we look ahead to our next match, we're going to see Virtus Invicta versus Hafensaenger. Virtus Invicta, a free-to-play guild from Karchar's server. The alliance is Virtus Invicta, who believes they're either the first or the second strongest. Brother Era, who is also in the tournament, and Dodo Army, who always makes me think of the Ice Age movie with all the dodos. There goes our last female. I love that movie. But they believe that they're first on their server, and they absolutely are, because they've won all 6 sieges, which means that they probably have a tremendous amount of gear in their guild, and their prediction was surprisingly low, but I think they're tempering expectations. I kind of favor them in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Hafensaenger on the other side, I mean, I played against Hafensaenger. I mean, they did the Trojan horse strategy where they had a player inside the enemy team. Possibly, they might have some players inside Virtus. We don't know, but if they do, I'm definitely going with Hafensaenger. But I do think they will do a really good job. They have 4 sieges won. They are saying they're the second strongest on the server. They weren't that strong on our server, but I do think they can pull off. I mean, if they're smart enough to put a player in enemy guild, they're probably smart enough to come up with some good strategies for this war game.
Oh, true. This was the agent that they planted in the enemy guild to try to win that siege. Did they end up winning the siege?
No, they lost.
Wait, so they planted a player in the enemy guild and still lost the siege?
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea that counts, right?
Oh, no, it is in fact the execution that ultimately matters, but the idea was good. Hopping our machines. Yeah, I mean, we'll see versus Verta Invicta here as we move toward our versus screen. Make sure you got your prediction in on this one. Again, honestly, this is going to be the decider right now because we're both 1-1 on this.
We are 1-1, but I'm not too comfortable with going with Hafensaenger, though. I'm just letting you know I'm coping beforehand. You know, gotta cope. But Hafensaenger, we'll see how they do. Come on, don't let me down, please.
Absolutely. Let's see if I can get. Sadly, I have like 8 mods in chat, but none of them are running predictions. That's fine. I got the predictions started there. Make sure you get your predictions going as we are about to start this match here. Fortunately, things have been running very smoothly. Big shout out to Lucy for allowing the tournament to run smoothly so far. And as right before we get into this one, I do want to give a shout out, guys. This tournament is sponsored by Icon Digital. That's right, exclamation point Icon app. A lot of these players are very likely using their optimization service because it gives them much more of an advantage than your opponent. You have so much more FPS when playing any game that you want. It's a super lightweight app. It is free to download. You can download it. It will tell you everything you need to know about your computer, what could be going wrong with it, help you troubleshoot things. And then if you want to pay for the monthly subscription with code Blue Squadron, you can absolutely get for under $10 a month. You can get your computer completely optimized, no bloatware on it, totally optimized CPU performance for the game of your choice, and test those frames. It is absolutely insane. You're probably guaranteed. I got 40% more frames doing it just the first time. And I know Grenton did it. He got 60% more as far as I'm aware on that one. I do not play in full screen though. So, and if you think that FPS is not the difference in some of these matches, you are crazy. Big shout out to Icon Digital for sponsoring the tournament. We love it. We love supporting companies that come out and support the community like this. So we love that. Also, big shout out to AGS who gave us a Twitter shout out on social media before we went live today. We really appreciate them and AGS watching from home. They've been very kind to me in planning these tournaments and things like this. They've been very responsive. Excellent CMGM team we have over at Amazon Game Studio as well here. It does look like we are ready to start the match. It looks like one did actually restart. I'm going to go ahead and ask if we are ready.
But Divium definitely needed that sponsor, is all I'm saying. If you probably had that, you had that extra FPS boost, you might have been able to bring that back. So, I mean, for tomorrow, guys, get it down. Get it down. It might help you in your matches.
Yeah, bro, like that. $8 if you use code Blue Squadron, and you are cooking. You are cooking. We are on Talus this time, by the way. Kawazan, Adentis, and Chernobog were banned. So no Adentis, and the map chosen was Talus, and it was Hafensaenger that chose Talus this time. Talus, an interesting map to be playing on, as we did just get live here. I'm running over towards the rift. Neither guild looks like they're really spawning in quite yet on this one, but we are getting started. Talus is one of my favorite rift stones to spectate because you can approach from both sides, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Talus, but it's not my favorite because there's not much strategy to it, right? You have the hook side, you have the mountain side, you have both teleports are really close. So in my opinion, it ends up in an all-out brawl. It all depends on how well they control both the mountain side and the hook side. And the spawn, I mean, the cap point is extremely small too. So we'll see how these guilds do.
The lobby may have broken. No, it looks good. It looks good. Yeah, Hafensaenger spawning in and taking control of the rift. They say, okay, we'll spawn in and take control of it. And I want to point out there is no more invincibility bubble for the entire EU tournament. They actually removed it in the middle of the NA tournament, which made for some interesting adjustments to see the guilds actually make there. But it does look like that. It looked like for a moment that the lobby looked like it was going to be cooked, but nope, we are good. But I actually like the bubble being removed from war games, at least like this, because it makes for some interesting strategies. You can leave flank squads and things on the different spawn locations and keep guilds from regrouping. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that they removed the immunity. I think it will make really good fights. And then it's extremely important to have these spawn campers, right? Being ready to stagger these people coming in and spawning in because they can't use that immunity bubble to their advantage.
Yeah, it does look like Virtus taking their time getting off the spawn here. Maybe it's because a few of their players didn't join in, or maybe, oh no, there they are. They've all, looks like they've all spawned in on this one now. Again, my leaderboard is bugged on this one, but that's okay. Does look like that everybody has spawned in that I am aware of. It looks like Virtus diving across now as we get ready for the very first engage of this one. Virtus looking pretty strong. Hafen is really spread here though, but some of their members are actually really far back. I'm not sure that I like that. If I were Virtus, I'd try to engage almost immediately here, as this group from Hafen is just a little bit far back for your liking here. It's going to come down to Concave. Look at them. They're already charging those flash waves. Kind of a wasted flash wave baited by Hafen right there. The front line dives in and the flash waves are beginning to be exchanged. Hafen's spear users straight onto the back line of this one. Beautiful flank coming through onto Virtus right there, but Virtus getting onto Hafen's back line as well. Oh, crazy trade in that first engage right there, Spid. I'm not sure that anyone really came out on top as the flankers just ripped apart each other's backline.
Hafen is doing a really good job playing aggressive here. I was kind of skeptical when they were going a little bit back, but they were waiting and trying to bait those flash waves out, and they did masterfully. You can see right now they have good control. They're pushing them closer to their spawn. The stone is completely free, and Hafensaenger seems to have really good control here. So I am getting more and more confident with my pick here.
Yeah, Hafen actually, honestly, you say that they're really confident, but Virtus, I think, very intentionally kind of backing up there. I think it kind of went both ways on this one. Virtus diving in with their front line like this, down at half health. Oh my goodness, taking a lot of damage on this one. Tries to dash back out again, gets a heal from his healer, knocked into the air, but he's going to live. Beautiful teamwork coming out from Virtus right there. It's interesting when you look and you kind of focus in on one player. You can see the micro coming in from all the individual parties here. Everyone doing their job. The tanks trying to tank as much damage as they can. The healers trying to keep everyone alive, and the DPS definitely scrambling to stay targeted onto the same person and stay efficient with their damage. Virtus actually has a beautiful clamp down onto Hafen here as Hafen pinned against the wall and has to back up a little bit. Virtus getting a little bit of ground, but leaving themselves open for a flank. Ivar sees it. It looks like they're oh my goodness, they're getting postured. Aelin finally takes the bait right there as Hafensaenger kind of closes down on them. And this is what I love so much about Talus, is that you're constantly watching out for those flankers, and the front line can't be too separated from the back line. But you can see Virtus starting to battle forward, getting some ground with 15 seconds left on the clock. It's Virtus pushing through convincingly with control of the point. Look at them routing the Hafen backline right there, and they push through. They have such a solid backline of players along this back line here, and then finally Hafen starts to disrupt them a little bit as their respawns come in. But Virtus with a very strong push. Here's the cap coming in for them initially, Spid. Wow, what a push back.
This is really amazing from Virtus. You can see, oh, they're going for the capture. It's Hafen, and he gets interrupted. But Virtus was waiting for the last second to be able to push them in. They did a really good job. But can they hold it? I would love to see way more flank plays from the hook side. But right now, we have Virtus getting the first capture, and Hafen is desperately trying to also get the capture so he can get on with getting this point.
Yeah, and Hafen honestly doing their best to try to camp right now. But again, Virtus, the tanks, their front line is just so powerful at getting onto the point, but Hafen with control of the point. So despite the fact Virtus needs to get their players over onto this point right now, they're going to get immediately knocked off. They got 12 players, but it's just not enough. They're going to get shut the door on by Hafen, who is just more that they're on the objective, despite the fact that they can't actually cap it. They're keeping Virtus from getting, even if Virtus does get the cap down, They can't get a cap themselves. Like, Hafen just cannot get that cap down because Virtus's frontline is just doing such a good job. And right as I say that, Hafen finally does get a cap down, and they have dominant amount of players on the point as Virtus not as organized as we saw initially in this match here. They look very spread out. We don't see that wave of Virtus Invicta coming in, that wave of players, and we're just not... We're not seeing them kind of group up and push together. They're spawning on different sides like this, trying to approach from different sides. Virtus actually does get a cap down on the point, but they just can't smash down onto it. Looks like Hafen has a stronger overall tank setup for this one, and they just have more people standing on the point regularly. Virtus really struggling to get enough boots onto the point to make anything happen, so they keep capping it. But it's Hafen that it just has a dominant presence on this point right now, Spid.
Hafen is doing an amazing job sitting inside and getting those numbers up, and Virtus is doing a very interesting strategy. It seems like half of them are spawning from point 3, while half is spawning from point 1. It's a very interesting strategy, splitting their group up like that, trying to come from both sides, and it doesn't seem like it's really working right now. So Hafen is already at 80%, ticking closer. I do think Hafen takes it here, but can Virtus change it up? And they definitely have to change some strategy here. What do you think?
Yeah, this is definitely looking like our most one-sided match so far here, as there's only 12.5 minutes left on the clock. Virtus looks like they pulled off the gas pedal to let Hafen kind of have it there. They said they want as much time as possible to try to cap it themselves. Their front line from Virtus actually doing a phenomenal job carrying their guild, getting these caps down repeatedly like this. Are they about to get another one? Oh my goodness, they almost got another one down. Look in a sea of red. Virtus's front line is still managing to get caps off. It's the Virtus backline and flank team that really just cannot collapse down onto the rift, and this is probably why Hafen chose this map. They're the ones that picked. They picked Talus. They had a strategy coming into this one. Virtus definitely, their strategy early on was to stay together, and they battled very well against Hafensaenger, but now it looks like again they're spawning from both sides. Hafen seems to have the answer to that strategy, and they're just not letting off the gas pedal for this one.
Virtus definitely need to do a different strategy. They need to have a big regroup here. Hafen is doing extremely good job. That is the main thing, what you see at Talus, that you do get these dominant fights because it's not too much strategies, right? There's not a lot of chokes. There's absolutely zero chokes here to take advantage of, right? You have to get control of the mountainside and hook side. There's nobody coming from hook side trying to flank them at all. Hafen has an extremely good control. They're pushing out of the point. They're pushing up to the spawns. They just have way better control right now. So I'm really hoping that the shot caller at least will make a call for regroup and try out a different strategy so they can penetrate this stone.
Yeah, I think that when you don't have a cap like this and you have a lot of time on the clock, I would love to see Virtus kind of back up and get a regroup together and then push in as a unit. This we're going to trickle in strategy is just not working. Hafen is already all grouped up on the point. All of their statics are already standing on top of each other, and you need to understand that's a super important factor when you're talking about these war games lobbies. Virtus is just trickling in. Their statics are probably spawning in different locations, or they're just not spawning at the same times because they're dying at staggered moments. But Hafen is all grouped up. Their statics are working together, and you see Hafen basically just holding control of the point on repeat here. Virtus needs to back up, regroup, and try again. They had some great pushes right at the start there. It did not look like that they were all that much disadvantaged, but now again, the strategy coming in here, Virtus just not having it. They just seem to not understand the Talus map as well. It looks like they
There's
are.
a big regroup going on in one right right now.
I was about to say, it's almost like they're listening to the stream on that one as they start to back up. This is beautiful. This is exactly what you want to see.
But they're regrouping on both sides. They have a huge group on spawn 1 and a huge group on spawn on your side. So it seems like they're going to be pushing from each side. Again, like I said, they were doing this at the start too. It was not working out for them, but let's see if this actually works.
Yeah, so they Virtus Invicta with 2 different groups of people on either side. But honestly, if you're going to do a strategy like this, you need to hit them immediately. Instead, they waited, and I'm not sure that waiting was necessarily the play. Here comes the engage from both sides as I try to capture it. I don't know if I have enough screen space, but there's the engage happening on one side. Well, there's another engagement happening on the other. Hafen is not committed enough to the left side. The right side, it's looked like they overcommitted a little bit as Virtus dives through onto the point here, and they look for the cap onto the point. It's an all-out bare knuckle brawl. Actually a beautiful engage coming down from Virtus right there. I may have spoken a little bit too soon, but Hafen looks like they're going to come back in with their respawns. Virtus does get the cap off, but they just don't have enough people on the point now as the Hafensaenger respawns come back to the point. They're going to try to rally back here and keep them from keeping Virtus members on this point. Bellatrix getting held up here. Leduffy getting held up. Kuz doesn't feel like he can get their risk diving through as well for Virtus, but it doesn't look like there's going to be enough yellow names that actually make it to the point. But I will give Virtus credit. You'll notice backing up and regrouping like that actually got them progress. They were able to get a cap down. No, they didn't get enough people on the point here, but I'd love to see them keep trying that. Again here, Benedictus going to go for another cap, but gets shoved off immediately right there. But again, Virtus showing just how coordinated their guild can actually be here. A great PvP guild to be able to pull off a push like that from both sides was absolutely very, very impressive. And then getting the cap down, making Hafen honestly lose control of the match for a moment. It just looks like that Hafen has better overall skirmish. Their players might be better at a ground level, but Virtus absolutely has shown that they can work together better than Hafen can, and they can pull out a win. The discrepancy is not insurmountable on this one. Virtus now struggling to get onto the cap now. I'm not sure that this is the play, like I said before. 7.5 minutes left, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw in the last game, they learned from the fight, and it seems like Virtus is trying to learn, right? They did a really good push. It almost worked. They just have to do a little bit of adjustments, and I think they might be able to put some pressure on Hafen here. Hafen is doing, again, a really good job. They were able to respond to the double push, but they're just really good at holding around the point, splitting up, not letting those spears AoE them. They have groups everywhere around the point, and I think that might get them the win.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look into this one, Virtus Invicta running out of time, running out of options, but they've shown just how well they can work together as a party here. Hafen actually a little bit spread out here as, again, Virtus doing this we're gonna spawn on both sides strategy that does work against some guilds. Clearly that's not working against Hafen here unless you back up and kind of hit them at the same time. Hafen commits too many people to one side or the other, and you're able to push through and actually get a cap down. It looks like they might get a cap down here, or are they gonna get CC'd? No, the Nirma does come through. It does look like Virtus gets another cap down, and again, that's that front line from Virtus Invicta, just showing how dedicated they are to getting that cap off. But again, only 10 people on the point. They're trying to pile bodies onto the point, but look how quickly they're dying as they come in here. Hafen with just so many more red health bars here. Shulin getting knocked out of his second flash wave over there as well, just getting obliterated as they step towards the point. Only 13 people, 10 people, 9 people on the point for Virtus here. It's going to get the door shut on it once again. So although this looks pretty one-sided, I would say that normally in a one-sided match, you would not see them actually capture a point this many times, or at least go for the cap this many times like this. So this is actually a lot closer than I think a lot of people realize. We saw matches that were much more one-sided than this in North America. Virtus actually able to get caps down. They're finding plays here, but obviously they have to dive to put boots on the objective. Hafen can just focus on dealing damage and killing the members of Virtus because they already own the point. Of course, they're going to own the leaderboards in this case. Virtus really struggling. I think compositionally, they might just it might be a pretty big compositional diff in this one, as I think that Hafen is just stronger. Look how many more people they can keep just grouped up on the point. Normally, you don't want to be clumped up like this. Most large-scale PvPers in Throne of Liberty understand that you need to be at least a little bit spread out, like COVID. You need to be spread out, social distancing, so that you don't just get bombed by one person. Hafen is able to do that without getting punished too badly, and that's because they're so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus, again, like you said, they do a really good job of actually being able to capture the point. They just don't have enough numbers. Hafen is really good at fighting. You see this at many top guilds in EU do this. They're not all stacked. You see, they have separate teams fighting on each side of the map, making sure that they are separate from each other, that they can't get nuked, and they're fighting not like a one group, but several small groups. And that just makes the comp and everything that they do much better and much stronger. And Virtus just don't have a reply to it. They're continuously trying to run in with their massive Zerg, trying to get the point, but they just get trickled down one by one.
Yeah, and they dive onto it, but they can't get their healers onto the point. They can't get their DPS onto the point. A big push from Virtus, all from one side here for the most part, as they dive onto it to try to make something happen. They're going for the point right now, but look at them all get knocked into the air. They're so dedicated to the objective. They're not actually looking at killing other players, and that's a big problem for them. They do get the cap down on the objective. Again, pushing together in unity. There is strength in large-scale PvP. They push together onto the objective, and that's why we love Throne of Liberty so much, is that watching people work together, you can do things that you're normally not supposed to be able to do. Virtus should not be able to get caps down against a guild as strong as Hafensaenger in a situation like this, but time and time again, they do get that cap down. Yes, they get the doors shut on them, but I think, again, it shows just how confident you can be as a squad and just how much of a difference it makes when you work together, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect, like you said, Virtus to be able to cap the point that many times. I think they're up to 6, 7, 8 times now. So either have to go with the team and learn how can they steal the cap for us? Are we doing something wrong? Can we not stun them? Can we not stop them? It's definitely a learning experience from both teams here. But Virtus just keep on pushing, getting that point, getting that capture. It is good, but they are not fighting. They're not putting any pressure on Hafen at all. They're players just free casting on them. They're full pushing objective. Don't get me wrong, I love to see you pushing objective, but if you're not, it is a PvP game. You have to PvP. You have to defeat these players just standing there attacking you. If you're not doing it, you won't be able to do anything once you capture the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Hafensaenger, very dominant in this one. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and to be honest with you, Virtus actually overwhelming the point a little bit here with 2.5 minutes to go. A really good push coming in from Virtus right now, as their backline completely untouched. Free firing onto Hafen's backline right now, because Hafen's kind of stuck in the middle of a sandwich, but the Hafen respawns should come in and prove a little bit too strong for them, but a good swell from Virtus right there with 2 minutes to go on this one.
Amazing push by Virtus right there. I mean, they had the numbers, but they were not able to get the cap when it actually mattered. Unfortunately to see, but Virtus is doing a really good job. They're trying to adapt to the fighting style of Hafen, but it is just not enough. They're trying to go for the point. Is 1.5 minutes left. It's not looking good for Virtus, but if they can make a really good push here, like they did at the beginning, we might be able to see some excitement going on. There they go. They got the cap, but do they have the numbers? The 1.5 minutes left. Can they take it from Hafen, or will Hafen be too strong inside the point?
Yeah, Hafen just overwhelmingly dominant. There's only 5 people on the point for Virtus here. Hafen showing coming out and making a statement. You make an example of the first one, is Hafensaenger in the first round of this tournament here. They look really, really good. They've got a lot of gear. They've got the composition ready. They certainly have the strategy ready for Talus here. Virtus fighting valiantly here, but it looks kind of like a David and Goliath situation with under a minute left on the clock. It is going to be Hafen moving on to the next round of this tournament, but Virtus showing time and time again just how cool working together as a unit, just how far you can get just by doing that with each other. Almost getting another camp up right there, but getting shut down by Hafen one more time. Hafen, just look at them, and all just standing right on top of each other on the point. They're just, honestly, again, it's a make an example out of the first one situation. 25 seconds left on the clock. Good fights to both guilds here. It does look like Hafen will move on to fight Greed in the next round, which will certainly be a tougher opponent for them. I'd ask you what you think about that one, but we'll save that for another time here. 10 seconds left. It is going to be Hafen. The leaderboard is all going to be Hafen. The match is going to go to Hafen. Oh my goodness. What a match right there. Look at that leaderboard for them. 2.4 million damage on Suspect. Spear Dagger, Spear Dagger, Spear Greatsword, Spear Dagger. Finally a Staff Dagger. Very impressive there. Staff Dagger again, and then a Crossbow Dagger coming down here. Very impressive. Don't see too many crossbow users anymore. Damage taken wise, let's see who had the most damage taken in the match. I see Bellatrix LS from Virtus Invicta at 1 million, 1.1 million from Apple Juice. Again, that front line from Virtus, I'm telling you, was doing so much work for their team here. 4.8 million damage healed from Hafen by Mooble right there. I would fully expect their healers to have been alive and been able to heal more frequently than Virtus's healers. Lidgv also 4.2 million as well. 5.7 million from Mandrid. Great healing coming out for him as well. But those are the top performers in that match. And yes, that one was a little one-sided. But honestly, I think it was a good fight from Invicta there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I missed on one of them, but now I'm 2-1. Hafen did take the win right there. And they showed dominance. They show that they're here to play. They've been wargaming, they've been practicing, they are ready to battle for the top. Honestly, much better than I expected. Didn't Virtus like win like 4 or 5 sieges or something, they said?
Yeah, they had a lot of sieges. Yeah,
and they just Hafen just came here, just completely dominated the game. I did have to check on the leaderboard though, that if there was some AFK Virtus players, because you know maybe Hafen put some players in their guild to go AFK. But again, really good job from Hafen. Good dominance, dominant showdown on Talus, and I took another dub, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, in fairness, you do know the guilds more. All right. I'll bring it back. I have faith. Let's take a look at the instant replay because that one engage was actually super sick. As we see, Virtus Invicta backs up. They push the objective from both sides like this at the same time, and this takes some serious guild coordination to do, sandwiching Hafensaenger in the middle here, and that's just how strong they actually potentially can be when they work as a unit with one another. And look at how dominant that engage actually looked for them. Sadly, Hafen came back and wiped them off with respawns there, but a great strategy coming on that one, and that's what Talus is absolutely capable of, and that's why I love that match, that map is because you're dealing with a lot of things just like that. We need to look ahead to our next match here, sadly, as we need to keep things moving. We did get a late start today because of the servers. We're looking at Delusive versus JustPlay. Delusive, an early access guild from the Ezekiel server. They believe they're the strongest in their alliance with Pissed Pirates and Sober Pirates. First on the server, they've won 4 sieges. They think they're going to be top 10 in the tournament, Sven.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that Delusive would be top 10 because I fought against them, and sorry, Delusive, you're not going past this round because JustPlay is here, the esports Russian kid. And they are from Adriana, the big PvP server, the free-to-play server where the massive fights are happening. They have a big alliance, extremely strong, 3 sieges won against big competition, and they're predicting a top 10. I'm actually very excited here to see how they play, to see if they're an actual esports guild, like they say they are. But I am definitely going with JustPlay here. I think it's going to be easy W for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you get your predictions in as we are just about ready to get into the next match. I know we're basically just firing them off, keeping the action going for the first round of this tournament. We have so many matches to get through in so little time, so make sure you get your predictions in. Delusive versus JustPlay. I'm hoping for my homies in Delusive here. Again, I don't know either of these guilds, but honestly, the fact that JustPlay is a quote esports guild, I'm fairly certain that they're a League of Legends esports guild, if that tells you anything, but we will see. I'm hoping to see Delusive come out and give us an amazing match here. Again, we've seen upsets before. Spid doesn't always know what he's talking about. Okay, Divium lost. All right.
Yeah, but Divium was all for the wizard. Okay, I thought they had that Zenkai boost, you know, power of friendship, and they almost had it for a second. I saw them going crazy, but it just wasn't enough, you know. So I believe in this esports guild. They're here to show that they are ready to go all the way to the finals. And Delusive, you guys left our server. You know, you guys went to a different server. You didn't want to fight us anymore. So I am definitely going with JustPlay here.
Quickly, pick ban. It looks like JustPlay won. They chose to pick Delusive ban. Delusive ban Chernobog, Adentis, and Malakar, which means for the first time, we're going to Morokai. And I believe that that is my favorite map of all the maps. Morokai, I think, is the most balanced map. Do you like Morokai? I'm a huge fan.
I love Morokai. I love fighting on the edges of that point, just going crazy with the pulls. And there's, like you said, so much strategy going on in Morokai. You have to control the tents. You have to be on each of the corners. I think JustPlay are going to be almost everywhere on the map, controlling every single point. And they're not going to be running as one big guild because it is so extremely important to have the control of those, both the high ground and the tents.
Yeah, as we get into this one, we are already into match here. Sadly, the spectators kind of spawn in Narnia on this match, and we are running over. This is a fresh level 50 characters because, believe it or not, you can only join a War Games lobby if you're level 50. So I spent 10 hours of my life leveling a level 50 character on EU this week, but sadly, my mount is not crazy leveled up on this one, so it takes me a second to get over to the point. Fortunately, we're over here. The fighting has already started. It is Delusive versus JustPlay. Delusive, honestly, winning the first engagement. JustPlay, who? Delusive, oh my god, look at that engagement, just chewing through the JustPlay members right there. Oh, ruh-roh, Raggy, that's not a good first engagement for JustPlay there, Spin.
I mean, in JustPlay's defense, it seems like they're trickling it out pretty slowly, one by one. Okay, I'm definitely not coping right now or anything. But you see right now, JustPlay is taking the high ground. Delusive is not even looking. They're completely looking a different direction. JustPlay is behind them, flanking them from each side. JustPlay is showing dominance right now.
Yeah, honestly, Delusive doing a great job playing together. Look at that. They have the high ground. They have the low ground. JustPlay fighting on the low ground. But honestly, they can't control anything right now. JustPlay roaching out like a mage blinking out of a dungeon on this one. Just constantly, we see their members just running for their lives. Like, look at their tanks running back up the hill. They're like, we don't even know what to do right now as they move back and forth. I think they thought that they would win this a lot more convincingly as now they finally start to commit forward on this one. Delusive kind of smashed into a corner, but you can see they're regrouping from the low ground over there, and they just have such a dominant control over the point right now. Little did you know, Spid, that the esports organization that they were called previously was actually Siren. You remember Siren from League of Legends? Pepperidge Farm remembers the Sirens. Yeah, they're gonna bait and outsmart you. Not so much in this case. JustPlay getting a good sandwich down onto Delusive in this case. And honestly, they might get the route through here, but again, the respawns are coming in from Delusive once again, Spid.
I mean, JustPlay is pushing them into a corner right now. You see Delusive is against the wall fighting right now. JustPlay is trying to take control of the high ground and the low ground coming from each of the sides. But Delusive, surprisingly, is holding on. They're holding on really strong right now.
Yeah, they're just holding in this corner right here. JustPlay seems to get some... Oh, my goodness, they all get knocked into the air. So JustPlay seems to get a little bit aggressive, and then they just get flash waved and just absolutely bullied right back off the point again. It's going to come down to 1 minute and 45 seconds before they can actually cap the point on this one. But it does look like the Delusive just holds convincing control. You see the divers diving onto the back line back here. That's just tanks. They're just ignoring them. JustPlay, tanks trying to be relevant at all here, but again, Delusive just ignoring them and looking for the DPS players. It looks like they're pivoting. Look how well they work together. They're able to all change directions at the same time and go all in one direction. But now it looks like Delusive convincingly taking the high ground right there, but now they're getting eaten right now. Pac-Man, if you will, on the low ground, eaten by JustPlay as they try to squeeze through right there. They need to turn back around and reinforce the low ground, and here they come back down the hill. Look at the coordination coming out for Delusive right here. Beautiful play. JustPlay, honestly, with a solid push-pull from the high ground right there, but just not able to come up with a win on this one. Delusive looking really powerful as their flank squad is actually just constantly disrupting respawns as JustPlay keeps coming in. I don't think that they thought it was going to be this close. If we look at the damage leaderboards very quickly, yeah, I'm kind of liking my odds of this. Oh shit. Yeah, Ruh-roh Raggy, Ruh-roh Scoob. Like, I think that Blue might actually take this one. Delusive looking pretty solid on the leaderboards for the first 5 minutes of this one. 30 seconds left on the clock. JustPlay struggling to get a foothold here.
I mean, JustPlay did come out like I said they would. They're trying to control a lot of parts of the map, but it's just not working against Delusive because Delusive is playing as a one big unit. You cannot defeat a big unit with two teams. You need everybody together. So Delusive might be countering the JustPlay smaller skirmish teams by just playing in a big blob. They're doing it masterfully. They're playing together. Nobody's going down, just standing the ground. They're moving as a big blob. But the capture is starting right now. We have JustPlay going for the capture, and they got it.
JustPlay does get the cap off on the point. Delusive caught with their pants down a little bit here, not paying attention to the capture on the point, too busy trying to farm JustPlay there. And I have to say, if JustPlay loses this round, do you just have to give 10 subs because they didn't even make it to round 2, or do we just call that one an L on your side there?
I'll give the 10. I'll give the 10.
All right, good stuff.
JustPlay, don't let me down. We're just getting started. 15 minutes left, okay? JustPlay will do this.
Because Delusive just took control of the point, and now they have 24 people on the point, already at 25%. I'm liking my odds right here. Chat, make sure you take your evasion gear off because it looks like Spid is going to be gifting here, and you don't want to evade any of those subs, man. I'm going to be honest. It looks like Delusive is going to come out and upset JustPlay, despite the fact that JustPlay seemed kind of like a favorite here. I'll check chat real quick. Prediction. If I look at the prediction in chat, it was a 49% to 51% split, and I'm sure that the people that voted on JustPlay are now going, welp. This is why we don't listen to Spid at the end of the day. Well, although it is a lot closer now.
Remind you, I am still leading with the predictions right now. However,
you're 1-2,
JustPlay is just letting Delusive get the upper hand, thinking they're safe, and then just come in and make them panic and take over control. Trust me, esports guild, by the way.
Esports guild. Look, it is what it is, all right? Delusive doing their best to keep as many people on the point as they can, taking their time. 63%, it's very dominant. Look at this. JustPlay isn't even participating in the cap right now. They got knocked out of participation. It looks like they're going to get the cap off right here, and they're going to start pushing back now. They are doing a decent job of trying to hold the cap back here, and funnily enough, you can actually stand where I'm standing right now and contribute to the point, but also have slight high ground advantage. That's what Chems is doing for Delusive right now, as he steps just outside. Yeah, there we go. Steps just on the inside here, and that's what we see really good guilds do all the time, is they kind of play this ridge line really, really well, as they dart in and out of the point as necessary, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Delusive here. They're holding the high ground, but only enough that they can get that advantage on their opponent and keep boots on the point. 86%. Against 6%. It is not looking good for JustPlay on this one. If we take a look at the leaderboards, it's looking like a whole lot of Delusive, although there's some JustPlay members making their way onto the top of the leaderboards now. A little bit better for them now that the cap has to go down, but 93% spin. I'm not sure about this one.
Delusive seems to be taking the point right now. They're playing really strong. They're on the point. They're moving both up and down, like trying to counter them as well as possible. And I would say I am very surprised by Delusive. I did not expect them to come out and show this amount of force. But it is not over. 11 minutes, JustPlay is cooking some strategies. They have doubled the players right now inside the point, and they're making really good plays. They're slowly trickling. That's what I said. They just wanted Delusive to get close to 100%, thinking they can win, and then just come take over
Yeah.
at the last minute.
I'm not actually sure what's happening to Delusive right now. They look so dominant for the first 10 minutes of the match or 15 minutes of the match here, but now it looks like they've kind of intentionally backed off. And look at JustPlay climbing in percentage. What is going on?
What?
No, you are
What
not
are they
about to
doing?
cost it.
There's
No
zero
shot.
Delusives in the point.
There is no shot. Delusive actually pulling off the point right
Paid
now.
actors.
Paid actors, yeah, they don't want chat to get 10 gifted subs as Delusive needs to get people back on the point right now as the cap is overtaken by JustPlay.
We are back.
Oh my goodness, they just roached out of the point right there. Delusive.
This is level 1, by the way. Come on.
Yeah, Delusive finally getting their way back onto the point here. JustPlay with a great push onto the point. Maybe it's possible they used Guardians right there and Delusive called to pull off the point. Maybe that's Copium, maybe it's not. But like honestly, we're
Extremely close.
It is extremely close now, but we are starting to see Delusive start to take back over in this match here. It is 20%. Again, they have 77% on the cap. This is actually much, much closer. It looked so Delusive, one-sided at the start, and now JustPlay is actually battling back. This is that esports organization, organized coming through here. Spin
It's the
trusted
comeback. They
all
have
along.
the clutch gene. It's the clutch gene right there. 90%. Remember, Delusive have 90%. They have 10%. And they came back to a completely equal stance here right now, going back and forth. I think JustPlay has the momentum right here. They have the huge confidence boost. They know they can get it. It is extremely close. I think JustPlay takes this.
I don't know, man. I'm sticking with Delusive, baby. 82%, 83%. I know they've got this. 25 to 21, though. It's super, super close now, as I don't think it should be. I think JustPlay finally just starting to hit their stride a little bit on this one. Maybe they just suddenly pop their consumables. They're like, oh, we need to lock in a little bit as they start to take back over 77% for JustPlay right now against 83.
But look how many players JustPlay has just waiting outside. They're just waiting to make a massive push. Delusive will not see this coming.
Oh my gosh, Delusive has 4 to 5 members on the high ground here, not contributing to the point, and I actually think it might cost them 87%. What are we seeing from JustPlay? 91%. How did they bring this back? Get on the point, Delusive. Look, there's 12 people on the high ground, not on the point for Delusive right now. They've got to get down there. What am I watching? It's almost hurtful to see this actually unfold right now because Delusive in a massive throw here. What are we watching? 85% Delusive starting to battle back. It is a nail biter. 8.5 minutes on the clock right now. 87 and 87. It's the closest match we've seen today. Oh my goodness. It's Delusive back the other way. 91%. They're all diving onto the point except for Nini. He's never had sex in his life. What in the hell are you doing? Get on the point, you absolute barbarian. There we go. Delusive diving in 96%. Can they take it? Oh my goodness, Spin. They're gonna get it all the way home. I can't believe it. Delusive is gonna cap it. JustPlay now has to go all the way back the other way.
Oh, wow. I did not see that coming. Delusive was on top of the high ground, just shooting them down. I don't know what JustPlay was doing right there. They had the numbers. They had so many people just waiting outside. They waited way too long with the push, and Delusive was able to get on the high ground and just destroy the JustPlay members staying on side of the point. You can see right now, too, Delusive has so good control on the high ground. JustPlay spawning from Narnia, not even caring about the high ground. This is going to be really tough to get back.
Yeah, Delusive actually, this is actually so critical because if JustPlay gets a cap off, they should have the time to flip this cap very convincingly in their favor. You saw just how quickly they were able to get the percentage before. Every moment that they can keep them from getting the cap. Oh my gosh. I was just about to talk, the caster curse, about how important it is for Delusive to keep them from getting a cap off on this point. Now JustPlay is just going to run it down on the point. 20 to 12 right now. 22%. Delusive, if Delusive loses control at this point, they will lose. If JustPlay caps at this point, they're going to win this match. Delusive all standing on the high ground. They have got to decrease this contribution. I don't think they realize how dire this situation is. Look how well grouped up they are along this high ground right here. But again, most of these players are not contributing to the point overall. 21 to 10. That is actually helping now. 24%. Now 6.5 minutes on the clock. JustPlay needs to file members onto the point here, or we're not going to see them do super well in this one spin. Do you think they can still manage it?
Yes, they need to move differently. You can see that Delusive is just standing on top of the high ground. I would love to see JustPlay come and try to take at least fight them or skirmish with them on top here to keep them busy. They cannot let Delusive just stay here in free cast. They have good control around the cart. They have good control on the bottom, but they just don't have any control on the top. And if you want to win this and you need to get this captured, you need to control the top. It is essential for the win.
Yeah, and now they're down at 11%. It is not looking good for JustPlay. They finally get boots on the point here, but I'll be honest with you, I think the top is less important. They can stand on the outer edge of the point over here and really just not have to worry about the top at all. I do think that JustPlay needs to just commit onto the point. They need to just continually spawn at point 1 over there and just run onto the point on repeat. And that's what makes Mordecai so fun, is that you basically have to kill people so fast from the respawn point over there. Delusive finally getting control like we saw early on in the match. They do have dominant control of the point, although we don't want to see them relinquish it. They got down to 3%. I think they let their foot off the gas pedal here. We do not want to see them let their foot off the gas pedal at 3%. They need to shut the door on this cap to give themselves more of a secure win on this one, because JustPlay can absolutely swing this back the other way. As we saw, it's only going to take them about 5 minutes, maybe 4 minutes, even 3 even, to swing this back the other way if we see them have a big swell like we saw before. They did finally shut the door on them. Delusive making it look close for us here at home. JustPlay looks like they're going to come up short on this one, but they are going for yet another cap here. Delusive cramming all of its members into the corner over here, but that's not a recipe for successes. They all just get obliterated by AoE over there, and JustPlay gets the upper hand of that engagement. But now again, there's another group of Delusive members on the left side of the rift as well here. Spit, I don't know if they have enough time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking really good for them. Delusive is just positioning itself really well. Like you said, look, if you look at the corner right here, they're just free casting. Nobody's interrupting them. They can just completely shred everybody on the point. I mean, I do think JustPlay is going to make one big play with their Guardians and hopefully try to get a big control back right here like they did earlier. But the time is ticking. It's not looking good. And JustPlay, please. You're an esports guild. You got this.
There they go. I'm a siren. Okay, that's all I have to say about being an esports guild. All right, plenty of people have tried on this one, but JustPlay running out of time for this. Delusive showing just how strong they actually are in this one as they come forward and they just constantly rally repeatedly. They made it look really close there for a minute. Like that got within a few percent of them just losing control of the match altogether, and now they've been able to keep it. It's still relatively close, but sadly JustPlay cannot get the momentum for the cap that they need here, and I just don't think that they're going to have enough time to swing this back the other way in their favor. There's just too many people over here standing off the point for JustPlay for them to really make anything happen here. Again, Stellano in the back over there just throwing Tornado and running for his life. That's just what we're seeing out of JustPlay. Again, it's just the roach out situation. They've got to commit onto the point like we see Delusive do time and time again. We do see Delusive holding this high ground here. JustPlay's flank team actually coming in. Are they going to get the kill on Feint? They do. They're winning the skirmish on the high ground. JustPlay, these 4 members right here, just cleared out about 8 to 10 Delusive members. A beautiful play from JustPlay right there. We'll see if they can capitalize on that. But I don't think that they're going to be able to, as Delusive's just going to respawn and come right back. JustPlay diving onto the point right now. But Delusive standing a little bit taller, standing with a little bit more energy on the point. They have just a little bit more health than their opponent here, and they just look so organized on repeat. And that's what I was saying before, is they were just moving as a unit really strong. But as I said that, again, JustPlay just came back. I don't think they have enough time here, Sped.
Yeah, it's not looking good for JustPlay. I mean, they just don't have enough bodies on the point. I think they need to retire from Throne Liberty and probably become an esports guild in Hello Kitty Adventure Island or something. It's not just looking good. Delusive seems to be to have full control here.
Yeah, I'm Spid's just mad. You know, Spid's mad. I'd be mad too. I'd be mad too. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. JustPlay actually rallying back here 18%, but only a minute and 40 seconds left on the clock for this one. Absolutely tragic. You put a lot of faith into this guild. This is what happens, bro. That's okay. If Sin Nova, well, we could see Sin Nova go all the way. It'll be okay. Delusive, though, look how dominant they look on the point. If you look at the leaderboard, it's looking like, honestly, it's much more back and forth than it was at the start there, but definitely Delusive favored on this one. You see a lot more JustPlay kind of fluttering in on the leaderboards lower down, but honestly a lot closer than it looked like it was going to be at the start. At the start, I think we were panicking a little bit, but sadly it does look like the door is going to get shut on them one more time. JustPlay with only a minute play on the clock, gonna live up to their name. They're just gonna play this one out. They're gonna get as many kills, as much damage as they can. Just not enough team play, not enough objective focus, not enough static play on this one. Delusive looking really strong though as a team here.
This is not the Delusive I remember from my server, is all I'm going to say. Like, I am very disappointed in this esports guild. I was hoping for a much better performance, but it just shows that Delusive has what it takes to take this much further. Very good play. They play really well together, and they completely shut them down.
Yeah. Spit 18 seconds left. Spit just said, just gift the subs. Spit said, just gift the subs. Just gift the subs. Delusive gonna take this one right here. W chat right there. Chat ultimate, the ultimate winners of this match here. Delusive gonna take it away from JustPlay, but a good fight to both teams here. It is gonna be Delusive moving on to the next round of this tournament. Let's see who has the most damage. 2.5 million from Chef Coach Max. 2.5 million damage for him. Who had the most damage taken? 1.2 million from Just. 1.28 from Flop. And again, that's from JustPlay. 1.3 million from JustPlay. That's on Edge. Yeah, I saw 1.3 million on Edge. 1.38 million from JustPlay, Kalinka, and again, that's the tanks for JustPlay doing a crazy amount of work. 4.8 million healed from Chimera from JustPlay, and it looks like 5.2 million from Delusive. Radix says Chimera who? 5.2 million damage healed. The best healer in the lobby by far goes to Delusive, and it's no mistake that the best healers always belong to the winning team in most cases. Spid, we're 2-2 now. You're supposed to know these guilds. What's happening?
Are we not 3-2? Are we 3?
Wait,
2-2?
No. It is 2-2. I have 2. You have 2. Delusive moving on here.
You know what? It is my hatred that is getting in the way, right? When I fought against Delusive, I did not believe in them. It came back to bite me. I mean, they did. I got propaganda, man. They said they were an esports guild. Who loses on the first round? Come on, man. I got scammed.
Hey, I will say, in fairness, if you get a bad draw, you end up against Visceral or a really strong opponent in the first round, you can absolutely go out, and you don't really get to demonstrate just how strong your guild is. So there's no shame in going out in the first round. I love each and every guild that actually signed up and showed up to the tournament for this one, because it makes events like this possible on my end here. We are looking ahead to this next match, but very quickly we'll look at an instant replay from the last match here. As we see, look at the coordination from Delusive. They see the low ground right here gets hit really hard by JustPlay, and it looks like JustPlay is going to take that, but look at the members immediately turn around for Delusive, move down the hill, and they just push them straight back out again. And that's what we saw time and time again, is that team play coming through from Delusive just on repeat. Super good. And again, that was the first part of the match that was the first part of the match that we saw, but it went back the other way so hard. I was like, there's no way that they lose this, right? There's absolutely no way that they lose this. And then it came down to the wire there.
Yeah, it was extremely close. Like when they were both, I think, tied at 85% at one point for at least a minute. It was extremely intense. I mean, I was sweating. I thought I was fighting myself right there. But Delusive just showed that they have much better coordination. They were able to counter that heavy push from JustPlay and just take the win. I mean, JustPlay played really well. They were able to skirmish and come with an amazing comeback, but Delusive just showed that they are just better. Better at actually getting on the point. Because JustPlay, so many times I saw them right on the edge of the point, not coming in when they needed the numbers. And by the time they tried, it was just too late.
It was indeed. We need to look ahead to our next match, though, as we're going to keep things moving here. Almost no time to waste. ThronlyFans versus ChaosQ. ThronlyFans free-to-play guild from the Excavator server. And again, we've seen a lot of guilds from the Excavator server say they're the strongest on the server. But they also think they're the strongest on the server. ThronlyFans says they're the second strongest within their alliance, though, is they've got Villains, Venom Empire, and Reinforces GR in their alliance as well. I don't think any of them are in the tournament, though. I think it's just ThronlyFans in the tournament. Again, they have my favorite name in the tournament, so they're my choice here as well, because I love saying their name on repeat. But Four Siege is one, and they said make it to the second round was their prediction. So big expectations for the first round here.
Yeah, we have ChaosQ on the other side. They are also this, I think, second strongest in their alliance, and they are also the strongest alliance on the server, and they have one less siege win than ThronlyFans, and their prediction is top 50%. I think if you get to round 2, you're already in top 50%, almost. So I think this fight will be really intense. I want to go for ThronlyFans, but we can't choose the same team, right? So yeah. I want to see ThronlyFans go forward with this, but at this time I will go with ChaosQ. I know ChaosQ has had like 12 guilds, like Chaos A, B, C, D, all the way to Q, but this will be ChaosQ. So I'm looking really forward to hoping that they can catch me the W, because right now it's looking good for my predictions.
Yes, sir. It's looking like a Blue Squadron kind of day, I'll be honest here. Make sure you guys get your predictions in as we are about to go into this one. It is ThronlyFans versus ChaosQ. Let's talk about pick ban for a second. It does look like that ChaosQ won. They chose to ban, interestingly enough. Yeah, and they banned a Dentist, Grand Alon, and Kawazan. Unless he mistyped that. He could have mistyped it. It looks like he meant to say chose pick. Because he then said ThronlyFans banned. They banned a Dentist, Grand Alon, and Kawazan. And Spid, we're going to Azrael.
Yes, Azrael, the first of the day. I actually am a big fan of Azrael because you have a massive capture point and you have those two chokes where people will run in from. It'll be extremely important to control close to the walls, control the flanks, and I think this is going to be a really good and close fight.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think the walls are kind of a bait. I've seen enough of these Azrael stone, and we will show you, chat, when we get into game here, as we're just about to click go. Lucy, you can go ahead and go now in the lobby, but I think I've seen enough of these matches to know that wall is kind of a bait. You can stand away from the wall and just stand with boots on the point and have that be just objectively stronger here, as both guilds honestly spawning in almost immediately here. We're gonna have to go straight into this match. ThronlyFans versus ChaosQ. Hopefully you guys got your predictions in, because we are getting started for this one. Azrael, the first time we've seen Azrael today, coming down here. Oh my goodness, I love this dragon mount. It's so good. It's so good. No, I thought they were already fighting, but no, ThronlyFans is actually spawned in, and they're going to be the first ones to the rift here. First one to the rift matters greatly because you can wedge yourself in this corner here. And again, you can see this courtyard out here. This is where most of the team fighting ends up happening. If teams group up, they end up having to push through these two chokes on either side of your screen here in order to get into this plaza here. They can also fly down from this high ground up here to get into this plaza to kind of stage up for a push onto the riftstone, which stands over here. Here they come. Oh, they're just gonna run through. That is risky, but they made it through. Wow. ThronlyFans unaware right there. ChaosQ getting postured up beautifully right now. Their flankers already going for a big engage. Oh my goodness, they're actually trying to grapple up onto the high ground, and they're attacking from both sides. A beautiful engage from ChaosQ. ThronlyFans caught a little bit unawares, but doing a great job of keeping themselves alive on this one. As Chaos Q, although they had a good engage, I'm not sure that they're actually winning as they're spawning on the low ground here and running right back. It looks like the yellow health bars are staying quite healthy, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, ThronlyFans did get to the stone quick, but they get caught with their pants down. They were not ready. I mean, the choke, getting through the choke just like that was free, but they're doing a big skirmish now, big fight, and I think they might regret not being able to position themselves correctly.
Yeah, it looked like ThronlyFans got the upper hand ultimately in this one, as there are more yellow health bars on the screen than red. I would say the AGS that is watching, please let us see the kill feed of the match in these Wargame lobbies when you're a spectator. That is a big quality of life improvement. That would be fantastic if you guys could make that happen for us. That being said, it does look like the Chaos Q ended up battling back here. ThronlyFans look like they do sort of have the upper hand. Most of the time they're out skirmishing a little bit, but this is actually a neck and neck fight. I don't think that anyone thought that these first round matches were actually going to be this close like this. And again, ThronlyFans look like they have the upper hand, but Chaos Q controlling the point just a little bit better.
Yeah, they're testing each other out, I think, right before it gets ready to get captured. Just feeling each other out, seeing who to fight, where to position, who are the weakest players. Because right now it's a pretty even fight, I would say. I mean, ThronlyFans are holding really well, but so is Chaos Q, and they're rushing in through that spawn fairly quickly. We can see that Chaos Q has chosen the spawn on 2, while ThronlyFans is spawning from inside the Sanctum runes. So it's going to be really interesting to see once the cap is ready to be taken, how this fight will play out.
It's always 0.1. You are always spawning 0.1 in this case. It is the shortest run distance. 0.2 is also kind of okay, but you never spawn up there at 0.3. And you can see ThronlyFans actually flying down here. That's not what you want to see, because you're landing at half health. It's a way longer run distance, and I think it's giving Chaos Q the upper hand. And these engagements, as their tempo is just better. Chaos Q is regrouping way faster than ThronlyFans, despite the fact that ThronlyFans is supposed to be winning these small scale skirmishes like this, and they are in fact winning the skirmish fight. Chaos Q is keeping it very close because they're able to get back to the fight so much faster. 1 minute before teams are able to actually cap the point here. And it is looking quite close. I do think that ThronlyFans has the upper hand, but again, Chaos Q with a better understanding of how the Adentis Wargame lobby looks is they're spawning on that low ground and running back. But again, ThronlyFans looking really strong. If we look at the leaderboards right now, oh my gosh, ThronlyFans actually not looking as strong as maybe I thought here. Chaos Q. The leaderboard looking really good for Chaos Q right there, as it looks like their top fraggers are doing a lot of work for them. But ThronlyFans, I keep saying ThronlyFans because I'm in OnlyFans, World of Warcraft, like the hardcore guild. So forgive me on that one. But ThronlyFans seem to be skirmishing better, but not able to put up the damage on the leaderboard, as Chaos Q doing a really solid job. 10 seconds left on the clock. They do position toward the objective here, and there's no ThronlyFans here to stop them if they cap it on this side. 4 seconds left. We'll see if they just go straight for the cap on this one. It is going to go ahead and open up. There it is. Rustai eye on the prize. Yoska flips him off the point, though, in a good shutdown from ThronlyFans right there, as they dive forward. Chaos Q gonna go for it. Rustai gonna try for it one more time as ThronlyFans dives onto the point. Looks like they're respawning. Oh god, they're still respawning at the wrong point here. A little bit of a rough situation for them, and that would be why Chaos Q does look like they're dominating the leaderboards. They're just fighting more frequently than ThronlyFans are, because they're just regrouping half the distance to the goal here. Oh, looks like they're gonna get the cap down. They do get it. ThronlyFans goes for one cap, gets it. Rustai gonna try for a cap here as well on this Azrael Riftstone. And again, ThronlyFans with so many people on the point. 40 people standing on point. That's what we like to see for Azrael. Look at how many people in the guild are committed, and the people that aren't on the point are right here. That's basically the entire guild is alive for them. But again, every time they die, they have 2 times the run distance of their opponents. Sadly, Chaos Q just can't get a cap down on the point right now. And I think if Chaos Q can get a solid wipe out of ThronlyFans, I actually think that we see it swing Chaos Q's way here, because again, ThronlyFans doesn't seem to understand that they have to respawn from point 1 or 2. They're just respawning from the high ground and running down repeatedly. Chaos Q getting hard pushed off now, though. 35 to 8, 56% on the cap. Chaos Q looks like they've conceded the point almost in its entirety here and are now fighting in a choke point on this one. I'm not sure about this. And this is what I was talking about before, chat, is you have to push through one of these choke points. I'm not sure I would go through. Ooh, the ThronlyFans flank squad going around the outside there to try to hit the Chaos Q team in the back as they try to push through this point. The Chaos Q team actually moving over to meet them there as well. Oh my gosh, they tried to push through the point. Look at the flash waves go down. Chaos Q getting farmed in the choke point as ThronlyFans takes full control of this point spin. It is not looking good for Chaos Q.
Yeah, ThronlyFans is playing this perfectly. I mean, they have control over everything. Chaos can just not put enough pressure on ThronlyFans. And what is really surprising to me is Chaos still has a chance because they have the closer spawn. We've seen it in the previous fight. Having the closer spawn is super advantageous. Getting back faster into the fight is incredibly important. But ThronlyFans overall is just playing better. They're winning fights better. They're getting inside the zone better. And for some reason, I don't understand why Chaos pulled all the way out just to get smashed in the choke again. Like, that made literally no sense to me. But let's see if Chaos can actually get the cap here, because if they do get the cap and having the closer spawn point, I do think they can bring this back.
I absolutely do think they can bring it back. They have the tempo advantage, but granted, I think that ThronlyFans is just overwhelmingly stronger player versus player. Like, the skirmish, there's a lot of skirmishing on the Azrael Riftstone where you see if your statics are just better than the enemy statics, and that's what we're seeing out of ThronlyFans here, as despite the longer run distance, they're making it happen. That being said, Chaos Q, 40 people standing tall on the point, 23%. Here comes the return cap from Chaos Q. This will be telling for them. If they get the door shut here by ThronlyFans, it will be a bad look for Chaos Q, but it looks like they're climbing. They're at 30% on this cap already, and they are standing tall. I think that ThronlyFans is really struggling to regroup here, as long as Chaos Q can keep them from, like, look at them flying down. Look how much longer it takes them to get here versus Chaos Q just running around the corner straight in like this. They can get healed on their way back as well because you're not in the air as well. But again, ThronlyFans actually able to come back and retake control of this spin.
Yeah, I think Chaos Q can actually put insane amount of pressure if they have a spawn camper here, because like you said, the run distance is insane. If you just have somebody up there just depleting their stamina, just putting pressure on there, that's the way that Chaos can actually bring this back, because that run distance is deadly. So if Chaos can put a good team up there spawn camping them, I do think they can bring this back.
Yeah, I absolutely do. People are asking if you can change spawns. Yes, in a War Games lobby, you end up spawning up on that platform up in the air up here, and there are 3 portals that you can take for spawn points 1, 2, or 3, and you can constantly change which strategy you're taking. If you want to spawn at point 1, point 2, or point 3 on the map, it adds more strategy to the map overall so that you can approach from different angles here. Chaos Q with the better spawn here, but again, I just think the weaker guild overall, player to player, the skirmish game just looks so good from ThronlyFans here. If we look at the leaderboards, you can see ThronlyFans starting to take over this leaderboard right now on this one. And again, I think their healers, if you analyze their healers as well, I think their healers are doing really well. Yeah, 1.6, 1.3 as well. Again, the top healers look like they're in ThronlyFans. It looks like one of them was at least in Chaos Q here. So they are fighting to the best of their ability, but the skirmish definitely going to ThronlyFans on this one. 34 people on the point though for Chaos Q. They are battling back here, but it looks like Thronly just always has the upper hand oh so slightly, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job just continuously just having enough numbers in there. I mean, you see it, the numbers are extremely close, but they just can't get that advantage in numbers right now. They just can't win these fights. Chaos, they're just struggling against ThronlyFans, and ThronlyFans, look at their positioning. They're doing it perfectly. They're not stacked. They're covering the whole area, fighting together with the teams, while Chaos is more punched into a corner. So ThronlyFans definitely is doing a really great job there, and Chaos, they have to start thinking differently. If they don't think differently here, this is not going to go their way.
Yeah, Chaos Q battling back here. 33 people on the point. starting to increase their contribution to the point. ThronlyFans trying to close that vice grip down and make sure they win this match with 8 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure that Chaos Q would have enough time to recap this point based on how hard it's been so far, but honestly, they're keeping a great amount of people on the point, and again, it's just really hard. ThronlyFans, you have to understand how strong ThronlyFans has to be to push Chaos Q. They have to be killing these people so like twice as fast as Chaos Q is killing them in order to take advantage here, and that's exactly what they're doing. But Chaos Q still managing to overwhelm. Look at this Olo bomb. I have to point this out. He's standing just inside the point, so he counts as somebody on the objective and still getting that high ground advantage. That's a beautiful position for a bow user that you love to see right there. But again, Chaos Q with 34 people on the point, they're increasing their 35% contribution, and you have to understand, look at this Chaos Q swell right now. You have to understand, it looks like there's more red health bars here, significant amount more, and this is what I was talking about, is if ThronlyFans loses control at any point, it's going to be hard for them to regroup, coming all the way from Wakanda back there. As at 37-21 on this one, they've almost got twice as many people on the point. They're climbing up to 50% spid.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. Like,
oh
this
my
is
gosh.
ThronlyFans got too complacent. Now Chaos is pushing through with huge numbers, faster spawn, morphing up, just running in there, double the numbers. The second they got wiped here, it is over. Chaos is definitely taking it back. ThronlyFans has to make a call to change their spawn point, or this is not going to go their way.
They are stronger,
they're better at positioning, but they just don't have that spawn point.
Yeah, I told you that if Chaos Q gets this swing, nobody believed me, but I've shot called enough of these to know Chaos gets this swing. They have the momentum. Can they hold on? 95%. Thronly in a lot of trouble right now. They will not have enough time to recap this point. They finally stopped him at 97. Oh my goodness. ThronlyFans doing what they can, spawning in Wakanda to try to turn this one back around, but 95% from Chaos. If anything swings back their way, there they go. They start to get it back one more time. It'll only be one player. Look at him diving through, trying to get as many people on the point as they can. 98%. No way that the weaker guild takes control of this. 98%. Can Chaos do it with the better strategy, the better teamwork, the better coordination, the better shot caller? 6 minutes. Thronly has no shot. Oh my goodness, they're gonna have their work cut out for them, Spid. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely horrible. This is all on the lead here. I mean, this is the bad calling. They have to change the spawn point right now. They are stronger. They've shown it over and over again, but Chaos, they're just smarter. They're running back in so much faster.
They're
probably
just
twice the speed. The people are just flying over while these guys are just instantly running into the point. This is not looking good for ThronlyFans right now. I think Chaos, 5 minutes left, they have to stick it, hold it. If ThronlyFans can change the spawn point, they do have a fighting chance here. But if they don't, I have to give it to the Chaos.
Yeah, I think that honestly, again, ThronlyFans is Chaos Q's frontline rather. It's just diving onto the point, trying to keep them. Every single second matters. ThronlyFans can absolutely bring this back. They have 5 minutes and 15 seconds. They can absolutely recap this, but they have to start their contribution right now. Every second that ticks by matters tremendously. Can they get the cap off right here? No, they get interrupted again. A hero from Chaos Q is gonna stop them from getting that cap off. 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Every single second is going to matter here. ThronlyFans, there they go. They get the cap down, and it's a race to the finish. 36 people from Chaos Q are actually on the point at this moment. I'm not sure that, man, dude, like, again, it's this respawn. I'm not sure what the shot caller is doing from ThronlyFans. They have not, like, look at Lazy Possum. Look how long this person takes to get back to the fight. They're all at half health. They cannot heal themselves on the way back. They can't really pop their busts or anything on the way back either. They can't help each other. They can't regroup with their static. They just land into the Alamo, and Chaos Q, 40 5 people on the point for Chaos Q. What an unbelievable, almost every single member of the guild. And that's the problem when you don't spawn in with tempo. ThronlyFans with stronger skirmish, stronger players, probably stronger gear, and still losing out because they just can't figure out that they have to spawn from the other spawn location. Unbelievable. Chaos Q grouping up and making this fight happen. They're gonna shut the door on ThronlyFans with 3 minutes and 50 seconds. ThronlyFans have to be beside themselves, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, this just shows that if you are the weaker guild, you can still win. If you play smarter, you play with your team, you have the strategy, you have the correct spawn, you can beat the stronger guilds. And we're gonna see more of this. Like, again, ThronlyFans is stronger, they're winning the skirmishes, but that spawns and the strategy is just killing them, man. This is horrible from ThronlyFans.
Yeah, you have to think that this is why Chaos Q chose this map. I don't think that ThronlyFans, they probably know how Azrael works, but they probably have not played on this war game lobby enough to understand where they need to spawn here. And again, you see Chaos Q just sprinting back. Look at them, sprinting back to the fight, and they just curve around this corner to keep that run distance as short as possible. They have the advantage here, and they know it. And ThronlyFans can't even get a cap down on the point because the Chaos Q tanks just are not going to allow it. Yoshka in the middle of everything, trying to get a cap down, but he just won't get it. He gets a heal. He's going to go for another cap on this one, but Chaos Q just not allowing it to happen, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Chaos is definitely taking it. I mean, ThronlyFans, you guys need to talk to your shot caller. This is absolutely horrible. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at them flying in, and it's so damn slow. I even think Chaos probably has double the deaths, but because they're so fast back, they are winning it. It is actually insane. How are you not changing?
They own the leaderboard
at all.
Yeah, they own the leaderboard right now. There's 5 members of Chaos Q on the front page of the leaderboard, but everything else belongs to ThronlyFans. And like look at how many people. Wait, whoa. Wait a minute. Hold up, 46 people on the point. Look at that number climb 34%. Do they have enough time? 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. ThronlyFans cannot afford to wipe right now. There is no shot. 47%, 48, 49, 50. No way. Minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. Chaos Q is gonna fumble on the 5-yard line. No way. ThronlyFans says we are stronger. You will not beat us. Look at the boys standing tall there. They're all in the air. Chaos Q's desperately trying to flood onto the point. They have 30 members. ThronlyFans throwing their dick on the table and saying, we have 46. Sit down, child. But 73% on the clock right now. 1 minute to go. It will be everything on the line into the final minute here. Do they have enough time is the answer here. If they lose control at all, that number is getting awful close, Spid. 37, 34, it's 40, 34 to 40, 82%. I don't know if they have enough time, Spid. 84%. ThronlyFans desperately trying to battle back into this one. But again, the respawns. Oh God, no, the respawns coming in from ThronlyFans are gonna cost them. They're at 90%, 40 seconds. Can they do it? There is no shot. It comes down this close on the clock. 35 seconds. Chaos Q gets on top. That could be the end of it. ThronlyFans doing everything they can. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is the closest match I have ever seen. 25 seconds. ThronlyFans doing what they can to out-skirmish the Chaos Q backline on this one. 34 to 32, 94%. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. They only have 15 seconds. 96, 97, 10 seconds, 98, 5 seconds, 99. It's Thronly. No way. Unbelievable. At the buzzer. At the buzzer. Oh my God. Were you here? Did you see it? Oh my God.
Cinema. This is cinema.
Absolute cinema. Holy moly. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You don't get any closer than that. It is ThronlyFans taking that round of the tournament. Chaos Q showing strong strategy, but ThronlyFans with the strongest rally I have probably ever seen. I have never seen a guild cap a point with under 2 minutes to go and actually flip control of the point and a match that was as close as that. That was unbelievably sensational. That was everything that you want out of a tournament. 2.4 million damage out of Nerusoid from ThronlyFans. Oh my gosh, damage taken. Oh my god, I don't know if my heart can take another match like that. 1.4 million from Paramedical. No shot, bro. Let's look at the damage heal. I'm seeing 3.1 million from Amco Toyotok. 3.4 from Smithy. 3.4 from Dianella, 3.6 from Landy from ThronlyFans as well, 4.9 million from Ploppy, and that's what I'm saying, guys, is the healers make all the difference. ThronlyFans with a 5.8 million from Lovely, all the best healers coming up for ThronlyFans here, and that's the difference right there, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's it. What an unbelievable match spit. Oh my god, dude,
I am out of words. What a match. We were sitting there just thinking, yeah, this is over. I am so surprised that they were able to get that point with that spawn. It is absolutely insanity.
I can't believe it.
How close it was, down to the wire. Oh my goodness, I thought it was over at the 2 minutes. I've never seen that. Was so quick. It was so fast. They had, at one point they had like 40 against 5 members inside of there, and then to the Y. I did not think, and when I saw that 90%, I was like, okay, Chaos got this. They have the fastest spawn. They're coming back in. They're gonna stop this. But no, they were like, they got that massive confidence boost, and they're like, we're taking this home. So I really hope that the guy from ThronlyFans now learns that at least you will spawn on the correct spawn next time.
Unbelievable. Let's take a look at the instant replay as they took it in that pivotal moment right there. And again, look at the timer on the clock, 25 seconds. I was like, they can't do it. They don't have enough time. They don't have control of it, right? Look how close this gets down to, less than 10 seconds on the clock. And they actually managed to pull it out. Oh, so barely. Chaos Q with a fumble at the 1 yard line on that one. Unbelievable finish right there. Good fights to both guilds. Unfortunately, we do have to move on to the next match because we just have to keep the punches rolling today. We have xMark versus Void to look at, and that is a tough act to follow. It is xMark, which is a free to play. By the way, I think you're 3-2 now.
Yeah, 3-2 to you, but
yeah. No, it's 3-2 for you because I chose ThronlyFans, remember, and then you chose Chaos.
Yeah, ThronlyFans won.
Oh, true. Wait, whoa. Oh my god, that's how close it was. I don't even remember who won. Yes, yo, baby, I'm 3-2.
No, they lost. What do you mean?
NA greater than EU, easy. Okay, so xMark over here, starting hailing from the Arnet server. They are xMark. They believe that they're the strongest guild in their alliance. Seihrai, Daikon, and Unleash, who is yet another strong guild in the tournament. They believe that they're rank 1 on their server. And again, I will say, I asked how many sieges have you won? They said all 4. And I corrected. I said there have been 6 sieges, and they said we've won all 4. And I okay. All right, I guess. I don't know. But they said middle of the pack on that one. So I'll let you introduce Void on that one.
Yeah, Void is on Ezekiel. Void Alliance is with Voidborn, Voidwalkers, and Rage. And they're saying they're second to Pirates. So they won 3 sieges. Prediction is 50%. In this one, I am definitely going with xMark. I fought xMark. I know that they can definitely beat Void because I haven't heard about Void. I'm not gonna lie. And when you call yourself second to a different alliance, you don't have that confidence, you know. So for me, xMark will definitely take this to win over Void.
I don't know, man. Void's kind of the dark horse. We don't actually really know anything about Void on this one. Is again, a lot of the guild xMark messaged me about them. They're like, well, we've never heard of them before. We don't know where they're from. So they could come out and just be crazy strong. We've seen some insane stuff come out from a lot of the guilds in this tournament. And again, dude, Spid, this is the matches are only supposed to get closer from here, man. Like, I don't understand. I just do not understand how they could possibly be this close in the very first round of the tournament. The EU guilds actually just showing up I can't, like, it was not this close. NA had some close fights, no question, but this is like almost every match. Even the one-sided matches, like the Hafensaenger match, we did see people capping and stuff like that. So like, I think the guilds are just a lot closer in this one.
Yeah. The fights are really, really good. I mean, do you see the EU level is high? I mean, we've seen what, only one-sided fight today. It's been back and forth. Even the guilds that we thought were not performing as well, they pulled out. They pulled off. They showed that they're here to fight for the win. And I'm gonna be honest, I've been having a lot of fun today. I mean, so good games, and hopefully we're getting another one on another Azrael.
Yeah, let's talk about pick ban for a second. It looks like the bans, let's see who won. Void won, and they chose to pick. xMark banned, they banned a Dentist, Chernobog, and Kawazan, which means we're gonna see Azrael again. And you have to think that these guilds are absolutely watching the broadcast. They're like, okay, so we need to spawn from the closer location. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta make sure we spawn from the closer location. It's gonna be fine. Make sure you guys got your predictions in for xMark versus Void on this one. Void, not much is known about these guys, but we've seen this many times in these tournaments where we don't know necessarily who this guild is, and then they come out and they just absolutely steamroll. Like Delusive, nobody really thought Delusive could win against JustPlay earlier, and we saw them come out and win it as well. So my bet's on Void. We got Spid on xMark. I'm up 3-2. Believe who you would like on this one,
but we tied up. Okay, 3-3 is coming up. Okay, xMark, please don't let me down. Okay, you guys got this. You guys been wargaming every single day, preparing for this tournament. This is your time. Okay, this is your time. xMark, come on, man. Who is Void? Exactly. Come on, man. Give me the dub, please.
You know, nothing warms my heart more as the tournament director than hearing the guilds are skirmishing and getting ready and taking the tournament super serious, because honestly, more than anything, more than the $2,600 prize pool, I think that players just want to know that they're in the best guild on the server. You know what I mean? It's that title. It's just unbelievable, especially to come out for a new MMO release like this and to have shown mastery of that MMO so quickly. It's just it's just such an unbelievable accomplishment for a lot of guilds, as we just did enter the game. Here it is, xMark versus Void, and I am on the point, but I don't see anybody here quite yet on this one. So both guilds not quite. That looks like they are spawning in on the high grounds and just waiting because they don't necessarily want to be the first one. There's an interesting strategy here. Some people favor being the first one to the rift, and then some people favor showing up and just being organized and pushing in a little bit faster. And you saw that again. We saw two different strategies last time, although this time it looks like both guilds are waiting here, Spin.
Yeah, I think it depends on the map, right? I mean, I feel like this map is so big and there's so many ways to flank it, right? You kind of don't want to be the first one inside because you can get flanked from several points at once. So I think they're just feeling each other out. So they probably pre-planned this, right? When they were practicing, probably be more of the attacker than the defender here.
Yeah, xMark just spawned in on point 3 up there and are flying down towards the point right now as a unit. The first ones to the rift here as they swarm in on this one. There's Void now spawning in. They've seen their indicator. They're like, okay, xMark is now we know where they're spawning. We're gonna come in. Void gets through the choke in a good enough time, and again, this is what we want to see here. We need to see Void get through this choke point before xMark kind of cuts them off, and it looks like they've kind of stopped here. They kind of want to get engaged on the choke because they're posturing on these walls over here. They're trying to bait and engage, but it's not xMark that needs to move here. It's Void, believe it or not. Void just trying to get xMark to move forward, but xMark a little bit too much of an experienced guild to know, yeah, we don't really want to take that as we know that you have the high ground on that other side. It might not look as good for us. Ooh, and I spoke too soon. xMark takes the bait, moves across, and you see them dart right back through the choke.
Super split right now. They're super split, Void, on both sides.
Yeah, they dart right back through the choke, and there's the engagement in the choke by Void right there, catching xMark, and now pushing back through the other way. There's the firing, the Gatling gun of flash waves coming out for both sides, rather, and Void does make it through the choke here. xMark getting pushed back. I'll be honest with you, this is a good looking push for Void. That was excellent coordination to pull them that way. But oh my goodness, look at the flank from xMark on this one, ripping apart Void's backline. They're just getting swallowed in the mouth of the whale on this one. Void getting reached around on that one. The flank absolutely chewed them up. So Void coming out at the short end of the stick on this one. xMark definitely winning out in that first engage, even though Void actually pulled them really, really well into that choke right there. Got the initial engage, but just unable to follow up correctly there, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, the fights are going really well right now, but again, xMark is surprisingly still spawning in the runes, so let's see how that plays out for them. But you see that they're just trickling down. Voidborn is coming in, spawning much faster, and the fight is, I don't know who's going to take it right now.
Who is it? xMark is actually, yeah, they're spawning at the far location. Guys, how many times do we got to do this? The xMark is spawning at this far location, but they look like the stronger guild. They have the stronger skirmish, but I'll be honest, this looks like they're quite a bit stronger than Void is this time. Void is struggling to even get through this choke point here, where Chaos Q definitely was able to just kind of run in and fight them on the point. Void is kind of getting bottlenecked in this choke here, and they're really struggling to get through. xMark's backline is firing basically for free back here. It looks like a few of them got through. It looks like, again, as a bow staff here, just free firing toward that Void frontline, and there's not much that Void can do. They need to just back up and try to regroup somewhere else.
Yeah, xMark is doing a really good job holding that choke. I mean, we saw that in the last round. ThronlyFans did not hold that choke at all, but xMark is just, I mean, they have the reps down. They know exactly that this choke is deadly. You cannot get through. You're just going to get immediately smashed. So definitely Void has to think differently. They have to probably use the far entrance to get in here, because xMark won't let them even come in at all. Look at them. Now they're pushing through, even pushing them to their spawn. What is happening?
Yeah, xMark honestly pushing back through the choke, just laying it on the table. You make an example of the first one, break the morale of the enemy guild, I think is the strategy there. They actually prairie dogged themselves back in towards the choke point there as Void moves toward the other choke point now and says, okay, we're not gonna be able to approach from that way. And they're grouping up now on the top side of the hill as they run up here and try to, again, the point just happened. Right, and it looks like, again, xMark just took control of the point. We're watching the Void rotation right now. Of course, xMark is going to cap this very, very quickly here as Void struggles to regroup. It looks like they're actually just going to fly down into the courtyard here. This is an interesting choice. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the play here. As when you fly down into the courtyard, you see where I'm going to land right here. It's going to leave you very vulnerable to try to take your weapons out in time. Yeah, you can see them postured on the stairs here. This is kind of a rough situation to be in. I would push xMark right now, though, if I were Void, because a lot of xMark has to stay on the point right now to try to cap it. They need at least one person, there we go, to stand on the point. Looks like Clips has volunteered, and he is just getting, look at that, look at perfect coordination, not overcommitting there. Oh my goodness, Void diving through, that's not a good position. xMark is gonna slam them against the side of the wall. Void trying to sneak by them. xMark saying thank you for taking the bait, and just cutting them off, running them down right there. Yeah, some of the Void members got through, but that was not a good look by Void right there as they tried to get through. I respect the shot call to try to at least try something there, as they thought they saw their opportunity for it. But again, xMark is just going to slam you against the wall and pin you into the corner there, and you're just going to be susceptible to all the AoE and the flash waves at the same time. It's just not going to be a good look for you, Spin.
Yeah, I mean, Void, what I did really like about Void is they regrouped, they took their time, they didn't rush into the choke, but xMark can see the experience. They're cold, calm, and collected, just waiting. They had 0 people even at the point when Void pushed. That's how cool, calm, and collected they are. They're not rushing the point, they know they got it, but now, in their backline, suddenly, Void is making a push.
Yeah, xMark actually losing control of the point. They were so busy farming people over on the side that Void actually did get players onto the point and had more people standing on the point as well. They actually are getting that point down right there. They were taking contribution away from xMark for a while. Now xMark realizes it. Look at them all step onto the point. There's almost 40 members of xMark here. Almost no one is dying in their guild here as they step onto the point. point and kind of try to squash this Void rebellion, so to speak here. Richie on that high ground there doing his best. He is contributing, it looks like, up there, or maybe just slightly not contributing, but is able to fire from a high ground up there. Void actually has more people on the points. xMark taking their time with it, pulling off, allowing Void to kind of regroup here. It looks like xMark's in 2 different clusters. I have not seen this before. Normally you would secure the point here. This is actually pretty bad from xMark. I'm not really sure why they're trying this here, because they're giving Void an entrance in. They're at 43% and climbing. xMark trying to engage outside the point right now, but again, 50% down to 77. Again, Void is significantly weaker. You should never let the significantly weaker guild be this much in. At least take the point and then you can mess around. This is not really what you want to see when you're playing in a tournament like this. Maybe they're just trying to make it look close, I don't know, but either way, Void now is just out skirmishing them on the point. I think xMark may have fumbled here a little bit, Spid.
I don't know. I feel like xMark has this under control. It's very interesting what plays they're doing right now, but it seems like they're just memeing at this point, trying to make it close, because like the stuff they're doing makes no sense. They're not even trying to fight on the point. They're running out and in and just yeah, well, I mean, no, I think let's see how this plays out.
They're clumped on it. They're absolutely trying to stand on the point. I don't think they're memeing at all. I think they're absolutely standing on the point, but I think it's a respawn diff. I think that Void is running back on the respawn. I think xMark is just taking their time trying to kill them, and Void is just slowly overwhelming them on the point and just getting a little bit more contribution here or there, because look how close it is now. Where before you saw 40 members of xMark's starting to get thinned out a little bit more now. And again, Void rather, running back. Look how much faster they're able to get back to the fight here. 30 to 26 right now is really, really close, especially when Void is regrouping as quickly as they are. LX trying to stop the regroups right there, but 3 more members of Void trying to dive onto the point now as well. Oh my gosh, getting interrupted. Sinon picking up a 3-piece on that one. Spear dagger just running people down. Good job by xMark to kind of run down the regroupers from Void, knowing they're going to be at half health. Pick off like a sniper in the woods. Pick off the sick wildebeests, man. Picking them off right there, and xMark starts to take control again. It looks like they are going to get the cap off after all. Spid.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job at coming back. I mean, they're just smashing them on the point. I mean, like you said, Void has the better respawn. They're coming in faster, but the second they enter that zone, xMark is just completely slaughtering them. Like, it's looking like a meat grinder right now. But it seems like, I mean, if Void does play smart, I mean, they're really good at regrouping, coming back in, trying to get the point. I mean, we've seen them get a lot at once. And if xMark keeps doing their thing where they run out and try to fight, I think Void can come and sneak some capture points from them.
Yeah, I got chat over here. Look up, and then I look up, and they're like, "Don't move the camera." Okay, I can't make anybody happy. There's just nothing I can do. xMark holding strong on the point right here. Again, Void definitely looks like the weaker guild here, no question. But did manage to get over 70% on the last cap there, which was very, very interesting. As Void tries to get another cap here, but xMark just starts to kind of press down control here. I do not think that Void is going to have enough time to maybe swing this back the other way. There is still 9 minutes. That is a long time. But if we look over at the leaderboard here, yeah, so it's looking pretty heavy on one side here. This is a little rough right here, but honestly, the fact that Void got it that high is almost is pretty impressive. On that one. But again, xMark doing a great job of just controlling the choke, and they're pressuring them down so much that Void can't even get through to even attempt a cap.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of similarities to the last fight, right? Where you had the stronger guild. Obviously, xMark seems to be a little more stronger than we saw last game. But again, the spawn is making it possible for Void to actually have a puncher's chance, like we were talking about earlier. They did get a cap now, so let's see if they can actually get enough players in. I see that xMark likes to go outside to fight players, so if they can bait them outside and come in with the majority numbers, they might be able to get a lot of points up here.
Yeah, absolutely. xMark coming in right now. We got Void. I really don't think that they can put enough boots on the point now that xMark is actually, maybe they were memeing before. It's tough to say, but xMark looking really strong in their small scale skirmish like this. It doesn't take much shot calling prowess to know. I mean, honestly, their shot caller is actually worse. They don't actually know to spawn at the closer location, but they're still winning. It's just that one-sided in this case. A little bit rough for Void coming out in this one. 7.5 minutes on the clock. They did attempt to cap there. The door did get shut on them one more time. Guys, I'm doing what I can with the camera. I can't make everybody happy. If I don't move, people get upset that they can't see everything. If I do move, people get upset. There's nothing I can do. The best I can do is try to hold it in the best position that I can. xMark, honestly, swarming the point right now. Every single time a red health bar steps onto the point, they get absolutely obliterated. xMark, honestly, a world-class looking guild in this one. Are you sure they're not one of the favorites to win the tournament, Spid?
I've been saying xMark has been putting in a lot of work. We've been fighting them a lot of times in war games. I mean, the progression with this guild has been incredible from where they were once before. They have a lot of practice, I think they might be one of the guilds that have most reputations in war games. I mean, you see how they're playing. They're going out. They're not afraid to push out of the point. They even had 0 people inside the point earlier when they were capturing, because they're not afraid. They know how to play. They have experienced shot caller, experienced players. So I do think xMark is probably one of the favorites to go forward here.
Yeah, I think that this looks strong enough to probably go at least to the semifinals based on what we've seen today. Looking really, really good. Maybe I'm speaking too soon on this, but xMark definitely looking like a very powerful guild here. Void actually with a small coalition here does manage to get through onto the point. It looks like they're going to get a cap off. No, gets interrupted by Listo there. Looks like xMark has 2 or 3 people that are basically just designated. Okay, yeah, you're the anti-pointers. You're not going to let the enemy cap this point here. And it looks like House trying to get onto it, gets knocked off again by Saddens right there, and he's gonna try again. Nothing is gonna try to interrupt him this time, does get it off. It looks like Clips interrupted that one, and again, Void, you have to applaud their resiliency. These guys got some spunk. They keep trying. They do get the cap off there. They do have 25 people on the point. They know which res point to spawn from, which is also very, very good for them. 26 to 34, not looking super great for them in terms of overall numbers on the point, but again, it's just xMark looking really, really strong. Their small scale skirmish, the way their statics work together, it's just stronger. Their healer positioning, their DPS picking off people on their way back to the fight, to where their spear daggers are positioned, their tanks are performing stronger. xMark just looks like a stronger unit.
Yeah, I mean, xMark is playing this perfectly. I mean, they have control, but Void is not giving up. That's what I like to see. They're trying their best. They're swarming in. They're coming in, trying to get any points they can, trying to beat any fights they can win, but xMark is just too strong. But the resilience that Void is showing, like they're continuously trying to change up the strategy, see if something works, see if something sticks. It is a good show of willpower.
It absolutely is. Void staying resiliently strong the entire match, despite how one-sided it is. They're getting cap after cap off. You don't see that out of guilds that just don't have the shot calling or the leadership to get that done. Their front line looks really strong. It just looks like they're coming up a little bit short, whether it be, again, look at that, another cap coming down from Void right there, and that's very impressive considering how many xMark members are actually around the point here. Again, Void really struggling to get through that choke on that left side over there. And again, oh, look at him just running out of HP, running out of time. Haritama doing what he can here, very low on health, just getting focused down there, gets that shield off for that bow and tries to back up there. But again, xMark just out skirmishing people on the point and just not allowing Void even an inch of breath to try to get through on this one. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, the choke is just too deadly. I mean, xMark knows how to be aggressive on that choke to make sure that people are not going to come through there unpunished. I mean, it just shows experience, right? They have the experience, because if they are on that choke, they have to force Void to run all the way around, and Void just doesn't have time to do that, right? So xMark just playing perfectly right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that some people are looking poorly at Void in the chat. I want to emphasize that everybody that shows up for the tournament and fights this hard is automatically stronger than anyone that went to a fishing tournament, whether it be SDC Black or any other tournament for that, or Yang or any other guild for that matter, not showing up for the tournament is automatically weaker than any guild that actually had the balls to show up and fight like this. Void piling onto the point right now for what looks like a last ditch effort to try to take the point here, and again showing spunk in this tournament, looking really good for them. Yes, it looks like they're going to come up short, but look at them, 37 people on the point. They actually did manage to wipe xMark right there, and xMark, a lot of the members are dead and trying to come back right now, and Void rather taking control of the point for a few moments there. Spin.
Wait, are we gonna see a return of the same game again? Are they gonna come back in 2 minutes? I mean, it's not over till it's over, right?
I refuse it. My heart can't handle it again. My heart can't handle it again. 2 minutes on the clock for them. It does look like the xMark respawners are going to come in and make this look a lot more one-sided on this one. But again, Void showing that they can push in as a unit and wipe xMark is extremely impressive considering how one-sided the match looked from basically start to finish here. I think that again, Void push-pulling at the start there, very impressive shot calling for them as well there to bait xMark into that choke. It looked really good for them, but again, xMark coming up, their flankers ultimately winning out in that fight as they dove across the courtyard. It looked like it was going to go Void's way, and then it swung back towards xMark, and everything since then has been kind of gone xMark's way. But when Void groups up and tries to push them, they do see brief moments of positivity for Void. So again, you love to see these guilds playing with one another and working with one another. As we tick down to 1 minute on the clock, it does look like Void is going to run out of time here, so it looks like they're going to look for kills to the best of their ability. But Spin, I think a good showing from Void, but xMark, really exciting to see them move on in this tournament here.
Yeah, big respect for Void up in this all. I mean, they losing to a really good contender. I mean, these guys are going to go far. So overall, just not giving up, continuously capping the point, getting people on it. It's already a really good show. I mean, you can only go up from here, right? Fighting against this and showing how good they did is amazing. But it seems like xMark is taking this guild to the Void.
Absolutely. It does look like, again, Void doing what they can. It's just an all-out skirmish at this point. 28 seconds left on the clock. Everyone just trying to pad their stats for damage, for healing, and for tanking stats at this point. Everyone just kind of having fun. 20 seconds left. Void with a good showing in this tournament, but it's looking like it's going to come up like xMark is going to move on to the next round of this one and fight the winner of our next match, which will be For Glory CH versus Pirate Gaming, which will be an interesting one to see. Time ticks down, the percentage ticks down, Void gets knocked out, but good fights to him. xMark looks like, look at that domination on the leaderboard. Holy tamale. Oh my goodness, 1.6 million damage dealt by Listo, or 1.7 damage. 1.7 million by Kangas will be the highest damage. Highest kills in the lobby will go to Listo. There, it looks like damage taken will be 1.2 million by Lick. Yeah, he's definitely the highest. I see. Wow, did we not see anybody get over? Okay, 3.4 million healing from Sternalick. 3.6 million from CCM Counts. Looks like he gets the award for the best healer in the lobby right there. Good fights to both teams. Yeah, that one was a little bit one-sided, but I think that Void showed some definite signs of life in that one. It wasn't just like a complete stomp spin.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was an amazing show from Void. I mean, nothing to be ashamed of there. I mean, they're a good guild. I mean, they have been practicing over and over again in the war games, and they've been doing really good. And Void tried their best. They were even up at 77% at one point, right? But it just wasn't enough. xMark really strong going forward, and we have a competition going on too. And we're 3-3.
Okay, yeah, now we're 3-3. I forgive me, chat. Somebody said I missed a 5.8 million heal. I apologize if anybody got the name for that. I will absolutely shout them out. Let's take a look at the instant replay though, real quick. From this one, this is just choke control. Oh wait, no, this is the initial Oh, yeah, no, this is when they get slammed against the wall. Look at Void, just tries to run, make a dart for the choke, but look at xMark just collapse down on them. It was a little bit of a rough situation for Void, just gets absolutely eaten alive. Their backline, nothing they could do on that one. And again, that just shows you how strong xMark was in the field with their statics, with their shot calling. Really solid engagement right there to capitalize on a very risky play that we saw come out for Void right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazingly done. I mean, they came down with the whole guild and they were insta slaughtered immediately. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting our next lobby ready to go here. We have For Glory CH, which is again this is like their strongest guild in their alliance versus Pirate Gaming, and this is our RP match for the day because For Glory filled out their tournament form, as I explained before, in all caps. The whole thing, all gas, no brakes. Just like screaming at me the entire time they filled out the form. They said, prediction, rank 1 guild in the world. Korea who? NA who? Japan who? They didn't care. They've won 6 sieges. They believe they're the strongest on their server. I would say that that's fair. And then all of their guilds, I don't even know if they're supposed to be in all caps, but they typed them in all caps, so that's where I put them. Versus Pirate Gaming on the other side. Early access guild against the free-to-play for For Glory. Early access guild from Ezekiel. And Pirate filled out their entire form drunk. So half of the letters are capitalized in the middle of the sentence. Half of the letters aren't. They don't. When I asked if they were the strongest alliance on the server, they said they were too drunk to answer. They've won 1 siege miraculously. And they said that they were going to finish 69th despite the fact that there's only 52 guilds in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Pirate Gaming, I have a good history with Pirate Gaming. We fought them on the first server, we fought them on the last server, and I mean, it's the boy Danny's guild. But I have to go with For Glory because us and Pirate Gaming, we've been fighting. I can't just suddenly start cheering for them, right? So, I mean, we are 3-3, me and you. This is the last game of the day, isn't it?
No, we still have 2 more after this.
Okay,
wait, this
2
is
more,
For
okay.
Glory, or we have For Glory versus Pirate Gaming. Then we have Black Sail versus Chaos F. And then the final match of the day is the last For Glory team and Unholy Mova. So there's 3 matches left.
All right, but this time I'm gonna go for Glory. I don't know almost anything about For Glory, but I just can't cheer for Pirates here.
Hey, what's wrong with Pirate Software? I mean, gaming. What's wrong with them? What you got wrong? Honestly, I'll go for Pirate Gaming. I'm all for it. Let's see it. Okay. Let's see it. I'd love to see it. It's going to be a fun one here, so make sure you guys get your predictions in for this match here. Hopefully my mods have already started the prediction for that one. As we look ahead to this lobby here, we only have 3 matches left for the day, and we've been moving along quite quickly as we've gone here. So we'll see. But For Glory CH, if they lose here, this is supposed to be their strongest guild. So if they lose here, it's going to look kind of bad on their alliance, I think, if they are not able to take this one home, especially since they have 6 sieges won. Let's be honest, I'm letting you have a freebie here because For Glory looks like they are heavily favored on this one.
Pirates have a lot of experience. I mean, these guys have been fighting on PvP servers for days, okay? So I think the only reason I'm not going for Pirate Gaming here is because we have beef. That's it. I believe that Pirate Gaming is really strong. For Glory could probably farm sieges on a dead server. We don't know, you know, until we find out in this game.
Absolutely true. It looks like pick ban phase. Pirates won and they chose to pick Glory banned. Glory banned Alon, Malakar, and Chernobog. And we're going to Morokai.
Morokai again. I mean, last time I got let down in Morokai by the esports guild, but this time For Glory, you guys got me, right? I am cheering for you, even though I did say you might be on a dead server. I am cheering for you, okay? So come on, don't let me down. Let me get this W, and I'll be in the lead over Blue Squadron.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time you say that, chat just keeps spamming. I can't spell stupid without spit.
You know, should I tell you history behind that?
I think those are your viewers. Those got to be your viewers, right? They're just giving
no. That is the failure guild. Remember I told you about the back and forth between failure?
Yeah.
So failure put in their guild description when I made the video. They put can't spell stupid without spit, And then I thought it was pretty funny because it is a pretty original joke. And then
Yeah,
they
it's
start
pretty good.
spamming it in the world chat, and we're getting mute banned for spamming it in the world chat. It was pretty funny.
Well, now the Moobot's timing them out because they're spamming it. The bot is
I think
literally
it's
timing
fine.
them
I
out.
think it's hilarious. So if they're spamming it, all for it.
Yeah, it's funny. Regardless, it looks like the lobby is ready to go. Morokai, definitely one of the closest maps that you could possibly play on this one. Let's take a look at what the prediction looks like here. Oh God, my mods are stupid. xMark won the last one. I will literally do everything. I can't do it. I can't run the prediction. Somebody's got to pull their head out and run the prediction for my mod team. That being said, get your predictions in. For this one, it is Pirates versus For Glory. For Glory definitely heavily favored if you're looking at the number of sieges and the all caps determination. But I will say this is our RP match of the day. Both of these guys were RPing on the forums. I expect to see some healthy chat PvP between these two guilds. It's going to be a hell of a match. And we have 2 more to go after this one still. Spit. It looks like I'm almost to it. I'm almost to the fight. But again, we spawned in Narnia on Morokai. So I'm doing what I can here.
I mean, I've been looking forward to this fight the most today. I was looking at the brackets, and this is one of the most exciting fights because this is going to be extremely close. I know how Pirates fight. I heard For Glory is really strong, so I think we might get even closer fight than that one we got last time.
Okay, so Pirates is in the red, guys. I apologize. I didn't actually put them at the top of the screen here. Pirate Gaming is in the red. For Glory is in the yellow. There's the first engage going down right there. And For Glory actually gets caught in a choke. Pirate actually dives in and wipes For Glory. Oh my goodness. What a clean engage for Pirates right there. Catching them on that choke. Just a few members of Glory making it to the high ground, but getting absolutely obliterated by Pirate Gaming. I think a ruh-roh, Raggy. Spid, this is looking a little rough again, man.
I mean, I told you they were strong. The only reason is principle. That's the only reason I'm not going for them.
Yeah, bro, Pirates honestly coming out. Why is they're just pissed that the rum is gone. Holy moly. That was a very convincing engage, although I'll be honest with you, For Glory put themselves in a really bad position right there. I think that they would do a lot better if they actually ran at them from the correct direction and actually caught them in the field. But oh my God, look at them. Oh my God, they're bouncing up. The Pirates are jumping up and down.
Oh my God, the disrespect.
Crazy, bro.
The chat talk. The orange be better. Okay, I like it. I like it.
Oh my goodness. They're eating oranges just like Gangplank. They don't want to get scurvy up in this one. Pirates, like I said, this is the RP match right here. This is Chappie. Oh, For Glory's pissed. Look at them moving around the side here.
You're going to take that disrespect? I wouldn't take that disrespect. Come on. Pull up.
They're moving around here. They come right on in, but they get caught in the choke point. Once again, Pirate Gaming catches them unawares. Look at the health bars drop for Glory. Not a good engage for them, but some of them did manage to make it through. But Pirates just mopping up the backline for Glory on that left side there versus For Glory's backline, which is still having a lot of trouble trying to get through Pirate Gaming over there. Oh my goodness gracious. These guys said Korea who? And then the Pirate Gaming just said, yeah, no, who are you? As they came in. Oh my goodness, using their morphs to chat PvP on this one, winning the first 2 engagements pretty handedly. But now For Glory is coming back with a vengeance on this one. They're grappling up, trying to take control of the high ground. It doesn't look like Pirate Gaming is on to them quite yet. They only have 1 static up here to try to defend this, which is all of For Glory is kind of funneling onto this high ground right now. Looks like For Glory is starting to take over a little bit, and the small scale skirmish like this and the open engages, Pirates definitely winning. Oh, there we go. Pirate got a few more people onto the high ground, and look at the difference that makes right there. For Glory getting pushed right back off the high ground. 1 minute left on the clock, Spid, before they can actually try to cap the point though.
I mean, For Glory is they were coming from behind, but the second Pirates sees them, they just rush them. It is impossible. I mean, they are showing dominance right now. I mean, Pirate Gaming, I thought this would be way closer, but probably maybe they're cooking. For Glory is cooking. Come on, For Glory, you guys got this. I mean, it's still 30 seconds left till the capture point starts opening, and maybe they will make their play then. But Pirate Gaming strong force. They're holding the top. They're holding close to the point. I think For Glory definitely needs to do something here.
Yeah, it looks like For Glory respawning together, but Pirate Gaming snuffs that out immediately. Look at them pile down over the top there. And honestly, For Glory looks like they're able to pick apart the Pirate Gaming front line. But honestly, it's those flankers from Pirate that take Carnage back there, just ripping apart For Glory's backline. Those spear dagger users just doing so much work for the Pirates over here. And Pirates looking for the cap on the point as it is opened up now. But neither guild has been able to cap it quite yet. Shirokoro goes for the cap for Glory, but not going to find it there. And it looks like Pirate Gaming starting to settle down and settle in on this one as they've kind of made an example out of them the first few times. Can they get the cap off? They do. It is Pirate Gaming with 29 people on the point. Their first ones to cap. For Glory needs to get involved on this one. They have got to get their cap off so that they can start getting contribution towards getting the 100% cap down. There we go. Soul Devil steps forward, immediately gets interrupted though, and it looks like Pirate Gaming really dominant here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, For Glory is not doing very well right now. They need more control around the map. I mean, they're pushing from the same side over and over again, and Pirates are literally just shutting them down. They need control on the tent sides. They need control around the point, and they actually have to start soon take the stone because Pirate is just sweeping them right now.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, so we have 2 more matches, the third match. Yeah, no, I'm 100% correct. There are 3 matches left, including this one. There's 2 more after this. Yes, that is correct. I am 100% correct. All right, it looks like Pirate Gaming going to take this cap pretty convincingly. For Glory not even able to get somebody onto the point right here, as it looks like I'm gonna go up. What was our score right now?
3-3.
3-3. I'm gonna take it. I don't even know anything about the EU. Well, that's not true. I'll be honest with you, filling out these forums and reading about these guilds, I ask what the culture is. I ask who their best players are, where they think they're gonna place in the tournament. I get a pretty good idea of where these guilds like to place here. It doesn't surprise me I'm coming out on top of some of these predictions. But also, I'm also letting you pick first, in fairness. I am. For a lot of these, Pirate taking that cap right there. For Glory holding the high ground right now, but that's not going to do them much good if they don't have the cap.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to get a cap here soon. I mean, they still have a lot of time, 12 minutes. They need to think differently. They need to play differently. They need to position themselves much better. I mean, Pirates are countering them perfectly. They have good control on the top. They have good control at the bottom. For Glory has to play differently if they're going to make a dent in this.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, again, they keep trying to go for that point, but like Pirate Gaming's frontline just not letting them, just belligerently shoving them off the point on repeat. This is why you have to be running a Nurma with max resistances to try to get caps off like this when you're in a situation like this. And it's an all-out brawl. Looks like For Glory getting the better of this all-out brawl on the high ground here, though. The low ground definitely going to Pirate Gaming, and that's the point that matters. 70, 80, 90%. Are they going to get the cap off? They are going to get this cap off. So For Glory going to try to battle back here a bit as they get their first cap of the match.
Yeah, I do think they can probably progress here. They need to start moving closer to the point. They're fighting everywhere right now, but they need bodies on the point to start making progress. Put some pressure on Pirates, because Pirates right now they're up there. They're fighting everywhere. But if they can put some pressure on them, make them panic a little bit, maybe they can make some progress on this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, again, Pirates still the dominant ones here. It looks like For Glory struggling to keep people on the point, but I'll be honest with you, it is Morokai. You can just spawn from point 1 and run back as quickly as you can, but Pirates just killing them so fast. I'm not sure if it's a gear diff. Again, For Glory has won 6 sieges. These guys are sitting, they have basic, that means that they're getting Arc Boss loot from every single Arc Boss. Okay, that means they're winning every siege. They have the most Lucent that they can possibly have, and these drunk Neanderthals that have only won 1 siege and couldn't even remember if they were the strongest guild on their server are beating them right now is literally insane.
But do you remember what I told you at the start of this? You told me Arc Boss weapons make a difference, but I told you PvPing on a dead server does not give you the experience. If you're continuously PvPing on PvP servers, that will be worth way more than any weapons that you can get. And pirates, they have been fighting continuously. They fought us, they left the server, they went to fought another guild, they came back, and I mean, we came up to them and we fought them again. They have insane amount of PvP experience. Like they said, they won one siege only, but because of the PvP experience, it beats those weapons any day.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. For Glory just struggling all left, right, and center. Pirate seems to be winning in the open field skirmish now, as well as like their statics are kind of just together. Look how convincing you see these red health bars basically standing next to each other. You can see all the individual parties if you look closely. All the healers in very good positions. The casters in great positions as well. Suzume gets under a little bit of pressure, has to drop down there from that spear user, goes invisible. Spear dagger right there goes invisible, tries to run away. But again, For Glory just can't even get control of the high ground here because Pirate is even in the chaos engages, they're winning. And then in the initial engage, you saw their shot calling just be that good. They dove in and destroyed For Glory in that first engage. It was so convincing.
Yeah, they have the experience on them. I mean, like I said, this is why you cannot be on a dead server. You get all the loot, but you get literally no PvP experience when it matters, right? The Pirates, they have a experienced shot caller, experienced PvPers. They're showing it right now. They're showing dominance on this guild that's won 6 sieges. It's 6 sieges versus 1 siege one. But to me, it looks like Pirates are the one that won the 6 sieges.
Yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe it. I thought For Glory was so confident in their application. I thought, man, these guys are going to go a really long way. Like, nobody's this confident. And then comes out and has this rough of a first round. But in fairness, Pirate Gaming is really strong. And, like, they're fighting For Glory, which is a strong opponent. They have their gear. It just doesn't look like they're coordinating together. It cannot be a gear diff. This is a player diff. And you talked before about being on dead servers. You have to understand the value of constantly fighting on a PvP server against PvP guilds. Gives you experience as a guild. It gives you experience as players. And that experience can be invaluable. Certainly can be much more valuable than just having gear for free on a dead server, right? So even if you dominate a server, if you're never fighting anyone, you're really not getting any experience. You could have all the gear in the world and still come out and get the door slammed in your face like this by Pirate Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be a humbling experience for them. I mean, they still have a chance, of course, if they can cook a better strategy, fight from different angles, they can win this. But if they don't, it's a really humbling experience. And I hope many people watching this realize that it's not worth it to be on dead servers. Fighting PvP, getting good at the game, fighting with your friends, fighting with your teammates, getting good together, building that chemistry, it's extremely important, especially when it comes to tournaments like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Pirate Gaming actually wedging themselves into the corner right there. And that's what we see a lot of professional guilds do, is they put themselves on that right side, just like that right there. And this high ground right here is held by For Glory. But again, it's just be very tough to get the Pirates out of that corner because they can control this right here. They can keep For Glory from capping on repeat here as they keep CCing the tanks on repeat down there. They're just not going to let For Glory even have an inch here as war is waged on the low and the high ground up here. Pirate Gaming moving up, wiping out the high ground for Glory, and now you see them all jumping down. They're like, oh, we don't want to let them get that cap. Okay, let's stop that. And then they move back up to the high ground, they wipe them out, and then they move down and stop the cap again. Very calculated play. Despite being kind of randomized chaos, Pirate Gaming is showing a lot of guild coordination here. They do let For Glory get that cap off, but look how many people are actually on the point for Glory. Only 13 on the point, and Pirate just committing enough people, not too many, just committing enough people to make sure that that contribution rate goes down for them right here. With only 6.5 minutes on the clock, we look over at the leaderboards for this. Oh my gosh. You don't see a For Glory member until number 16 on the leaderboard here for damage. Actually, or for kills rather, actually just crazy for Pirate Gaming right there. And that's why it's important, guys. You want to stay on a PvP server. I think that a lot of guilds, you know, it is important to get your gear, to make sure that you're getting wins from time to time so that people in your guild can get their gear. But at the end of the day, there is no substitute for experience. You need your statics to be playing together every day. You need them to be getting into voice with each other to clean up those comms, to clean up that positioning, and you only get that through constantly fighting each other. I think it would be fine if you're on kind of a dead server and you constantly did war games with guilds on other servers. That would be one thing, but I don't think that's what we're seeing here. I think we're seeing For Glory struggle for one of the first times in their guild's career here to really make anything happen against a very dominating guild here. Pirate has certainly had a struggle bus of a guild, although they've only won one siege. Look at how dominant their guild looks. They have so much experience. It looks like playing this game, the mastery that you see coming out from their various statics and how they're playing with one another, it just looks so good for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing dominance, but I've been saying this, guilds with experience, PvP experience, you see how they're playing. They're not playing all clumped up. You see they're fighting everywhere. Even when they're able to take, or For Glory is able to take the point, they're not rushing. Look right now, they have the point, but you see Pirates are still fighting up there. They're still skirmishing. They're not panicking until the call is made to get on the point. You see this experience. It just does not work to just clump up and fight with a big Zerg. You have to do the small battles. You have to control the map, because that is how you get the victory.
Absolutely. Well, start to finish on this one, it's been honestly Pirate Gaming just basically absolutely dominating this one. For Glory doing their best to kind of flood onto the low ground here. Only 18 people on the point against the 28 red health bars that you see there from Pirate. And look at their yellow health bars, look a lot less healthy right there. And it looks like the healers for Pirate Gaming also doing a much stronger job on this one. Looks like Pricey, really low on this left side over here. But look at him, he gets that shield back from his spear dagger there. Oh, gets a heal from his healer right there. And that's, again, what I'm talking about is your statics work together so well. He basically backed up and waited for his healer to give him a heal, and then he's able to dive back in. Versus this man right over here, Nekolus, just got absolutely blasted, and he's all alone, no backup whatsoever. Silver's gonna get isolated and destroyed as well. Look at these statics just working so well together for Pirate Gaming. Even on this high ground, they can beat them with less people. Look at that, isolate and destroy. Every single DPS from Pirate Gaming is hitting the same target, and they just blow them away, and then they move to the next target together. They're very clearly coordinating with one another to make sure that they can take out their targets swiftly and efficiently. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. It's looking very Pirate Gaming.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the way they're moving. They're covering each of the corners. They're catching these spawners coming back in. They're holding the top. They're just showing complete dominance here against what is supposed to be a really strong guild. Chaos does have, if I'm not wrong, another guild in the tournament, so we'll have to see if maybe that's where the strongest forces is.
Yeah, absolutely. Pirate Gaming wedged into the corner once again, but again, For Glory just not able to win out on the skirmish. It does look like he put up his counter barrier trying to take the point there, and not gonna get it though as well there for them.
They're going for the capture again, I see. They're trying. I mean, they're trying. They probably have Guardians. Maybe they can make a really tough push here. Maybe get close to getting some points or capture points here. But I just think Pirate is ready to it. Ready for the counter. Ready for the calls. Just completely dominating every side of the map. But, I mean, anything can happen, right? We've seen the 2-minute swap before. Maybe it happens again. I don't think so, but you never know.
Okay, it does look like we moved one of our matches later. We'll handle that in a second. Pirate Gaming, 2 minutes on the clock. It does look like they're going to win this one very convincingly, and I'll be honest with you, I think that they're one of my favorites to win this tournament based on how well they've been playing here. For Glory, I do not feel is a weak guild. I know that we've been kind of dogging on them a little bit here, but they are definitely not a weak guild. They have coordination. They showed up as a guild. They've got their gear together, and they're definitely spawning from the correct location. They understand Mordecai as a map, but they're just getting outplayed on the small scale level like this. And then again, from the shot calling perspective as well, you can tell that the Pirate Gaming shot caller definitely has more of a handle on this map, as we saw For Glory try to dart through a choke early on, and then Pirate Gaming punished them and closed the door, and from there it was just kind of a downhill slide for that one. But again, Marzu and Cash finally getting an opportunity to fire unobstructed from the high ground, but immediately as I say that, Cash gets jumped on And it takes 3 members to peel him off, but he ends up going down anyway as the Pirate Gaming Static runs up and supports their team and just wipes out the 4 Glory Statics on this high ground once again. And again, that's that little micro play that you see in a match like this. 55 seconds left on the clock. It's been all Pirate Gaming. 4 Glory has gotten a few caps off, but oh my goodness, it's Pirate Gaming on the point. It's Pirate Gaming on the high ground. It's Pirate Gaming on the low ground. It's Pirate Gaming up everywhere. They are looking as one of the favorites to come out in this tournament and do super well, Spin.
Yeah, Pirate, they stole the Riftstone, they stole the fight, and they stole their glory. This is all to Pirate Gaming. They did absolutely amazing. They've shown that they're a big force to reckon with. They're going to go far in the tournament. Let's just hope they don't meet Synergy.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like one of our matches later is going to be moved, but that is okay. Pirate Gaming putting on a clinic against 4 Glory, but it's good fights to both teams. I think that 4 Glory can go back to the drawing board here. They certainly have a good foundation of a guild. They've got the leadership core there. They've got the participation. They've got the gear. They just need to work together. I think they just got a masterclass in what coordination actually looks really good. Can we talk for a moment how the Carnage has the most kills in the lobby on a great sword spear instead of a spear dagger? That guy is a specimen. And then we see a bow staff in at number 3 here. Highest damage in the lobby still goes to Pricey on that spear dagger. But let's see. What's the highest tank in the lobby? Let's move down here. I see 1 million for Penitent for 4 Glory. 1 point almost, a little over 1 million for Flash for 4 Glory. 1.1 million for Azrael's Son for 4 Glory. Let's look at heals. 3.5 million for Kazu. 3.1, 3.3, 4.6 million from Vest Rivian from Pirates right there. 6 million from Choki. Choki looks like, yeah, best healer in the lobby. Pirates putting on a clinic for that one. Holy moly, Spence. I just want to say, I don't mean to brag, but I am up 4-3.
Yes, you are up 4-3. I mean, I did say that I actually believed in Pirate Gaming, and you believed in 4 Glory. Remember that?
Well, no. That's not. No. You can't take this from me.
I said.
I gave you
my
choice.
only reason is because of principle.
You chose 4 Glory. I said no problem. I'll go with Pirates. But I think 4 Glory is advantaged. But I want to see Pirates win. That is different. And to be clear, they did win. And I want to be clear, they also won with Cinema. They chat PvP better than anyone. I've not seen a morph.
That was amazing. I love that morph. The morph was amazing. The orange talk, amazing. It was Cinema. They did amazing. I see them going far. I'm really excited to see their next match.
Yeah, let's take a look at this first engage here. Look how dominant Pirate looked in this very this second engage on the map. 4 Glory tries to dart right in. Look at the flankers for Pirate Gaming. Get in behind the backline, and 4 Glory just gets eviscerated. Look over on the right side of your screen. You can see Pirate Gaming really just like struggling or really just wiping out the backline of 4 Glory. It's just absolutely ridiculous. How well those engages actually went for Pirate Gaming initially, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was not a good look right there, because we all thought, again, I think we thought 4 Glory, 6 sieges, they can't go wrong. Oof, man, oof. Apparently they can, but it's good fights to both teams. We are moving forward to our next match of the day. I did move one of our matches to tomorrow since we had one of the teams drop out. So Black Sail versus Chaos F will end up happening tomorrow. I forgot about that. That is my bad. But we are about to see 4 Glory versus Unholy Mova, which is, again, 4 Glory's second guild. I just want to point out, we just saw 4 Glory's strongest guild. And now we're going to see 4 Glory's second strongest guild. And this time, I'm going to introduce 4 Glory again. It's the all caps. They said, I just want to point out, in the last one of them filled out. They said they won 6 sieges. Then in this one, they said they won 5 sieges, but they lost one on purpose, with quotation marks. Just like they lost that first round of the tournament on purpose there. But they predicted first place in the tournament. We're going to see how that goes for this one, but this is kind of a combination of the other 3 4 Glory guilds here, hailing from Torrent. I'll let you introduce Unholy Mova here.
Yeah, Unholy and Mova, I mean, the first thing that my eyes go to is we are incompetent, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
But they've won 4 sieges while being incompetent. That's pretty impressive. But they have a big alliance with Unholy Mova 2, Phoenix UA, and Akatsuki. From Naruto, by the way, because I'm a weeb. But they're the strongest alliance on their server. However, I have to go with For Glory here because they owe me. They just lost me an L.
You're gonna do it again?
Back with the vengeance.
You're doubling
they're back
down?
with the vengeance, okay? They have to win. They
He's
have to
doubling
win.
down. All right, I'm going
For Glory.
All right, I'm Unholy Mova all the way, baby. I might call them Unholy Nova a few times, but you know what? It is what it is. Unholy Mova, we are incompetent, but you know what? Guilds meme a lot. My guess is that they're not actually incompetent at all, but we're gonna find out pretty quick here. I believe that this is their only guild in the tournament, which means that they can draw from anyone in their alliance, which does help them at the end of the day. But we will see here as we come in. Make sure you guys get your predictions in. Thank you so much, mods, for staying on top of the predictions on most of the matches today. Really appreciate your contribution there. I do want to give one more shout out as we come back to the caster desk to Icon Digital, who is sponsoring the tournament, guys. They have a free app, okay, that helps you troubleshoot your computer. You can see just how much RAM you're using, CPU power, GPU power, just about everything you can think of, and it's a super lightweight app. It takes 0% of your computing power to run in the background, totally free to play. Even if you don't know anything about computers, it can absolutely show you what's wrong in terms of troubleshooting. And then if you want to pay for their subscription service, the app will automatically optimize your computer for whatever game you happen to be playing, giving you 40 to 60% more FPS across the board for $8.99 a month if you use code Blue Squadron. And I want to point out that they sponsor tournaments like this. We love companies that sponsor tournaments like this because they help make tournaments like this possible. Otherwise, all the prize money has to come out of my pocket, and it makes the tournament much more difficult to run on my end. So thank you to them for sponsoring the tournament, and I personally use their service. It's absolutely awesome. I showcased it in the last tournament as well. They sponsored this tournament here as well. So nothing but love for them and their company there. It looks like we're moving towards the versus screen for this one. One more time, Icon Digital, guys, invest. Thanks so much to them. For Glory versus Unholy Mova. Let's talk about pick ban here, Spid. I'll let you kind of go through it real quick.
Yeah, I mean, they ended up, let's see here. So the one that won the pick is the For Glory, and they decided to pick Mordecai. The bans were Adentis, Malakar, and Cherno. So we're going back to Mordecai.
Yeah, so we're going back to Mordecai again, and I'll be honest with you, I've never been so happy to see Mordecai so many times in my entire life.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, this fight should be really close. All things said and done, if For Glory's top team got knocked out by Pirates there, we're going to probably see them stack this team as best they can. But as a reminder to everyone at home, you cannot field a player more than once. So if any player that played for Glory CH in that first match is not allowed to play in this match. Just to be very, very clear. If we do catch that, we did catch that, I think, one time in the NA tournament and had to punish them, and they got knocked out ultimately for that punishment at the end of the day. But we have not seen it yet in the EU tournament, but just as a friendly reminder so that we don't have that problem, I just wanted to remind everybody, make sure you guys got your predictions in. This is the final match of the day, I believe, because again, Black Sail versus Chaos F got moved to tomorrow, and they would like to move to tomorrow and keep that there. That's good because again, we should be able to fit in one extra match tomorrow because there's no server maintenance. Thank goodness. Again, big shout out to AGS watching from home. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciated the social media shout out and their support of the tournament overall. It really warmed my heart when they shouted it out on the Eye of Silicium in their YouTube video. That was really, really cool. I've never had that before. I've made a lot of big events for Black Desert Online. Prolibus had never done anything like that for me, so that was just really, really cool for me to see, and I really, really appreciated it. So it looks like the final players are joining the lobby here. We are just about 48 over 48 on this one. Unholy Mova on the yellow side, For Glory on the red side. It is going to be Mordecai just one more time on this one, and you can't be unhappy about that because Mordecai is such a fun map to watch here. Looks like we have a few extra people. That looks like looks like Unholy Mova is deciding who they want to come in. They have like 50 players in the lobby right now, and they're like, okay, they're deciding who actually is going to get to play here because they only get to field 48 players at the end of the day. But really cool to see that kind of an attendance from just one guild like that. Super, super cool. Unholy Mova versus For Glory's final guilds. Is For Glory going to be knocked out in the very first round of the tournament, Spid?
No, they cannot. They can't let me down twice. That is impossible. You know, then when I die, they have to let me down one more time, bro, because yeah, please, you know, check out the sponsor, maybe boost your FPS a little bit. You know, maybe you're able to win this, please. Because if you win this, we're tied again. And then tomorrow will be way more exciting.
Yeah, honestly, tomorrow we have whole new guilds tomorrow. Tomorrow is day 2 of round 1 because there's 52 guilds in the tournament. We literally have a whole new set of teams for tomorrow. It's a whole new ball game. The bracket is just massive for this tournament. It's so sick to see. So we're gonna get through the rest of round 1 tomorrow. We're letting them get rid of spectators here. We are 48 over 48. It does look like the lobby is just about ready to go here. For our final match of the day. Big shout out to honestly, I'm glad that they got the servers up early, Spit. I was a little worried that it was going to take them a second. It looks like the match has hit. We have hit the go timer for the matches. We are getting into this. We will go to the live feed for the final match of day 1. And again, I have to run. This is the only bad part about Mordecai. I have to run to Narnia to get to the match down here, but that's okay because we can look at this super cool Arctic wolf that they finally added to the game. I love dogs. I'm a dog person. Let me know if you get there first, Spid. You should have a better mount than me. I don't see anyone fighting quite yet on the points. Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's fighting quite yet, which is good. This is a good thing.
For Glory spawning on 3, it seems. Yeah, they're going up.
And they're rotating around and up. Yeah, I'm finally here now. For Glory is spawning. It looks like they're rotating around. Instead of trying to take the point proper, they're actually, they're camping the spawns. They're bouncing between 2 and 3. That way, if Unholy Mova spawns at 2 or 3, they're just going to get mobbed the moment that they spawn in. So Unholy Mova, it's going to be on them. And this is why you can scout. For sure, you can send one player.
Huge fight on 1. Huge fight on 1 right now.
Oh, there is a big fight. Is there a big fight on 1? Because most of For Glory is standing on the other 2 points.
There's like 5 versus 40 right now. It's crazy.
My gosh. For Glory backfires hard. Unholy Mova with a good scout, spawning in on 1 and blasting the For Glory members that are there. And now For Glory is fighting from a deficit right now as Unholy Mova takes the low ground of this fight, and For Glory tries to make it back in. You see the tanks pulling each other back and forth. The front lines colliding. Look at the wrap from For Glory. Look at the back line on the right side of your screen there. Unholy Mova has a lot of red health bars on their back line right now, but For Glory trying to dive down and stop Unholy Mova from taking control of this point. They're the only guild left in this alliance, in this tournament, so they really have to make their mark here, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, they using similar strategy, so it seems like they've been working together on how they're going to play this map. They're spawning from the same side, but it seems like they have way better control than they had on the last round versus Pirates. They're playing better. They're holding off Unholy Mova's spawn, just continuously spawn camping and pushing them back. But Unholy Mova is pushing through now. They're getting to the point, and we'll see how this fight turns out.
Yeah, absolutely. Unholy Mova actually winning out in the small scale skirmish, I think, a little bit here. For Glory just letting everyone bleed through, and the point is taken over for Unholy Mova here. For Glory does hold the high ground, though, as Unholy Mova does their best to basically take control of this low ground, but their health bars are running very, very thin. For Glory looks like they just do a lot more. They're packing a lot more damage in each of their skills that I think Unholy Mova is prepared for. So For Glory constantly just sticking to their backline on repeat. They can't get the divers and the front line out of their back line here. It looks like Unholy Mova moving to the high ground now, trying to pivot on For Glory, as they saw in that last match. They're like, okay, maybe they don't coordinate well enough together. There we go. Unholy Mova finding an engagement down on the low ground down there, and sandwiching For Glory on both sides. It's very back and forth here, Spin.
Yeah, it's very back and forth. It seems like Unholy Mova likes to play more together, while For Glory is attacking them from every side that they can. Right now, they're getting big reinforcements right now from spawn. Right now, it doesn't look like many people are like spawn camping them anymore. So huge reinforcements. I mean, 1 minute and 20 seconds till they can start capturing the Riftstone. But right now, they're taking huge control on the top right now. Unholy Mova is good to see. But again, For Glory is coming with a bunch of reinforcements through their spawn point.
Yeah, absolutely. Unholy Mova actually taking control of this. I would say that they have more control over the point than Glory does, and they're definitely better grouped, but they're really struggling to get Glory out of their back line, out of their Glory holes, if you will, on the back line here. Mova just really cannot get those red health bars away from their bow users, and that is struggling here. 45 seconds before we can see a first cap here. As we look at the leaderboards, it's 3 For Glory members, then you see Unholy Mova, For Glory, Unholy Mova. So it's actually very back and forth. Definitely favors For Glory a little bit, but Mova definitely bringing it back into this one.
Yeah, For Glory is doing a really good job camping their spawn right now. They're not letting them come through. Like, that's why you see so few of For Glory in the back, because almost all of them are trying to camp their spawn. I think Nova might have to swap their spawn point to be able to get through here.
Yeah, they are running back to the fight. It feels like Unholy Mova actually has more people toward the point right now than For Glory does. As the point is about to open up in 5 seconds, we see Zekron diving toward it. He can't actually take it, though. I'm looking for any of the members that can actually cap the point. It is open. Is anyone going to come cap it, though? There we go. It does look like Unholy Mova is going to be the first one. Is he even going to get interrupted? He finally does.
Free. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get it for free there, Spin. That was sweaty. But Unholy Mova, look at them wedged in this corner over here, doing a great job. Oh my gosh, For Glory gets the cap off right in Unholy Mova's face right there. That is not what you want to see if you're Mova right now on this one. And they're still trying to get the cap off, but the tanks from For Glory preventing Unholy Mova from getting there. But the thing is, Unholy Mova actually has more people on the point, so they're actually shutting down For Glory's attempt here. They're down at 10%, Spin.
I mean, it's very interesting because if you're looking, For Glory are just trying to push their spawn continuously. They have so many numbers close to their spawn and nobody on point. You see so many Unholy Mova close to this point, close around the point, but all of For Glory are just pushing towards their spawn. It's a very interesting play here. Usually I would send like 5 or 6 players to go fight a spawn camp, but they're sending like 10, 15 players. It seems like they're changing strategy right now. They're coming closer, trying to clean up around the point, but let's see if it works out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it looks like For Glory rallying back here. They're finally getting their cap underway now, and Unholy Mova keeps getting control, but their tanks are not doing their job. Their tanks are just not able to come up with a cap consistently on this point to put them on the board here. So it looks like Unholy Mova skirmishing well. The flankers are doing well. The backliners are doing their job. But the front line really coming up short for Mova on this one. For Glory actually just piling onto the point, doing the best they can, because every percentage they get out in front of them, finally Unholy Mova finds a cap down, and their percentage should climb quickly. 23 people to 10. They have over twice as many people on the point. Look at that percentage climb. 30, 31. This is absolutely obnoxious. Holy moly, they're just keeping so many more people on the point than Glory is at this point right now. And Glory just getting out skirmished by Unholy Mova. Are both For Glory's teams sadly going to be knocked out in this first round, Spin? It's a little bit closer than I think you were hoping.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the play of For Glory currently. I mean, I don't like, look how many players they have outside of the point. They have 10, 12, 15 players just fighting the spawn campers. Why are they not closer to the point? Why are they not fighting closer to the point? It makes absolutely no sense to me. It's like they don't want to cap. They have the advantage. They have the players. They just don't want to get on the point.
in fairness, a lot of Unholy Mova is standing on the high ground right now. There's at least 8 or 9 players from Unholy Mova not contributing to the point. Agent Cabina, this guy's an absolute gamer over here because he's standing on the point now. And just as I say that, he runs away. Ghost Gamer right there is doing a lot of work because, again, he's just barely on a high ground. He's in a great position. He's getting extra damage down. He's also contributing to the point. For Glory, just not enough players on the point to contest Unholy Mova as they climb up to almost 60% now on this cap. It's very back and forth, but For Glory just losing out on the skirmish. And this is what I was saying, is the flankers in the DPS, like the backline DPS for Unholy Mova, look like they're doing a tremendous job skirmishing on For Glory. For Glory's frontline looks like they are much more objective based. They look like they're doing a stronger job, but frontlines don't win you war games. Healers win you war games. Your backline, your DPS win you war games. Sometimes, sure, your frontline definitely contributes, no question, but they can't do it by themselves. They need their DPS to follow up, and For Glory's DPS is just not there. 97% for Unholy Mova. They're gonna get the first cap of this one with 11 minutes left on the timer, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking good for Glory. I mean, even though you look that For Glory has the top performance on the leaderboard, Nova is just playing so much better. They're positioning better. They're fighting together better. They're actually getting on top of the point instead of fighting 1 versus 10 players, right? They're making the right decisions, and it just shows over and over again. If you're playing together, you're playing with the same strategy, you're playing with the same brain, it will show results. And right now, For Glory has to get their stuff together.
Yeah, it looks like the statics from Unholy Mova are really hitting their stride on this one, as it looked like way closer before. It took them a second to get their footing, but now you can see, look at these DPS perfectly positioned back here to make sure that they're spread enough that one spear player, if they dive on one person, everyone else can just turn and kill them. But they're all free firing, and they know that they don't need to stand on the point here. They basically sacrifice the high ground to For Glory, but all the front line for Unholy Mova needs to do is they just need to CC them repeatedly. Follow the arrow might get the cap off though, and that complicates things. Now all of these backline players can't just stand back here for no reason. They have to step up and make sure that they're on the point. Mova just needs to keep one pair of boots, or one boot on the point more than their opponent, and they should knock them out here. For Glory, not enough members on the point right now because, as you said, Spid, look how many people are on the high ground not contributing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really bad for Glory right now. I mean, is it really bad for Glory? Is it good for Mova? Because Mova is doing a really good job being around the point. The second they see that they need extra boosts into the point, they insta go into the point. They're playing the point perfectly. They're playing the objective. While For Glory, I don't even know if they understand that they need to actually capture the objective by having more players. Like, they're just standing up there fighting so far away from the point. I just don't see them getting this win unless they change the strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna see this flip back around here, but that For Glory showing some life right here, finally getting some boots onto the point. I think that if they commit together, look how many people are over here trying to fight one guy or two guys. Tingle has 5 people on him. They need to get off and get onto the point here. They need those players basically contributing to the point. Look how many people on the high ground. So again, I actually think that this is less a static diff now, and I'm starting to think that Unholy Mova is just better at playing the objective than For Glory is. For Glory with plenty of people standing around, but not enough people on the point proper. Look how many red health bars are not on the point. They could be doubling their numbers right now and really shooting up their contribution, but instead they're losing right now to Unholy Mova in contribution because Mova just understands how to play the objective more strongly on this map. Glory just not playing the objective as strongly, and like, I gotta say it, if you've been on a server where you've won 6 sieges, right, and it's kind of a dead server, you might not know how to fight a situation like this. Your players might not be as kind of accustomed to playing for the objective as Unholy Mova has, as they probably had a lot more PvP experience over time here. It's showing because For Glory, they're skirmishing, they've got the gear, they've got everything they need, but like, too many players are just not looking at the objective. They're all playing for themselves, and they're just not, they're gonna lose the match as a result. They finally get back on top though, Sped.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows experience. Like this was us early in the war games. We were just fighting, thinking we were winning. We didn't understand that we have to get our asses on the point. It just seems like For Glory hasn't put in the effort. If they they are outperforming, they are stronger, they are showing it on the leaderboards, but they are not playing the objective.
Oh my gosh,
you
look
need
at
to
that.
get your feeds on the point.
Look at this leaderboard, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of 11 people are all For Glory. There's only 4 Unholy Mova on the front page of the leaderboards, and they're winning convincingly right now. Yeah, finally, For Glory is starting to battle back. They're at 48%, but it's taking them a moment. They're at 50% and climbing. 6.5 minutes. Things are starting to heat up a little bit here. But again, you're seeing Unholy Mova working together better as players, playing the objective better. But finally, For Glory is like flipping the switch on, like, oh, okay, we need to get this done. Look how many players they have on this high ground. Look at this. This is just undisciplined. You just don't want to see this. And when it's one player that's making the difference between you winning and losing, like you have so many players that are firing from the high ground and not actually contributing. If they lose, you can only point at those players as the reason that they lose here, but they might just get their spin. 60% and climbing with 6 minutes on the clock.
They are definitely slowly climbing. I mean, this is making for a really close match. They have double the numbers right now. This is going to get a huge boost here, but they have to, if they get these boots into the point, they can take this. They can definitely take this. But as long as Mova can keep them and continuously make them stupid, then I think Mova might have this. But definitely, this is a huge progress right now from For Glory. I think Mova is starting to panic right now. I think they're panicking. They're trying to get it into the point. It might not be the play, but For Glory is getting more and more boots into the point.
Yeah, Unholy Mova, it's going to come down to the wire here, because if For Glory actually caps this right now, they actually leave the door open. If Mova gets another cap down, they can absolutely flip it around at the last minute here. And that might be what Mova's kind of trying to do here, as they don't have very many people on this point. It does look like that finally For Glory, they look at this leaderboard. Is obnoxious. This should not be this close for Glory right now, but finally getting control of the match at 97%. Capture on this, 5 minutes to go. Unholy Mova is going to have to see Unholy Mova is going to have to flip this around in 5 minutes, because For Glory just flipped this all the way back on them. They need to regroup. It looks like they've pulled all the way off the point right now, and they're regrouping on this one. They're actually going to back up. This is a bold strategy. They need to get regrouped quickly. For Glory's just jumping on them the moment that they spawn. For Glory knows it.
Really good, really good.
Super smart from For Glory to just dive into the spawn over here.
Don't let them regroup.
Do not let them regroup. Yes, this is so good for Glory right now. Unholy Mova with a bad call to just back up and regroup on point 1 like this. That was not going to work. For Glory backing up to the point. They just need to make sure that Unholy Mova doesn't get a cap down at this point. They can't get people through. Bulo's going to dive through, get blasted down by Death Blow from that Greatsword user. Oh my goodness, just dropped the hammer on his face right there. I guess the Greatsword rather. As Unholy Mova finally does get their group off, but they're all just interrupted. Sadly, it looks like Unholy Mova, their shot caller just fumbling here, backing up, trying to get a regroup, getting interrupted, not sure what to do. And now part of Unholy Mova is coming from the other direction, and part of Unholy Mova is coming from the other direction still. Stolen's looking for a cap right now for them, but every second that ticks away is a second in For Glory's favor here, as it's going to come right down to the wire. They need to basically get this cap off immediately, and they just get interrupted again. Barov, the MVP right there. For Glory right there, just keeping them from getting that cap off, because I do believe that Unholy Mova could absolutely turn this back around if they pop Guardians, they pop Remedies, and they run through this. If they they just need to get the cap down and then just run over one convincing push, and they should be able to do it. We're going to tick down to the 3-minute mark here, and we still have not seen a cap from Unholy Mova. The front line from For Glory actually flipping this on and doing a great job. This is where your front line really excels. This is where your front line contributes in a big way to your victory here, because they are buying so many precious seconds for their team here. Elevin on that low ground. Can they stop it? They do. How you do, trying to go for another cap. Gets stopped again by Yasta. That For Glory just will not let this go. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Time is running out for Unholy Mova. I'm not sure that they have enough time, even if they get the cap down now. And that's exactly what For Glory wanted, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, it took them 15 minutes to understand and finally wake up. Mova did a great thing by trying to regroup, but For Glory was on it. It completely destroyed their regroup, completely destroyed their strategy. And right now, For Glory, they are pumping them on that point. They're stopping them. They're doing everything. I don't know what happened, but after those 15 minutes, they are a whole different team.
Yep, self-proclaimed best guild in the world, actually gonna pull out this victory in round one. We got there. It was a narrow victory, but they got there. 2 minutes on the clock. They could still technically turn this around. I don't want to count Unholy Mova out just yet, but it's looking kind of bad right now. They cannot get this cap down. The For Glory tanks just not letting Stolen, not letting the other tanks for Mova actually get onto this point. They're just constantly being interrupted. Santa Cruz steps up. He's going to try for a cap. Not going to get it. Stolen's going to step up. Try go for a cap. He's not going to get it. He gets interrupted again. Santa Cruz tries to get one. Interrupted. Stolen. Again. Interrupted. For Glory. Just so good. The front line just unstoppable. Unholy Mova has to be so frustrated right now. Look how many more players they have. They could flip this in a moment. Look how many more players they have on the point. They still can't get it because there's like 2 For Glory members standing in there just constantly stopping them from getting this cap off. 1 minute left. This is why Nirma with max resistances is so important. In a time like this, you needed your front line to perform. Mova's front line, as I said before in the match, not stepping up. It took them a while to get the cap in the first place, if you remember, and they fumbled. They can't get this cap back now. And For Glory knows that they're exploiting the fact that their front line is in fact stronger than Mova's. Mova's front line doing a very poor job of trying to get onto this point. You should not get interrupted that many times if you're running the correct build as a frontliner. And For Glory sweeping the leg, so to speak, on this one. With 30 seconds left on the clock, For Glory will move on to round 2, although it looked pretty close, Spid.
Yeah, I mean, the way things were looking at the start, I thought and Mova had it 100%, but For Glory got the stuff together. Mova, all they had to do was get this point because For Glory does not know how to stand on a point. But now it is absolutely too late. They did get the point, but you see, again, For Glory doesn't know how to get on the point.
Look
if they had this in time, they would have probably made that comeback.
They just needed 1 minute. They just needed 1 or 2 minutes, but For Glory's tanks are just that good. I'm telling you, the front line diff right there. Frontline diff. If you're a tank, you are rock hard watching that match right there. That was beautiful performance for the front line for Glory right there. When everyone else was being out skirmished on the low ground just like that. Look at the leaderboards right here. Never a Hubris with 2.6 million damage and 48 kills in the match. Lixanola tying him, but only at 2 million damage here again. It's a bow staff. I mean, it's a bow staff user is the top DPS in the match, and that's how you know you're trash, is if you're playing Spear Dagger and you still lose in damage. Oh my goodness, Audie's gonna get so much shit in voice tonight because of that. Let's take a look at the Let's take a look at the damage tanked here. 1.2 million from Elias right there. Looks like he might be the highest. 1.2 million from Elias is the best tank in the lobby. Let's look at the healers. 3.2 million from Nagin for Glory. 3.4 million from Perry Hodder. That's crazy. That's a crazy name. But 3.4 million from Perry Hodder right there. And it looks like he might be the best in the lobby, unless I'm missing one. No, it looks like he is the strongest in the lobby. And what a game we had right there. Again, Unholy Mova. That was really close, Spid. Almost every match of this EU tournament has been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the games today has been incredible. From the last minute finish to the back and forth we just saw, the games have been incredible. Even the games where it was one-sided, the guilds did not give up. They showed up. They tried different strategies. They tried their best to get the W, and it's been peak entertainment.
Yeah, absolute cinema. And we have one more. We have another day of all new guilds tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow doing the exact same thing. I want to say good fights to Unholy, Mova, and For Glory there. Excellent match that we saw right there. But For Glory coming out on top of that one. Moving on to round 2. Tomorrow we will have the bottom half of the bracket, and we will have even more matches for you tomorrow. So we have more matches to actually get through tomorrow than we even did today. So there's going to be even more action tomorrow. So make sure that you're following. Thank you to all the subscribers, the donos, and I want to give one more shout out to our sponsor, Icon Digital, who with their Icon app you can optimize, guys. We couldn't put on tournaments like this without their support. We really appreciate them. They can give you 40 to 60% more FPS across the board, which can help you win in situations like we saw today when it comes down to the wire, when it's a game of seconds and it's a game of one player making the difference. You can be that difference. So use code Blue Squadron at checkout there. I want to give a big shout out to my tournament director, Lucy. Everybody say hearts in the chat for Lucy, for making it, like setting up the matches, doing the pick ban, and getting us into game on time, basically consistently the entire day, and keeping the tempo of the matches going all day. Big shout out to all of the guilds for showing up on time. I know it got really late for EU, and I'm sorry about that, guys. We did get a late start because of the maintenance. I appreciate all of the EU guilds signing up for the tournament. It meant a lot to me because I'm not connected with the EU scene. I was nervous about putting on an EU tournament because I'm not in those spaces. You guys passed around the word for this. The community really showed up for this. Over 50 guilds in the tournament is an unbelievable result for someone like me to run a tournament like this. It's just been amazing. So awesome. We can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Spid, you want to give yourself a shout out here? I know Spid's got a YouTube channel, he got a Twitch channel, he got a Twitter. So Spid, give yourself a shout out now.
Yeah, I mean, I am Spid. You guys probably know me. I saw a lot of you can't spell stupid without Spid in the chat, but I make MMORPG content. And right now I'm addicted to Throne of Liberty. I'm excited for Talandra. It's going to be amazing. And good show today again. Big shout out to Blue Squadron. Big shout out to everybody around that was behind the tournament. It was pristine. And big shout out to all of you guys showing up. Tomorrow's going to be another fun day. Me and Blue Squadron, we are 4-4 right now in predictions. And tomorrow I am taking the W. I'll let him have 4 wins, okay? Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna see tomorrow. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's gonna be a good one. I can't believe we went 4-4 today. I was expecting to. Normally I'm like an underdog kind of guy, so I pick like the underdog in every match. 4-4 is crazy. That should show you how close the matches were today. Literally insane. So yeah, make sure you guys go sub to Spid on his YouTube here. I'll try to pull up Spid. Here we go. Spid YouTube. Here we go. I'm going to link his YouTube in the chat. You guys can go give him a sub right there. I really appreciate you coming on and co-casting with me, giving that EU experience, because you have experience with a lot of these guilds in the community, and coming on and shoutcasting for the first time. You did a great job. Really appreciate it. I know the community giving you shit, but honestly, they give me a lot of shit too if it makes you feel any better. If it makes you feel any better. All the comments on the Twitter post was, this guy's unprofessional. He's so unprofessional. We're over here fishing in the ocean. I can't believe this unprofessional man would rib us about
fishing
that.
tournament next.
It's fine. I don't really mind it. A big shout out to AGS for giving me the shout out on social media, and then in the Eye of Silicium giving me a shout out there. That warmed my heart. Like I said, that was absolutely so cool as a content creator. So I look forward to tomorrow. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. CST. I believe that's 7 p.m. CET. We'll be actually live 30 minutes before that, so 6:30 CET and 11:30 CST AM. For everybody watching at home, we'll be back tomorrow at the same time, a little bit sooner, because we won't have to wait for the servers, and we're going to be pounding through matches yet again to get through the first round of this tournament, so you can get your predictions in and vote for your best guild and see all of these EU guilds clash for the very first time. Thank you so much to everybody. Have a great rest of your night, guys.